Holiday roll. Holiday roll.
Hello and welcome to the Podski. I am your host, the man of 1,000 gimmicks, John Baker, and it is finally here. We have made it to the Holiday Awards show. Man, am I fired up for this show. We have a lot of awesome things we're going to do today. We're going to bring in some guests. There might be a guest leaving in and out because of timing constraints, but we're super excited that we're going to have a lot of guests on today. We're going to do a lot of discussion on things that are happening throughout this entire show. First, we're going to bring everybody in. We're going to take a look at the gifts that we're bringing. We're all bringing a gift. It's a holiday show. You got to bring a gift to the holiday show. Each person's going to bring their gift. We're going to look at it and see what everybody's getting each other. And then we're going to move into the award show. The award show is something that I really wanted to make special. It should mean something to us because we talk a lot about professional wrestling continuously throughout the year here. So why not, do the ultimate culmination of all of that and hand out the yearly awards? So we have a lot of categories that we wanted to cover just because, there's so many things that you got to cover in a year. There's so many different varieties of wrestling. So we want to do a really good job with showing everybody across the board on professional wrestling. And then it's all going to build up to something that, we're all excited about. And that is the very first induction of the Podski Hall of Fame. I personally am so excited about this. I wanted to do something different in a Hall of Fame. Typically, when you think about a Hall of Fame, you think about just specifically the people that are involved in a Hall of Fame. I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted there to be different types of categories. So it's my Hall of Fame. So, and there's going to be there's a few other people that are going to be joining us to make their own inductions. So we're going to have 4 people inducting. There are 3 categories to the Hall of Fame. And so there will be 12 inductions to the very first Podski Hall of Fame. The categories are as follows. They are: 1, you're going to choose a wrestler or a person within the wrestling world that will be inducted as the person of your Hall of Fame. The next is going to be a figure that you want to induct, because we do love figures on this show. And lastly is going to be a moment, because you can't always induct people into the Hall of Fame, but you can associate. Not everyone can be in the Hall of Fame, but some people were involved in moments, and those moments deserve to be in a Hall of Fame. So that is kind of how we're going to kind of bridge this gap to, we're going to get a lot of variety in this Hall of Fame, and it's just a different way to look at the wrestling world, I think. And I'm really excited for this. So strap in. It's going to be a long one. We got a lot of things to talk about. So we will we're going to do a lot of things. We're going to do a lot of talking with the gifts, and then the awards part is really going to be the meat and potatoes of this pod. I'm really excited for that. Not only are we going to make our nominations, but we're going to make our case as to why our nomination should win. And whoever, we're going to do a little voting deal in here, and then the majority is going to rule, and that's who is going to be named the award winner. So I'm super excited about this. The awards, each category that gets an award, we'll post that on our socials on at @the_Podski on Twitter, the _Podski on Instagram, as well as on Facebook. So we're super excited about that. Want to get you just talk about wrestling all year long, and 2022 was a really interesting year in wrestling. So many things happened. It's hard to believe that, at the beginning of the year, if you would have said Stone Cold Steve Austin was going to be at WrestleMania, and then Vince McMahon would have been stepping down as CEO, and then you get to later in the year with the whole CM Punk stuff in AEW and all the turmoil that's kind of happened in that company, that would not have been something that you would have came away with in January and said, yeah, that's where we're going at the end of this year. So a lot of things have happened. We're very, very, very excited to talk about it. Hope you all enjoy this. Like I said, it's going to be a long one, so strap in. We wanted to make sure that we made this show super special for all of our Podski listeners. So Just want to say thank you and happy holidays to everybody. And let's do it. Let's get in to the holiday show of 2022. All right, it is now time for the holiday award show. I'm so super excited with this. We got guests on here today. We got a lot of good things lined up. You got myself, John Baker. We are bringing in reoccurring co-host Justin Andretti. Almost called you John Andretti. And
my dad.
Justin Andretti is a long time. He gets on the show frequently. You definitely heard him on our state of the AEW rosters and how shitty Nyla Rose is and all that. Then we also got JC in here as well. He is joining us. You definitely heard him on the Hot Shots Wrestling Alliance show. He will be a co-host again with us today. And the ghost of Bob Winters, he is beautiful Bobby Winters. He's somewhere out in the forest. Old man Winter hasn't made his way into the show yet. He might do a run-in with a chair.
He's the Teddy Hart of the group. He just shows up whenever the hell he wants and brings a bunch of cats with him.
And I was gonna say he's out there practicing his leg drop, but you went straight to Teddy Hart.
Who doesn't go straight to Teddy Hart? I mean, why wouldn't you?
Did you watch his Peacock show?
Oh, of course I did.
Oh yeah.
Was it good?
Yes.
I mean, define good.
Intriguing. Intriguing is a good word to describe.
Is Teddy Hart a fucking lunatic murderer? Most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, allegedly. I mean, not even allegedly, but I hope not. I hope not. But it didn't come off good for old Teddy. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I didn't even watch it. So like he's like murdered somebody.
Potentially.
One of his girlfriends has been missing for years. And it's just weird circumstances because like they were clearly in a relationship, and then that dude came out and said, "Oh, I was never really with her," and all this kind of shit, and it came off pretty strange. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but hopefully they'll find her. Hopefully they'll find her alive, or find her remains or something to give that family some kind of closure, because it did not go over well for Teddy in that show.
Wow.
No, I don't think there was one part of Teddy Hart that came off good, least of all his wrestling.
No, he's unredeemable, man. The guy is he's unlikable.
Yeah, completely.
Wow. But yeah, we got a lot of good things lined up here. We are gonna ultimately get to our gifts that we're gonna be handing out here on the Podski. And also, we're going to be doing the award show and the Hall of Fame. I'm super excited for the award show part. It's going to get wild in here because that's where the meat and potatoes of this show is going to be. And it's going to be us really cracking heads at who is going to climb that mountaintop to the ultimate prize, which the ultimate award that we're giving out here is the most valuable person. So we're going to start with some lower stuff, and we're going to work our way in the award show towards the big reveal, which is going to be our most valuable person of the year. So, and then we're also going to get to the Hall of Fame, and I already kind of went over what the Hall of Fame was in the intro. So, but yeah, we had some interesting news from this week. We had some figure reveals. Do you guys see those reveals at all?
Defining moments are back.
I'm super excited about the defining moments.
Yeah.
And they're going to be ringside exclusives as well.
Yep.
It kind of sucks. It sucks that they're not elites, or I mean, it sucks that they're not ultimates. I would prefer them to be ultimates, but.
And they said they're going to do the packaging like that. It kind of calls back to the old packaging, but it's not going to be the same. So I'm a little interested to see how they do that. I only have the 2 Sting defining moments in package anyway, so it's not like I have a whole collection and then I'm going to have something that looks different compared to the rest of the collection. So that's not a big deal, but It'll be interesting to see how they kind of magoo that.
You said that they were doing that they announced they were going to do the like tag team like 2-packs, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so with the tag team 2-packs are gonna be, from what Steve said, they're gonna do, it's gonna be similar to that Coliseum style packaging. So it's not gonna be like on that flat card back, but they're gonna be like two ultimates in one big box kind of deal. So you get a 2-for-1 kind of basically.
For $100.
Right, yeah, probably.
350 in your firstborn.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to lead off with the Usos though as like your launching pad for the tag team. I mean, I guess if you're trying to, they like to do like the retro, they do one retro and then one current gen. So I don't know. I like what they're doing, but
Well, I mean, I think we're going to get into the Usos a lot today with stuff later on. But I mean, ultimately, I think you want to go after the target market, which is supposedly kids, right? So kids have supposedly seen the Usos have the tag team belts for a really long time, and they're like, one of the best, biggest tag teams in the world, right now. So, they are the biggest tag team in the world. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense from that standpoint to put them as the first ones.
Yeah, I guess
I would probably rather see them as the first ones than to see the Steiners as the first ones, even though I'm obviously would buy the Steiners a lot quicker than I would buy the Usos.
Yeah, that was the other big thing that came out today, is that they announced that they're going to do Steiner's figures. They're going to not only do Steiner Bros, but they're going to do like probably they have multiple Steiners lined up to go. So I'm super excited for that, because give me Big Papa Pump all day.
I need one with a whiteboard behind him doing math.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I showed that clip to my sister the other day or yesterday, and it was the first time like I was watching some new gen stuff, and then she commented on his mullet, and I went, "Oh wait, he gets more outrageous. Give me a second." So I played her the math, or I sent her the math promo, and she like just to watch her face. She's a very intelligent person, and then just to watch her realize the butchering of arithmetic that was about to occur, tremendous.
I showed my coworker yesterday I showed him the Gold Dust after he was electrocuted interview. It's so good. He was dying laughing. That is a great one. That is a Hall of Fame moment for sure.
She tangentially watched like 2 episodes of late 1993 Raw and was like, I can't hardly believe this was on television. How do you get more offensive than this? And I went, well, Roseanne was on TV. So it's all in context.
So have a seat. Have a seat. I'll show you how it gets more offensive.
All right. So, who wants to give their gift first in the Potter?
Well, I wanted to say, real quick, Bake, about, obviously I've been here a couple times. I'm very happy to be here. So, we got to start out with the pronouns to make everybody happy. So my pronouns today are going to be Warlord and Billy Jack Hayes. And listen, the thing I was thinking about this week too, Broski is like a poor man's Billy Jack Hayes. Am I wrong with that assessment?
Wow. That's so good.
Hopefully he'll disappear at some point.
I think for certain that dude is going to be at Royal Rumble for sure. And I think it's a dead ringer. He's going to be at Royal Rumble.
Oh God. Hey, anybody here an update on Wyndham? Have we gotten any kind of an update on Barry Windham this past week or two?
I haven't heard anything.
He's out of critical, like he's stable.
Okay.
And I think they were gonna get him out of the hospital. It was on WHW last week. I didn't listen to this week's yet, but
okay, well that's good.
Seemed like he was doing better.
Yeah. Did you, Baker? Did you want to talk at all about this Ring of Honor subscription service?
Yeah, let's talk about it. That absolutely, like maybe like 14 people are gonna subscribe to that.
I mean, I'm really confused by it, man. Like I don't know. It feels like they are very arrogant and kind of naive about that price and about the demand for the library. Look, man, I know there's been good shows and there's a lot of good talent that's come through the gates there, but I mean, I'm just being honest with you. Like there's zero chance that I'm paying money for a show or a subscription when it's Shane Taylor and Matt Taven. Like what? It's not going to happen. Like we got no Silas Young, we got no Beer City Bruiser, not even Flip Gordon, but we get asked to pay money for Shane Taylor and for Matt Taven. It's not going to happen. I don't know what they were thinking.
Does anyone know whatever happened to Flip Gordon? Like I haven't seen him in like years. It feels.
I'm trying to remember. I've seen his name a couple times on random stuff. I don't know how much he's still. I mean, I'm sure he's still a wrestler. But
the last thing that I remember from him is when he wrestled Aldis at that NWA pay-per-view.
Oh yeah, that was.
How long ago? That was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, that's been a long time ago. Do you think he maybe hooked his wagon too close to Marty?
You know what's funny about Marty is that I saw him wrestling at an indie show in Poland that was on Fight Plus, which I have a Fight Plus subscription, which has come in handy a couple times for me, just throwing on random shows like in the middle of the week just to kill stuff and kill time in the background. But Marty wrestled on that show and he got a big pop when he came out. So like I don't know what's going to come out of that. I was a little surprised that he was there, but I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen with Marty Scurll, but he was in the ring. He looked good. I'm assuming that was his first time back wrestling in a while, but I don't know whether he's going to get welcomed back by the U.S. audience or even the U.K. audience ever again. But he definitely is. He's wrestling again.
I was gonna say, yeah, because I've seen him on some shows but they've been in like Puerto Rico and stuff like that, working for the Colones. But yeah, I don't know. That sucks for him. But yeah, rough situation. Because I really did like Flip Gordon a lot. He just kind of vanished off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know. This fight subscription deal, the ROH subscription deal it's such a strange. I don't know what they. I mean, I guess that just shows that nobody wanted to put it on television.
Yeah,
and that I don't know. It just sucks. Like, I don't think I want to. They're not going to get my money at least, and it's really hard for even them to convince me to like even buy the Final Battle and stuff like that. Like, I don't want to spend $40 to see, like, yes, the Briscoes and FTR matches, I'm sure 100% are worth $40. I absolutely am on board with that, but like, I want to be entertained by the entire show, not just one match. And Khan's out of his mind if he thinks I'm paying $40 to see Matt Taven and Shane Taylor on the same show.
Yeah.
You really don't like Matt Taven.
Dude, fuck that guy. I can't.
I mean, his gloves bother me. He has glove heat with me. There is no reason for that. Like, you're not a wide receiver.
Him and Kanellis and her husband are like my bottom three in the world in the wrestling industry. But I mean, Sami Callihan might make a case for being the bottom three too. But I would say that those three are the three most unlikable people, at least in my world.
Yeah, Sami Callihan is so bad too. Oh.
So in thinking about the ROH thing, and Jody, we haven't had a lot of interaction, so just to kind of how I look at wrestling, I look at it the way that they kind of put it forth in AEW to me. Not everything is for me. Not everything, like they try to do a smorgasbord, right? So not everything is for me. Not everything is going to entertain or attract me. So I try to, if I don't like it, okay, whatever. I think there are some things you still need to stick to, but like if it doesn't hit for me, okay, it doesn't hit for me. And I think that's where I'm at with Ring of Honor, but I'm willing to see where it goes. Like, I'm not paying for the subscription right now. I pay for a streaming service so I can watch Dynamite and stuff like that. So that's where I draw the line on it. They don't do enough to interest me yet, but looking at it and trying to be objective, I feel like you have to, it's like when anything else, like if you look at how technology works, you have the first early adopters, they usually pay a little bit more. And then as things progress, as things get bigger, as the subscriber base gets bigger, things come down in price and your quality tends to go up. So I don't know if that's the case or if that's the model they're using, but that's kind of how I rationalize it. Again, I'm not partaking in it until they earn that, but I wonder if that's like the business strategy.
It could be.
It could be. It's not a terrible idea. I just don't think that they have the right talent. Personally, because I know that like we talk about this a lot in the other chat, Andretti, that they need to bring in people like Hook and Yuta, and they like I mean they already have Yuta, like he was already a champion there, and like Garcia as well. Like they need to be the biggest faces of ROH. That's like they could really create something really cool down there. And it just doesn't. I mean, I know we're only at the ground level right now with it, but I'm willing to see where it goes, but they're not going to hook me right away.
Yeah, I think
that's where I'm at.
I think that for me, like where it's off the rails is overexposure on Dynamite and Rampage, and it's
Yeah.
just the fact that look, man, you can say all you want that ROH isn't developmental for all elite wrestling, but it needs to be.
It should be.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like even WWE tried that and didn't want to pass NXT off as a developmental territory because they were worried about the TV, the TV shows weren't going to want to put a developmental territory on TV, right? But
Right.
now we're right back to calling NXT developmental again. So,
Right.
I mean, it should be developmental, and it should be Hook and Yuta and Garcia and those guys down there killing each other. That's what it should be. ROH should be built around those guys with the existing talent there to elevate those other people, and that's to me that's what it should be. I don't know why they're not trying to do that. They're trying to sell it off as its own brand. It's not its own brand. I'm sorry, but it's not going to stand by itself.
Yeah, not anymore. Like maybe if you were talking about this like 5-6 years ago, like, but then again, like AEW wasn't around then either. So it, I just think that, and even Tony's come out and said this too lately that he's done doing the ROH on Dynamite and Rampage, which we'll see what happens with that. But hopefully that's the case. But anything can happen with Tony at this point. It's he seems to just do weird things every now and then. And I like that he tries new things and he's willing to try new things and put them out there. But a lot of shit that he's thrown at the wall hasn't stuck, but some of it has. And definitely putting ROH, overexposing ROH for certain was one of the things that didn't stick.
Yeah.
I think it'll be interesting too to see how this impacts the YouTube shows, because those are supposed to be, because the workers couldn't get independent dates, at least initially, especially during the pandemic and stuff. So they didn't have a chance to get the extra reps. That's what those shows were supposed to be. Everybody, all of the lower people can get work, they can start to develop, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how, like, I think you'll start to know how they're going to treat it by if those shows get worse. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to top some days.
Yeah.
But I think those, and I don't know how much money they bring in versus what an ROH would bring in as far as like running shows and being an indie-ish, like indie adjacent sort of feeder system.
Mm-hmm.
Like I see that as a better model, and I think we're just at the point where we don't know what the full plan is and where it goes. And I mean, we could all be wrong. It could be great. It could be terrible. We're just farting into our couch cushions. So it is what it is. But it'll be interesting to see how those different things progress together and separately.
I mean, I think it really needs to be All Elite Wrestling presents Ring of Honor.
Agreed.
The way that it should be, and it should be a YouTube show, man. I really think it should be. Put that, record it before Dynamite, record it only at Daly's Place, do whatever the hell you want, but it should be, in my opinion, it should be a YouTube show in a developmental league for Dynamite and Rampage.
Yeah, it would be cool to see them actually like work like an indie, go run shows, maybe not as many shows, but run smaller shows, get people in there, get people who aren't currently on and who might not be on like an appearance thing,
Mm-hmm.
and get them some buzz too. Like become the most mainstream facing indie. Because
Sure.
like you have GCW right now, who is maybe the most mainstream facing indie, and I mean there are people who are going to be turned off by all of the hardcore stuff, and sort of the and like they rely on some of the bigger personalities to get out there. Well, you're not going to have Mox forever. If Cardona goes back to WWE, you're not going to have him.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Gage, I mean, how many more times can he bleed before he gets a felony? So
I don't need to ever see him again.
yeah,
I like that idea of making it like kind of a GCW style show because like they do have like an intense following.
And they've got a lot of shows in their own library too.
Yeah, they
Run a lot of shows.
They do.
Yeah.
Like it seems like
go ahead.
It seems like all the time you always see like, oh, there's a big GCW show this weekend, and they always got buzz now.
I mean, that's the thing too. Like when I got the Fight Plus subscription, it's only $5 a month, and I was like, you know what, man, I like watching indie shows, so I'm gonna get Fight Plus, right? But it's a lot of GCW, and I can't. You got to wade through it. It seems like to get to the other shows at this point. The other indie shows. But I mean, look, I don't hate it. I don't hate GCW. I just don't want to see it every second of every day.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you have a real opportunity if you take that model almost, because there is such a great base of people who have nostalgia for ROH, that if you can get it going and get it hot, like that, okay, that's when you can bump the subscriber base where, okay, they're putting out decent to good stuff. We're seeing future talent. Maybe sometimes you see AEW talent come down and try to elevate somebody. And then you have that backlog of stuff that, that people really want to see, those matches. So I think, again, farting into couch cushions, armchair quarterbacking, like, I think that could work as an idea. I would be interested in that.
I mean, I think you're right about that too. But what worries me is that, you're trying to sell pay-per-views with Claudio and Jericho, and I don't even know how many buys they got for that damn thing. But that should have been an excellent opportunity for Jericho to job out to Daniel Garcia after they did this long program with him. That should have been the capstone moment of that feud, was Jericho dropping the ROH title to Garcia at that pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I don't disagree. I'm all for like putting that title belt on somebody really young. That's what what we're basically asking for, is for them to put it on somebody that we would never really ever see that's been on the AEW roster for a while now. Somebody like a Garcia, or Hook I think would be phenomenal down there for like, let Hook build an even bigger base, let him get more ring time, and like, because I think that guy is got a bright future. He's got a unique style, a very unique look and vibe. Like there's nobody else like him out there, and it seems to be something that won't ever burn out. It's not like I don't want to bury somebody already. We'll do that later, but I don't want to bury Orange Cassidy terribly. But like his shelf life can't be much longer doing the things that he always does. Like it's gonna run out at some point, and he's gonna have to evolve. So
think about it. Think about this: like the Ring of Honor presentation and the Ring of Honor fans really like shit like Davey Richards and Ciampa and Bryan Danielson.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you send down Yuta, Garcia, Hook, throw Takashita, I don't even know how to pronounce that guy's name. Throw him into that mix. Let those guys kill each other in ROH, and let them all feud for the title. I mean, that sounds pretty fun to me. They're all very technically sound guys that are kind of, a little quieter, that go in there and just whoop ass. I mean, wouldn't that be fun as hell to see those guys kill each other?
That'd be awesome. I agree, 100%.
And I don't think, like, again, the Briscoes having the tag titles or Claudio having the big belt, I don't see that being forever. And I honestly don't see it being that long. I think they're there, me guessing, I see them there to make the first of that ROH generation, let's call them.
I can see that
but
too.
I think you need somebody with a name, somebody strong there to help set the tone. In the same way that Jericho was the first champion on AEW, I think they're
yeah.
doing something similar with ROH. They're trying to establish, again, to another audience what the brand is going to be. And, everybody seems to like Claudio and, whatever about the Briscoes, whether you like the personalities or not, or their style, they certainly have the following.
Absolutely. No,
So
you're probably right, man. I hope you're right about that, because I think
Yeah.
that sounds like it'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, I think that's what it is personally. And again, I'm not impacted one way or another if it doesn't turn out that way. I think if they had a streaming service already, I don't know that you would see it you would see ROH in the same incarnation. I think the library would be there, and then maybe something different would be done with it. I don't know. Or it would be on that streaming service, and then it's integrated into whatever Discovery or whatever they have, whatever Discovery Warner Brothers has.
Mm-hmm. Paramount, they have a bunch.
Yeah. I think that would have been another way to go, but I don't think that materialized in the same way. So I think part of it is he's doing what he can, and he is just trying to get things started.
Yeah.
I think for myself, I'm a little perplexed as to, maybe it's just because like AEW is still like pretty young yet, is that they do a lot of promotion for HBO Max, and it kind of seemed like they were going in that direction as a streaming platform or a pay-per-view platform for them, and it like has never materialized. They're still stuck with Bleacher Report, and I've only had issues with Bleacher Report one time, and the rest has been totally fine for me. I can only say, out of every single show that AEW's done, there's only been one show, and it was this recent show with Full Gear. That's the only one that I ever had issues with. So I don't know why, like, if you can lump AEW and put ROH a part of that AEW package into an HBO Max, like if that's even lucrative even anymore. But it seems like Warner Brothers
maybe they feel like they don't have the content yet.
That's what I was saying too. I don't think they have like original content like the WWE has with like documentaries and
but that's why
shows.
Renee Paquette more, because she's the one that should be doing that shit.
Agreed. She should be behind the scenes doing that shit every single day, like building a base for a show, something like that. Because ultimately, a series is what's gonna do, is like docu-series and stuff like that is launching pads like that. That is a brand new base that you can pull in out of thin air. Oh, what were you gonna say?
And I'll say too, if you like, I listened to the audiobook of The Death of WCW, that really good one.
Great.
Yeah, I forget what the guy's name is, but
Alvarez.
Please go find it. No, it was the other one.
I thought Alvarez wrote The Death of.
It's the Nitro.
Oh, Guy Evans wrote the Nitro.
Guy Evans, yeah, that one. I didn't read Alvarez's one.
You got to get the audio book of that, JC, because it's really good. Like if you go on a road trip or something, you're gonna blast that out. You're gonna love it.
Okay. So if you listen to Nitro, the Guy Evans book, he talks a lot about how like the different channels, TNT, TBS, part of the reason that that added up to why they didn't want wrestling on their network was because they were trying to establish this brand identity. So you had your TNT was supposed to be like the highbrow cable watchers who want the highbrow content and things like that. So I don't wonder if, like, yes, we see the brand synergy on TV where they're promoting HBO Max to, serve that, that corporate interest that they're a part of.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying.
But I don't wonder if they were like, yeah, we want you to do this, but we don't think that HBO Max is the right platform for you. We want to treat you like a sport, quote unquote. So that's why you're on Bleacher Report. Now, whether I agree with that as a good idea or not, I wonder if that's part of the strategy with it.
I can see that too. And I did read that part of, I didn't finish that book. I'm like maybe a quarter of the way through it. And I do remember them talking about like they were trying to establish brand identity, and that was one of the big things. And I can definitely see that. We're like, HBO subscribers probably don't want to see wrestling on their subscription service.
Right.
I mean, I can understand that. I mean, I do, but I'm an outlier.
Right.
So.
And I think the a little bit of the identity of who likes wrestling is changing as our culture and society has shifted, where sort of nerd things and that culture has become more mainstream and more acceptable. I think a little bit more of that has become acceptable too with wrestling.
Yeah.
Like you see more people wearing wrestling shirts out in public than, at any time since 97.
I would agree with that too.
Yeah.
So I think that perception is starting to change a little bit.
I'm definitely a driving force behind that.
You are. You're this podcast is the rocket ship that the wrestling industry has been strapped to. You're welcome, Tony.
I saw a guy jogging up the street the other day. He was wearing the Orange Cassidy shirt with the thumbs up on it.
That's awesome.
That's the first time I've seen that in the neighborhood.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
What I wanted to ask you guys too, like kind of on topic, off topic. What are we drinking here tonight, fellas? We've said we're going to be locked in here for a while talking about this stuff today. I mean, what are we drinking here?
Oh, I just going with a standard vodka Sprite. What are you rocking, Dutman?
So I told you guys earlier, I found a good deal on that Jameson, the 175 bottles for $36. So I drove 30 miles today to buy 6 bottles of that. But I also grabbed a 175 of Bacardi, which is really easy to drink, and I got a case of cherry Coke Zeros, and I'm going Julian style here from Trailer Park Boys. I'm doing the rum and cokes for the show, so I'm about 46 deep on the rum and cokes right now.
We'll give a quick shout out to Trigger Trey from That's So Dolphins Talk. He loves a good schlum and coke. JC's probably rolling with the standard H2O to go.
Bingo.
Yep. Is that just water or is that a drink?
No, it's water.
Man, come on, man.
I'm a boring dude. Like
if you ain't drinking, you ain't talking wrestling.
There's a reason my profession fits me well. I am one of the most boring humans you'll ever run into.
Nah, you're good.
Got to stay hydrated.
That's true. I got a Gatorade sitting beside me too that I'm going to pretend like I'm going to drink during the show. So.
There you go. I'm just preemptively avoiding hangovers.
I got one more thing I wanted to bring up, Bake, before we jump into it.
Okay.
And this just happened last night. So I don't know if you guys are interested in this or not, but I'm going to bring it up. While Women of Wrestling is back after the pandemic, they run seasons. Okay.
Hooray.
So there's like a start point and end point. It's a little bit of an interesting production, kind of a little bit similar to Lucha Underground. So you got it. And look, this leads into a bigger discussion about putting yourself in the environment and just appreciating it for what it is, right? Because the AEW product is a lot different than the WWE. It's a lot different than New Japan, all those kind of things. Like if you could just get yourself in that environment and appreciate it for what it is, you're probably going to like everything that you watch, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing about WoW, I mean, look, man, I get it. It's a TV production. Some of the talent is brutally, not ready for TV yet, but there really are some people there that are nice prospects for women's wrestling, and they've had a lot of good alums that have gone through there over the years. There's 2 really good Tongan sisters that are a tag team in there right now. And as soon as I saw them, dude, as soon as I saw them in the ring and saw their presentation, I was like, I can't believe these girls are not in NXT already. Like they're going to be in NXT. They've got a lot of really good talent in there. And when we get into the unsigned women's talent later on in the show, for the award, I mean, one of the people that I was just going to mention was this girl named Vert Vixen, who is in WoW right now under a different character, because all the WoW characters are all different than what they wrestle as on the indies. I mean, Thunder Rosa was in there. I mean, there were Santana Garrett, Tessa Blanchard were all in there at some point, right? But,
yeah. Didn't Tessa get fired from there?
I don't know if she got fired or what happened, but I don't think she's any part of it at all at this point.
Yeah.
But AJ Lee is doing commentary.
Okay, that's what I was getting ready to say, because I thought that she had a backstage deal or something like that there.
Yeah, she's executive producer, I think, for WoW at this point.
That's not a bad thing.
Yes, it's really great. I mean, there's that girl, that Vert Vixen girl, is pretty good. I mean, she just won the inaugural Defy women's title which is a big deal because Defy is really good. It's one of the best indies that's out there. So that's a big deal to have her in there. But I mean, there's a girl there named the Beast that looks amazing. I mean, she, great facer, great heel. I mean, that is the Beast that AEW needs, not Nyla Rose. I mean, they should have brought in this girl and trained her ass instead of bringing in Nyla to fit that role, But I mean,
they had to pull somebody out of Kobe Pro.
I mean, it's crazy, right? It's just it's crazy. But if you're at all interested, those shows are on. I think they're on Pluto TV. You can stream them. They're on something else too, but I found them on Pluto. But I think they're only a couple episodes into this season. But look, man, I've only seen like 3 of them so far, and I'm really enjoying it. And again, like I said, there's people in there that you'll probably never see again that are not ready for TV, that they're putting on TV. And there's people in there that when you see them, you're going to be like, holy shit, that girl's got a lot of talent. So maybe, it's a good place to watch indie wrestling if you're into something like that.
As long as you're enjoying that Pluto TV.
I love Pluto TV.
I think you made a good point.
I wanted to give a shout out to the Jungle Girl, who was the champion over there. I mean, she was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer, I think, in 2020, somewhere around there. And I mean, she was pretty good in the ring. Honestly, she was pretty good, and she was a lot of fun to watch. I don't have an update on her health watch, but she did do some charity stuff pretty recently. So I'm pretty encouraged to see that she's still out there, getting active and being in the public and trying to do some good, and getting on with her life. And hopefully things will turn around for her, and she'll end up, beating cancer and all that. I don't know what the situation is with that, but I mean, look, there's good stuff there. And if you're interested in stuff like that, interested in watching women's indie wrestling, I think that it's a good place to immerse yourself in that world, just like it would be if you immerse yourself in Lucha Underground, which is very different than a WWE, etc., where you could have just enjoy the show and have fun watching it and see it for what it is.
Yeah, I think you make a good point about that, and looking at things sort of in the context of themselves. Like, that's why I don't get too upset about stuff that I maybe don't love, because I'm like, okay, like they're doing a certain thing, and they're trying hard, and in context, it works. So,
oh no,
you like what you like, you don't what you don't. But
now you're just being a rational wrestling fan. No, you get out here and you spit your hot takes, and you tell them when their shit is shit. I'm gonna tell you that Tony Khan has done some shit this year, and it pisses me off. But we will get to some of that.
John, we're good. I'm a good foil to you.
You are absolutely. But so one of the things that we want to do as a part of the holiday show is that we wanted to each bring a gift, and the gift is going to be something that we're all going to watch together and react to. And so here is my gift to all of you. I am going to get us rolling here in a second.
Ho, 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 ho! Merry Christmas!
All right, can you guys all see my screen there?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
Okay, guys. These eggs have given us a lot of trouble in the past. Does anybody need anything off this guy, or can we bypass him?
I think Leroy needs something from this guy.
Oh, he needs those devout shoulders? Isn't he a paladin?
Yeah, but that'll help him heal better. He'll have more mana.
Christ. Okay, well, what we'll do, I'll run in first, gather up all the eggs so we can kind of just, blast them all down with AoE. I will use Intimidating Shout to kind of scatter them so we don't have to fight a whole bunch of them at once. When my shout's done, I'll need Anthony to come in and drop his shout too, so we can keep them scattered and not have to fight too many. When his is done, Bass, of course, will need to run in and do the same thing. We're going to need Divine Intervention on our mages, so they can AE, so we can, of course, get them down fast, because we're bringing all these guys. I mean, we'll be in trouble if we don't take them down quick. I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.3
3-3, repeating, of course. Percentage of survival.
The numbers kill me.
Oh, it's a lot better than we usually do.
Alright, thumbs up.
Victory shout.
Oh my god, he just ran in. Save him!
Oh, geez, stick to the plan.
Oh Jesus, let's go. Stick to the pledge,
Stick to the plan.
Oh gee, oh fuck. Give me divine intervention. Hurry up.
Shout.
He's saying I can't cast. I can't move, am I lagging, guys? I can't move. What the hell? I can't hear you. Oh my god. The eggs keep spawning, more respawning. I don't think you can cast with that shit. Oh my god. Shout. We got him. I got it. Take it off.
Small down.
Oh my god.
God damn it, Leroy.
God damn it.
Leroy, you moron. Leroy.
Geomove.
This is ridiculous.
I'm on it.
So mass.
So for our listeners, that was the very famous Leroy Jenkins video. That has 21 million views on YouTube. An absolute gem of a video, and that is my gift to everybody.
That's awesome.
Proof that everyone loves a troll.
Leroy Jenkins is how I play NHL whenever JC and I used to play back in the day. Just don't care about anything. You just blow over everybody, board everybody. Don't care about stick handling or getting the pucks on the net. You just roll people over.
What did you used to scream? When you'd lay on your belly at full speed and you would yell something. Was it deke? Because I don't think you understood what deking is.
I think it might, or that or Dangledelphia.
Yeah, one of the and then or you just find a way to slam head first into a wall.
So
I was gonna say that you are the Leroy Jenkins of podcast hosts sometimes.
Yes, yeah, that is true.
When you hit that started hot takes last week about the Miami Dolphins.
Oh my!
Putting the coach on the hot seat.
Yeah.
I was folding laundry about shit.
Oh my! Well, JC, do you want to? We're gonna have JC hand over his gift now. So,
yeah.
Do you want to say anything before we share this?
I just figured that having listened to you guys talk for a little while, that there was not going to be a lot of AEW love. So I figured I would contribute to the hate just a little bit by doing and showing one of my favorite things is botches. I know Chris Jericho doesn't love them, but
they're not botches, damn it.
Yeah, it's still real to him. So please enjoy the best of AEW botches in 2022 so far, part 1, 3 emoji heart eyes.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Is that Rio? Oh,
yeah, it is.
Oh my god.
Future ROH champion Danny Garcia.
God. I take back what I said.
Oh no.
Oh.
There's a couple like that where it's just broken.
That is hold on, I had to pause this for a second. That is a position that JC wishes he found himself in on numerous occasions. Was just being level.
Who was on the table?
I think it was Tay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened. She got concussed in that deal.
It happened.
Oh Lord.
God.
This one's ugly.
Oh yeah, that one was bad.
And there's a broken nose. Yep. And his neck's gone. The velocity was impressive on that one.
I remember
That was an unintentional Samoa Joe.
Stupid Matt Hardy. Oh no.
But I don't know if any.
I love when they help.
Worse than Grayson Waller missing R-Truth on that NXT.
Oh, he missed. The face, Regal's face is the best.
That was bad.
The last of this video is just Punk.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
I don't even remember that.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Get him back up. Get him up.
Come on, you empty-headed dipshit.
Of course, fucking Hangman can't work.
Fuck him.
Join Start
I'm
giving
gonna
out
rip
here.
him apart later.
Broken
I
foot.
can't wait to rip him apart later.
The buckshot is not Punk's specialty.
Oh, boy, he
I
had a
know,
rough summer.
His foot was broken.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I don't know why the stink face was necessary though.
Oh no.
Take your kid. Get him out of my room.
Wow.
Good stuff.
That was great. That was a great little addition here. I loved it. All right. Shut that thing down.
You don't want to see the best rap moments of Maxcaster?
No, sorry.
I mean, I do.
I mean, we do. We got some other things.
Just in a different context.
Well, thank you for that gift. That was a great gift.
That's
The AEW botches. We are all very aware that it is live TV. Shit happens in the ring. Some of those were pretty bad, though, man.
And we don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Right. We don't want to see people get hurt. Agreed. So, Andretti, what is your gift here?
I'm gonna give to you a 2-minute and 20-second greatest of all time video about a guy telling everybody to walk to Guntersville, Alabama.
So before we play this, I play this video at least once a week to myself.
Dude, I've seen this video is like 15 years old, 12 years old, whatever. I have seen this probably 150,000 times.
Yes.
I don't think I've seen this one, so I'm in for a treat.
JC, you're in for a treat. This thing is so good. It is so great.
JC, the very first part is a newscaster trying to do a show, okay? Like an on location filming, and this crazy guy is walking past, and then it gets real crazy after that.
It's insane.
Okay.
It's so perfect. This is like the fucker right in the pussy guy before that, before this was a thing.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Who else is going? Who is walking there? But who else?
I know how bad they are. Why don't they just walk the gutters? It ain't a far walk. It's just 38 miles. Why don't you walk? Why don't you walk the gutters?
Have you walked gutters before?
I'll walk. Yeah, I can walk the gutters. Why don't you walk the gutters?
I don't need to walk gutters.
Well, shit, no, you don't. You're gonna put everybody else walking the gutters. Why don't you just walk the gutters?
All right, I'll walk gutters.
All right, let's go.
All right, hang on. Let me do this one time.
Man, let's go walking.
Him doubled over kills me every time.
Yeah, there's no way I could do it.
Strut that ass. You'll be so goddamn fucking tired. The time you get to New Hope, you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be so goddamn fucking tired by the time you get to New Hope that you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be.
Well, what's got you so mad today?
Me?
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to run. Everybody wants to
Alcohol's
run.
got
That's
us
good.
mad.
Run over here to Guntersville. I'll walk. I'll be right behind them and see how far they can run. It's a chauvinistic pig attitude that you're going to do something because you work at the Arsenal and you got a fucking Mercedes-Benz and you ain't got to walk every day, so you're going to get out and strut that ass, strut that ass, strut that ass, strut that ass, strut that ass. When you start walking, my friend, and you get 10 and 15 miles on the highway, you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be half dead by the time you get there. So it's a chauvinistic pig attitude that Clinton's got. Strut that ass, strut that ass, strut that ass.
Burying Clinton.
And when you walk about 15 or 20 miles, you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be so fucking tired, you won't hard to hold that ass up. Ugh. You won't be strutting that ass. You won't be strutting that ass when...
Oh God.
That video is so fantastic.
I'm gonna use that in my day job.
That JC, that's the video that Conrad played for Tony a couple weeks back on WHW.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, that's the strutting that ass. Oh, that video is so fantastic. What an absolute great gift.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm here to make your holidays happier, man.
That was fantastic.
Mission accomplished.
Oh my. Oh, well,
shit.
This Bacardi's disappearing quickly.
Oh my, that was just so fantastic.
Takes a lot of Bacardi to run that engine.
Tell you what, you won't be strutting that ass by the time the show's over. I'll be so goddamn fucking drunk, you won't know what the hell. You're gonna go to work and be like, I went on a podcast with my buddy's friend, and that dude was drunk as a motherfucker for no goddamn reason. Talking about wow.
Oh my. All right, well, that concludes our gifts. And I am
and the podcast.
But how do we even follow it up? I mean, you just gotta get out there and strut that ass.
Yeah, it's the only way.
But we got to get to this is the part of the show that I'm the most excited about. So we're gonna start the award show. And this is like I'm so excited for this. So, does everybody have?
Ta-da!
Oh,
there it is.
There it is. Does everyone have their list up, or do you want me to share the list with everybody?
Do you think I don't have my list up? I told you I got 18 pages of notes for this shit.
Yeah, he's just trying to find which page he should start on.
That is true.
What are we starting with here? What do we got?
We're going to start with the moment of the year. We're going to start from the bottom and work our way to the top.
Okay, I'm ready when you are, man.
All right, well, my moment of the year is the all-out scrum. I mean,
you want to hold on? Hang on a second. Do you want to go with
shit?
Do you want to talk a little bit about what were kind of some of the ideas you had in your head about this before you give your actual nominee, or do you want to jump right into the nominee?
Okay, so basically, no, I don't. I think I'm just going to jump right into it.
It's not my
yeah,
podcast.
I was thinking about doing the nominee and then just quickly the mentions and going over just real briefly. That was my game plan.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So my nominee for moment of the year is the all out scrum. This is one of the things that captivated me throughout the year. And it's by far like the biggest wrestling story of the year. And it's almost hard to believe that like there was other things that happened other than this. Like this is the biggest thing, and it's hard to believe that like even one of my mentions. So I'll go over my mentions really quick. So my first mention is Cody debuting at WrestleMania. That happened in February, where Cody leaves AEW, goes to WWE. Like rumors were flying that he had been working without a deal, and then all of a sudden it was like poof, he was gone. And then everybody was speculating he was going to be at that Crown Jewel show, and then he didn't show up, and then basically everybody knew he was going to show up at WrestleMania. It was a great moment that I absolutely do love. But then my other mention is Vince McMahon stepping down, which to me should be the ultimate story of the year, because if we think, everybody says the same thing, you never think that Vince McMahon would ever step down. And he would have to die in that position. And it's insane that, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that, this was ever going to happen with Vince just based off his character, like on television, whatever. Everyone's on screen character is just an extension of themselves. And like this literally quite is. So Vince stepping down is, I think, a moment that it might not be a moment of the year, but it's going to have a lasting ripple effect throughout the wrestling universe for forever, because of everything that he's done for the business. But my nominee has to be the All Out Scrum. It just there's so many things that it's not even settled yet. So this happened 4 months ago, and we're still talking about it because the lack of transparency, I guess you want to say, with AEW. They really haven't given us any direction of like the end game here. Personally, what I think the ending is going to be is that they're all just going to figure it out and they're going to make money off it. So, and it's kind of said that day one. So, but yes, my nominee for moment of the year is the All Out Scrum. Do you want to take it away, JC, on your nominee for moment of the year?
So we flip-flopped. I thought and I figured somebody would say Media Scrum, so I went with my second as my first.
Mm-hmm.
And so Cody returning at Mania was my moment of the year. And then my honorable mentions were that Media Scrum, Regal's turn, and Bray's return. So my notes for Cody at Mania is just fart noises. And then so for the Media Scrum, empty-headed dipshit, couldn't manage a target. I'm old, I'm tired, I'm hurt, and I work with children. Sounds like my internal monologue. Regal turn, didn't see it coming. It was good stuff. I hate why it happened, but it was good stuff because I didn't see it coming. So, and then Bray's return, I don't care for the gimmick, but the bigness of that moment and how impactful it was. Like, in any other year, that would have been like the big thing. But in the year of everything being the big thing, because there's so many freaking things that happened that were huge.
I agree.
It gets overshadowed. And again, I don't care for the gimmick one way or another, but you can't deny the reaction that it got.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The Bray thing, I don't think any of us in this are huge fans of Bray Wyatt and the gimmick, but that moment was pretty big considering like it doesn't even hit my top 5 of things. And I'm only really given 3 entries here, but personally that doesn't even ring in my top 5. And it was a huge moment in this year. But what do you got, Andretti? What is your nominee?
So I'm going to give you my other ideas first. So I had a couple things written down here. The All Out Scrum, I wanted to make sure we mentioned, and I knew you guys were going to talk about it, more than I would. But
yeah,
I'm sure it's going to get mentioned 100 times, throughout the course of the show. But that's some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. And with Tony Khan sitting there just taking it on the chin is absolutely epic, dude. I mean, look, man. The only thing I'll add to it, I mean, let's hope all these children can do what's good for business and get the match in the ring. I mean, I don't need to ever see the Young Bucks again. And they've got go away heat with me. And the fact of the matter is, I mean, that tag team scene in AEW was pretty good without them being there. And we didn't miss a beat without them being there. And that's proof that we don't need them. And I think I would rather see them go away, but I know I'm probably in the minority on that, but those are my only extra thoughts on the Media Scrum.
Yeah. The Scrum, there's just so many layers to it. And the fact that, it doesn't seem that anybody, I mean, we understand the whole role of the dirt sheets and all that, but it just seems like they don't even know at this point. How many times has Dave got worked throughout this entire thing? Usually what Dave reports is what really is happening. And even he can't figure it out.
And I don't even know if that's a bad thing.
I think, I would agree. I think that is a good thing. And there's just so many things, and there doesn't seem to be no end. Not that I think that we really need an end, but I think from a fan's perspective, if you sat and watched that, it was such a big story to not it feels like there's no closure. I don't even know if there ever really needs to be any closure, but it was just such a big deal. Like, it was enormous news everywhere. And the fact that, I mean, this story was picked up by TMZ, for God's sakes. Like, it, I don't know. I guess I'm still irritated with AEW at the lack of transparency throughout.
Yeah. My next thing I want to talk about, and some of these are a little tongue in cheek, but the Cole Carter reveal, when that dude took off that mask, like, is there a bigger dud in wrestling history than them taking off that mask to reveal none other than wrestling legend Cole Carter?
Yeah, that was a huge fart in church for me. That thing
Dude.
sucked.
Dude, I laughed so hard. I laughed so hard when no one popped and they made a big deal about them taking that mask off and it was him. I exploded because nobody laughed. Nobody did a damn thing. And it was really funny.
Yeah, it was really funny because he was in the Sting mask, right?
Yeah.
That was so bad.
That was really bad.
Ah.
Hilariously awful and really, really great. I mean, that is the biggest dud in probably the last 20 years of wrestling.
Yeah.
The next thing I wanted to mention was Hangman, and I'm gonna bury your boy Hangman here. Hangman in the
he's not my boy. He's JC's boy.
I mean, look, dude. I mean, obviously, again, guys,
just because he's a teacher doesn't mean he's my boy.
Okay.
Some of this stuff is a little tongue in cheek for me, but I mean, look, Hangman Page, dude. One of my bottom 5 wrestlers in probably the entire history of the industry. I don't like anything he does. Nothing that comes out of his mouth is believable. It drives me absolutely nuts to see him on TV. This guy's out here arguing with Moxley, who has done a really, really good job of coming across as this like legitimate tough guy who can kick anyone's ass, and he's in the Combat Club and all these things. He's out there arguing with Moxley and saying he wants to be treated like a real man. This motherfucker's wearing gold pants with little tassels on them. It's like, dude, fuck you, man. You're the worst in the world. Like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, man, Hangman has had such a fall from grace, and I don't know what happened, but he's gone from somebody that I really, really liked and I really, really wanted to see to somebody that I don't really care if I ever see them again on wrestling. Like, it's just not. I don't know what has happened to him in the last year and a half, but it's not been good, and it kind of sucks that we're gonna retread the tires on Moxley and Hangman again after last week's show or 2 weeks ago.
I mean,
I can't even remember.
This guy can go away, and no one's gonna miss him at all. Just get rid of him.
Yeah. But who's your nominee for Moment of the Year, or what is your nominee?
For Moment of the Year, man. I mean, I know it's difficult to look back on 12 months or 6 months and think about what even happened at that point. But and I know I'm probably going to catch shit for this, but because it's so recent. But for me, the Moment of the Year was the Starks and MJF interaction in the ring. And there's so much we could put in this category for Moment of the Year, but for me, it really is this promo where they're talking to each other in the ring. I mean, look, man, that was the first time in a long time where I stood up and clapped in the living room after those guys were done talking. I mean, that was absolutely the best thing Ricky Starks has ever done in the wrestling business. What a great job these guys really did. Selling Ricky Starks as a credible opponent after some really horrendous booking over the last couple of years for that guy, man. But I didn't think he would beat MJF for the belt, but it gave me a glimmer that maybe he might. And I thought that promo where those guys were talking shit on each other was just fantastic.
So I don't think that you get shit for that. I think that yes, there is a little bit of recency bias towards it, but I think personally for myself, I feel like it is a changing of the guard that has been a rough 2022 for AEW. And I think that was like them staking their flag that like we can still do this. And yeah, we haven't done everything right this year, but there's always tomorrow and we'll figure it out. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, I guess.
An interesting thing I saw was that people refer to AEW as a mic promotion. It's not size, it's not work, it's you get over there with the mic the most. And if that's the case, and if that's what you want for Ricky Starks, then that's how you're gonna do it. Like, he's a good worker. There's nothing wrong with it. He's charismatic as all hell.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you think about the people that have made the biggest impacts in AEW, they're all good on the mic.
I agree.
Not everybody likes all of it. Like, and some people don't like Kenny Omega's mic work. Blah 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 blah. He's kind of, he's eccentric, etc. And so is Mox. But I think that's the way to go. And I think he's like, I mean, how often do we see MJF actually wrestle?
Right. And that's
but he's their world champion. He's the biggest name right now. Like, I like that analogy of it being in mic promotion, and I think Starks fits that mold, and especially with the way they use big guys, and how sparingly they use big guys. A guy like him is the size that they're going to go with because he can work, and then MJF is the same thing. And Moxley's not the biggest dude either, and a lot of their world champions haven't been huge guys. So I think he checks a lot of the boxes, and I think it'll probably be a slower burn, but I think that was the star-making moment. That was the first plant your flag.
You know what's really silly about that too, JC, is that everybody that says things about people being too small, who are these big wrestlers that people want to see more of? You want to see more of Strowman and Keith Lee, dude?
No.
I don't ever want to see these people again. Omos? You want to see more of Omos? Come on.
Yeah, I think that for those guys, like, I think like Starks and MJF might be sneaky big guys. I've never met them in person, but like, I don't know. I don't think they might be as small as what people. I mean, you always get your internet trolls out there, but
Brian Myers can affirm that MJF is not a very large man.
Well,
he's said it on the podcast.
Although Myers, I feel like is a large man.
He's my height. So
he's larger than me. So
well, a lot of things
I am a small.
I've got bookcases taller than you. But like,
bury me in my own
you're
pod.
welcome. Yeah, I don't have to dig a very small, or I don't have to dig a very big hole, so it's easy.
I guess you're welcome.
yeah, thank you. But like Cardona, Myers, Cody Rhodes, I mean, they're 6'1", 6'2". So, I mean, and they're all bigger than MJF. So, but again, I don't necessarily think for that promotion that size is the biggest factor.
Not up there at Stanford, brother. But yeah, so we also have a write-in because beautiful Bobby Winters, he is still MIA. He still hasn't made the town. He's in the car. He's trying to get to the building. He's phoning in because he's sitting in traffic. But beautiful Bobby Winters, his moment of the year that he wrote in is the Acclaimed winning the tag titles. And that is a really big moment, especially for the tag team division. I like that. I kind of felt like their first match for the tag titles was bigger than the second one when they did win.
Well, I think that the point here too is that them winning those belts is a big deal because it's Tony Khan, after all the stuff that went down with Punk and the Elite, understanding that you have to give the people what they want, and the Acclaimed are hot as fuck. So you put the tag team belts on people that everyone likes. And I think that's a really special moment in professional wrestling.
Yeah, especially for when you frame it like that. Yes, it is very that definitely was a big turning point.
And we're gonna come back to that theme a couple times today.
Yeah,
and it was organic too. I think, and that's the big thing. It wasn't just we like them, so we put the belts on them. It was the crowd likes them, we like them, they can do the job, we're gonna build them.
Yeah, because we have been saying for months on here how awesome the Acclaimed were. And then they finally get their big moment and they really, really shined. And they overexceeded everyone's expectations. Because I honestly didn't think that the Acclaimed would be a team for another 2 years. And they've very well arrived. Yeah. So
I mean, look, we're gonna get more into them here because I'm sure they're gonna come up during the tag team talk. So we could get more into that.
Sure. Do we have what do we want to decide on a moment of the year? We have the
Well, I
all
think I was thinking about this today too, Baker. Like you, obviously, it's you're the host here, so I mean you're going to have the tiebreaker capability here. But look, we've got four really important moments that happened this year, and I think maybe the MJF and Ricky Stark's promo is not as big of a deal as the All Out Scrum, or even Cody showing up at Mania, or even the Acclaim winning the belt. So I'm good with whatever you guys want, man. I think we've got four pretty good moments that it could go any way you want, but I'm good with whatever you guys want to do.
I'm kind of thinking that the all-out scrum is probably it. You talked about it being the most impactful. It's still going. The lingering effects of it are still going. I think and it's on all of our lists. So
Yeah,
I think that's the way to go.
That's a good point.
All right. Well, congrats to CM Punk and the Elite on being the shitbags of the year and getting moment of the year. That is great. All right. So our next category that we're moving on to is match of the year. So we're kind of getting to this one. It feels like we're getting to this one a little bit early. But we got a lot of things coming here in all of our categories. So I'm just gonna name my mentions, and then I'll end with my nominee. I'll do a better job than what I did for the first one. So my first nominee is going to be Cody and Rollins in the Hell in a Cell. That match, the way that Cody was able to work that match. I mean, the big whole thing with that match was the reveal of the torn tricep or the bicep or whatever. I can't even remember what it was. Torn pec.
Pec.
Yeah, the pec. Thank you. The reveal of that is just, the visual is so eye-catching, and the fact that Cody was able to work that match, and I guess that we kind of think of Hell in a Cells as too PG now, and that's just because they went above and beyond for so many years. Like, what can you do now that tops any of that? So I really like the way that they worked the match. I mean, obviously Cody was working a very safer style for the arm, and just him just in there just fighting and fighting and fighting. Like, it was a really, really good match. And it was not for the fact that it was a super incredibly technical fight. It was mainly because, like, Cody's in there like visibly injured, and he went the lengths to do that, and that's what puts that match on this list for myself. My next nominee is Mox versus Danielson at AEW Revolution. That match, the whole build for that with Danielson and Moxley, that's the genesis of the Blackpool Combat Club. And you get this whole thing where Moxley's like, the only way I'm going to be in a team with you is if I bleed with you first. And that was like the whole story, that both were going to bleed gushers coming into it. You have the addition of William Regal coming down towards the end and breaking them up, but not really breaking them up, but bringing them together, and seeing kind of what they formed throughout the year. Like, that match really meant something, and it really sprung like a really big group within AEW that played a major role throughout the rest of the year. So that's another reason why I wanted to mention that match. And then my final mention before my nominee is the Roman Reigns versus Logan Paul match at Crown Jewel. And Logan Paul deserves so much credit for this year. Somebody that when you hear the name initially, you'd probably think, like, I don't need to see this guy. But he came in, he took it very seriously. You can tell that he takes it very seriously. He's incredibly athletic, like, looks the part, and when he gets in there, he doesn't look like he's lost. He looks like he's meant to be in this business almost, and not even almost. I mean, he does. So I think the sky's the limit for this guy, and I can't really wait to see where they go. But him trying to the whole story of that match was he only needs one shot, and that's all he has. against somebody like Roman Reigns. And, Reigns and the Bloodline, like they've had an incredible year, and we're going to talk about them coming up here too. But I just thought that match was really, really good, incredibly physical and athletic, and deserves to be on the list. But my nominee for match of the year is the dog collar match, MJF versus CM Punk at AEW Revolution. So I have two matches on my list of match of the year for and they're from AEW Revolution. So and this was the feud that we kind of missed out on because of the All Out Scrum, and the way they talked you into the building for that one. They did an incredible job at mic work, which is not out of the ordinary. That's what is to be expected, and they delivered on all of those things. I just really liked the story that they told, in that MJF ends up winning the match in a very physical way, and it just the match was just awesome. I just loved it, and it kind of sucks we haven't seen Punk for a while. Maybe we'll see him soon, but just to kind of see where that really set the stage for for MJF to go on a hiatus and then come back as the Devil, and now he's your AEW World Champion. So hasn't really wrestled this much this year, but I think aside from him winning the title at Full Gear, this is his other high spot, is Revolution. But those are all my nominees and mentions. JC, what do you got for your match of the year candidates?
So I'll work in reverse order, like we seem to be going here. I started as one of my mentions is Gunther and Sheamus. You'll see in this that the theme is storytelling in the matches that I like to watch. I mean, the flips, the high spots, the athletic stuff, that's awesome. But I also like to hear a story with it. That's why Cody Rhodes is one of my favorite wrestlers, if not my favorite wrestler. He tries to tell a story in the ring, outside the ring. Everything is kind of connected through storytelling. So, I mean, they just beat the tar out of each other.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much else to say about this match, besides it would work in any era, in any generation. That they just, and I know you hate Sheamus, but
I do, but I love Gunther.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you what, I don't hate him anymore.
Yeah, name aside, on Gunther, that dude has star written all over him.
I would say that yes, I have been such a large hater of Sheamus over the years, and he definitely hit my my top 5 most hated that I did originally when I started the pod, but he's starting to grow on me a little bit more, especially with this new gimmick that he has. That group is pretty cool, and I really like his group. And he's doing these. He is having really, really good matches, and you can't really take that away from him. You have to give him his due. So I'm turning the corner on Sheamus.
Yeah. So Gunther and Sheamus was my third. My runner-up was the Punk MJF dog collar match. Again, it built to a crescendo of an ending. I didn't know after the one before this how they were going to top that, because how do you? It was such a great match. But they found a way with the dog collar, and the dog collar seems to be the ultimate blow-off in AEW, at least to this point. They only bring it out.
I mentioned this with Andretti, that I don't need to see another dog collar for like at least a year. I feel like they're almost using it a little too much, because we haven't seen dog collar matches in years, and we've had, I can name 4 that we've seen in the last year and a half.
Name them.
This one, the Briscoes, Brody and Cody, and then there was another one. Oh shoot.
Hit me with it.
Wow, you really put me on the spot.
When you said that on the podcast, I went, I don't know that that's accurate.
There was one more.
I understand. They've done more than the past 20 years or so combined.
It feels like a lot, I guess.
And I can understand why. I don't see that it's been overused yet. They're using it sparingly enough that it's not hitting me quite yet. But that's just a difference of perspective. And my match of the year candidate is Cody and Rollins Hell in a Cell. Told a great story. The visuals were tremendous. Somehow he didn't get more hurt.
Somehow.
Yeah, it made me watch WWE, which is not something that happens very often. Current stuff, anyway. So, yeah, I gave it to them for that, but I think all of them are excellent.
Andretti, what are your match of the year candidates?
So for candidates, I mean, you guys have kind of hit on a lot here, but the Reigns and Logan Paul match has to be brought up again. I think way better than we expected. I mean, Reigns did an unbelievable job here with a guy who was just very naturally talented, but he's still green as hell. The guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing yet. But I mean, I can do without the selfie shit, but it fits him. It fits his brand. It was great. The only real bad thing in that match was the fact that his brother can't throw a punch. So other than that, everything was good. But I know it's not the same situation either, but it did remind me a little bit of how great of a job Bam Bam Bigelow did with Lawrence Taylor. I got another guy that was pretty athletic too, and a natural talent that needed a lot of help. But I thought Reigns did a really good job in that match.
Yeah, Reigns did excellent, and I totally forgot about the whole Jake Paul can't throw a punch spot.
Yeah. My next candidate for that was going to be the Braun Breaker versus Dragunov versus JD McDonough match at Halloween Havoc. I mean, look, really good match here. All three of these guys are super talented. I mean, dare I say that Breaker is maybe already better than his daddy and his uncle in the ring. But look, Dragunov is great. He's got an awesome style. McDonough's great. He's got great match after great match. So that was a really fun match that I got to really have a good time watching that too.
Yeah, you are the resident NXT watcher here in this pod right now. I can't say that I've watched the last NXT show that I watched. I think was the Halloween Havoc before they got taken off on Wednesdays.
Yeah. The next one I had was Sheamus and Gunther. Clash of the Castle. I mean, that match, super brutal, very realistic. I mean, I watched a lot of wrestling again this week. When you guys started filling in the Google sheet on what we were going to nominate. But I mean, look, great match, man. Both those guys are awesome. Sheamus has really kind of gotten back in my good graces in 2022. So I was happy to see that.
Yeah, for sure.
So for match of the year for me, it's Shingo Takagi and Will Ospreay at the G1 Classic 32. These are two guys who have done nothing but get better and better at their craft. Takagi is easily my favorite guy in New Japan. Ospreay is a world-class talent. The match does have some no-sells that I'm not sure all traditional fans are going to like that. But I mean, look, man, there's a lot of incredible stuff in this match. And I don't really understand, again, why people can't just put themselves into the environment and watch a promotion and just enjoy what they're watching, man. And again, this is my favorite match of the year by a long shot. They made it look effortless, and it was brutal when it needed to be. Those guys are super talented, but I thought that was the match of the year.
I remember a lot of fanfare over this match, and I didn't. I'm just going to be straight up honest. I didn't get to watch because I don't have this subscription for New Japan anymore. But you only heard raving reviews from this match, and Will Ospreay, if you would take a look at where he was 4 years ago and look at where he's at now, you see a completely different person, especially with Takagi. Takagi is really good. In the matches that I've seen him in, he's fantastic. But let's get to beautiful Bobby Winners. His nominee is the Gunther and Sheamus match that we have previously already talked about for Clash of the Castle. So what is everyone's votes here for match of the year?
I think we have a pretty good consensus that the Gunther and Sheamus, it seemed to be on most people's lists. Seemed like it was at least on there, if not at the top. I think we can agree on that. Or the dog collar.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think there, Andretti?
Hey, sorry, I was on mute. Sorry.
Bueller.
No, I think, like you said, man, we've got a lot of really good matches there that are on that list. I mean, I'm good with whatever you guys want to do. I mean, I know it's hard for people to watch every match, especially when they're outside of the U.S. promotions. But I mean, look, I'm good. I'm good with whatever you guys want to put. I think if I had to vote between Logan Paul and Reigns versus Gunther and Sheamus, I would go Gunther and Sheamus.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna vote Gunther and Sheamus. That match was really good, and I'm kind of upset that I left it off my list. But yep, we will add that as our match of the year. So congrats to Gunther and Sheamus. You are the match of the year winner.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands, yeah. All right. So moving on to a move of the year. I'm excited. I was excited to see this on the list because I probably wouldn't have thought to put move of the year. But I don't have as many nominees or mentions as I did for the last one. But my mention for this is Sting literally jumping off everything. It kind of seemed to be where a running theme for this year is that Sting was going to get on some place up high and he was going to launch his body off of it. And then that would be the end of it. Like he would jump off of something, no sell something. Sting was fantastic this year. I didn't really see much of him towards the end of the year, but I thought he played a really good impact early on and really deserved to be on my list for move of the year. But my nominee for move of the year is the Powerbomb Symphony that has become Wardlow's moniker. Wardlow kind of took that from just one powerbomb into like this whole symphony of powerbombs, and I really enjoy it. It's fantastic. Kind of like gives you like the Batista vibe a little bit. But I really enjoy the Powerbomb Symphony, and that's my nominee for move of the year. JC, what's your what a maneuver of the year?
My maneuver of the year. The first mention is the Bulldog Choke. That is a championship hold. It's a good hold. You can get it on anybody. It has won a lot of matches. It looks for real as for real can get as far as wrestling goes. I think it's an all around just really top end move. I mean, it's right up there. I mean, the DDT, the Death Rider, if you can't get it on a big man, you can certainly choke them out. So everybody's the same height when they're on their belly.
Yeah.
So I think that Bulldog Choke is legitimate. And it can be turned legit. So should it need to. The first honorable mention, everything Sting does. I make no apologies for this. He's my favorite wrestler ever. You're going to hear me say that a lot. So I make no apologies for that. The death drop, the death lock, jumping off of stuff that man should not be doing. It's tremendous. So everything Sting does, my candidate for move of the year has almost nothing to do with its effectiveness. It kind of went in the opposite direction of the intended of what it was going for. The Cody Rhodes flaming table spot is my move of the year. Unnecessarily got his wife involved. Nearly killed himself.
Don't bring up Brandy on this pod.
Nearly tried to kill himself to get himself into a face again.
She's so talented.
Yeah, she is. So
how's that women's fan club doing? You think that she tried to set up
heels?
Tremendous.
Probably dead.
The whole presentation when he comes back and it looks like he's got leprosy on his back. It's terrible. But for the people who wanted to get Cody out of AEW, it was very effective. So
very effective
in that regard. And just like I went and watched it back, and I was just, I understand what you're trying to do, and good on you for doing it, and good on Andrade for being willing to be thrown over the table so that it was just Cody taking all of it.
Yeah.
And then Cody, his back being on fire. So, hilarious move, 110% effort, but I don't need to see anybody's back on fire.
Great mentions. What do you got, Andretti, for your move of the year?
I really like Ricky Starks' spear. I mean, I would say he has the best spear in wrestling. I mean, no offense to Reigns or anybody else, but that's a move everybody does now, and I think Starks does it the best.
So you're telling me that he has a better spear than Edge?
Yes. I would say that everything Ricky Starks has ever done in his life is better than anything Edge has ever done. That's just me.
Hot take.
That's a sizzler.
The other one I thought of too was Powerhouse Hobbs Spine Buster. I mean, for a guy that is as big as he is, he really does a nice job. That move looks nasty as hell. It looks very real. It's so nice every time he does it. That's a really great move that he has kind of perfected.
Yeah, he has done a really good job with that move.
The next one here I had was the Stone Cold Stunner. And look, man, just the way everybody sold that at Mania was just for the ages, dude.
Yeah.
For the ages, man. I mean, like, I really wanted to give a shout out to that because the sell jobs at Mania were just unbelievable. It was so good. But the move of the year I had was the Bulldog choke from Moxley. I mean, look, as you know, Baker, I'm not his biggest fan in the world. I'm probably never going to be. But that choke looks so vicious.
It does.
It looks painful as hell. He beats almost everybody with it.
Yeah.
Even for me complaining as much as I do about Moxley and about that move and about everything about him in general, that move looks just devastating to people. And I really do think that's the move of the year.
For real. Yeah. I am going to second you on that, as that is going to be it's on here, the list in 3 different places, and that's personally going to be my vote. But yeah, I'm a little disappointed in myself that I don't have it on my own list. But that is also Beautiful Bobby's. Beautiful Bobby put the Powerbomb Symphony, but I think the Moxley choke for myself is the move of the year. He used everything you said. He used it on everybody. It looks devastating. It's believable. I absolutely love that move.
Yeah.
The underrated move of the year is Moxley gigging at every available opportunity. His blade is the real MVP.
Yeah.
Again, man, like I said, I'm not his biggest fan. That's one of the main reasons why I'm not his biggest fan. Like, the guy, I don't need to see you bleed in every match.
Yeah,
every third would be fine.
I can get on board with him doing it, but yes, his blade is the most worked worker in the biz this year. But are we going to take what is everyone's vote before I
think it's the choke.
Yeah.
It is. It's the choke.
Yep. All right. Well, congrats to Jon Moxley's Bulldog choke. You are the move of the year. All right, let's keep shucking and jiving here. We got this one I'm excited for. This is the figure of the year, and I have a lot on this list because I did get a lot of figures this year. My one mention is going to be the Ultimate Macho Madness. That figure, I didn't get the original ringside exclusive because I wasn't collecting figures back in the day, but this Ultimate Edition, Ultimate Macho Man, the Macho Madness NWO is an absolutely fantastic figure. Especially with the shirt of him in the bars, that shirt is absolutely fantastic.
It's really great.
It really is. And the fact that they've gone to pinless in the arms, like, Mattel is just knocking it out of the park recently. And they did a really good job on that figure. But I think my next figure kind of tops this one by a little bit. And that's the AEW Supreme Cody Rhodes. And I'm really excited to kind of see what Mattel does with the Ultimate Cody. But this Supreme Cody, I thought was excellent. I thought they did the coat very well. The scan was pretty good. The face scan was pretty good. I personally am a huge favorite of the red and white blue, or the red, white, and blue boots with the American flag boots. I'm a huge fan of those. I thought they were fantastic. I know JC doesn't really like those as a Cody lover as well, but I personally thought they were great. Um, but yeah, it was a really good response by Jazzwares to Mattel's Ultimate Edition with the Supreme line. Not really sure what the situation is with Jazzwares right now, since apparently they were bought out. They were bought by Berkshire Hathaway yesterday, so that's a little bit of interesting news that we didn't cover either. But my next mention, I mean, this one we've been waiting on for forever. It's the Tony Schiavone AEW Unrivaled. I mean, they've been talking about this figure on WHW literally for the last 5 years that we need to get a Tony figure, and we finally get one. I love this figure. The scan was really well done. I will say the one knock on this figure is the glasses. Jazzwares did a really shitty job on the glasses. I don't really, I mean, yes, it's an accessory. It's not like a main piece of the figure and all that, but I absolutely love that figure. JC, you have that one, right?
I do not as of yet. That's why it wasn't on my list, because I don't have it.
Gotcha. I thought you did have
but
that.
I agree with you on the glasses. They look a little goofy. Like, they did really good with the JR glasses.
Yes.
And all they had to do was take those glasses and pack them in with Tony Schiavone. But
yeah.
For some reason, they decided to put these, like, not translucent plastic. Like, that's the thing. The size doesn't bother me. It's the plastic that they used for the center of it, and how they could have just taken the exact same mold that they had.
Yeah.
Made glasses and
just
they duffed it.
Yeah, they really flubbed it.
Great.
Yeah, they really flubbed it on the glasses, and I think that's what kind of holds this figure down, at least in my book. But my next mention is going to be the part of what we had bought in the previous year. No one actually bought this, because this is why I had to get it secondary. The New Generation Arena Doink. This figure is absolutely awesome. It's really hard not to make it the best figure of the year, but it had everything. It had the accessories, the just the scan was so much better. The hair was a little more like greasy and grimy, and it just had a better representation of what Doink really was. And it came with the soft goods jacket and the hammer, like, and the hands and the extra faces and the hair swaps. Like, you really got a lot of bang for your buck if you were able. I know that they've shot up in price recently, but kind of one of those things where you had FOMO, and then you were like, wow, I really did miss out. Now I got to get one. So I did end up getting one. I absolutely love that figure. But nothing will top my nominee for the year, and that's the Randy Macho Man Savage figure from that New Gen Arena set. I mean, it's everything you want in a figure. It's perfect. It's got the perfect accessories. It's got not only the hat, it's got the hat with the headset mold. It's got the soft goods jacket. It's got the soft goods shirt. It's got a really great attire that was from WrestleMania 10. Like, all of it was perfect, and it is a chef's kiss for action figures. And just that figure is so incredibly good. But absolutely, I can't say enough good things about that figure. And I'm sure that we're going to talk about that one here in a little bit too. But JC, what are your figures of the year?
So my two honorable mentions. I'm a hockey guy, so there was no way that this Goon figure was not going to be in somewhere on this list.
Right.
There's absolutely no reason they went as hard as they did on this figure. Just the boot molds alone. Like, for a one-off that are never going to get used again, the guy, bless up to Bill Irwin, but he's not the most overhuman. That gimmick was not the most over. But I'm so glad we got it. I spent so long looking for that figure. just tremendous from top to bottom. It's probably on my shelf next to my desk. The Cody Supreme. I mean, from a technical perspective, the stuff that they are able to do with the detail in terms of the molding and the painting, and then using different medium. I like materials and processing, so like looking at it from that perspective, just tremendous. The articulation, the detail. I do think the face is a little wonky. He looks a little methed out when you look at some of the other ones. He's a little less methy.
Have you seen me lately? Have you seen me on the video here? Who's not meth?
Yeah.
If you're not on meth, you're not talking about toys, dude.
Okay, good to know. Now I have graduation plans. So between that and the variation looks good. So I'm not a better guy to start a line with, and then you never get to make any again, and unless he comes back. But ultimately, my figure of the year was the 1 of 5,000 Sting Unmatched Chase. It's the look from the first night that he's on Dynamite, like not the debut, but the next one. And it matches the Chase Cody in the suit. So if you get both, then you have that first promo where he basically little brother's Cody.
Yep.
And then says, "I'd rather hang out with the emo kid in the rafters." But basically that figure, whether it's the Chase or the regular or the couple other releases they've done, it basically shrunk Steve Borden. I mean, really,
Yeah.
the coat molding was great. I mean, it does. I wish now that they can do it, I wish they would do, like, if they do a Supreme Sting, I hope they do the jacket in the same way that they did the jacket for Cody, where the arms are molded, but they're arms, and then the soft goods is like, the overcoat, the top coat thing.
Yeah.
So you can get all the posability. But had to find that one. Didn't matter, I got it at a good price, but had to find it, had to have it. He's my favorite wrestler of all time. So love it.
Absolutely.
Brought back great memories of his first night.
For sure. Andretti, what do you got for figure of the year?
So I wanted to kind of, echo what you were saying about the Shivani figure. I mean, it took us 20 years, actually probably took us 40 years now to finally get a Tony figure, but we got it, man. It looks amazing. I agree with you guys about the glasses, but everything else about that is really, really fun. It's a great figure for sure. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that one too. The other one I wanted to mention was the No Holds Barred set.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a great looking set, man. It's really fun to see that get made. Both those figures look really good. The packaging is incredible. I mean, it's a really, really good set.
Yeah, I really like that set. I have it, and I really like it. Had an interesting sell. I sold. I had accidentally got so many that I had to sell one, and then the one that I sold didn't have the white belt around Hulk, which I don't really believe, but I had to jump through numerous hoops to get this guy the white belt so that I made sure I got paid and all that. Unreal, but the perks of selling things online.
Yeah.
So
my candidate for figure of the year was also the Randy Savage New Gen figure. And like you said, man, the hat with the headphones attached is one of the things that really sets it over the top for me. That figure is so good. It's really, really good. And I think it's the figure of the year.
Yeah. That is my vote, and Beautiful Bobby gave us no vote for this one. but personally for me, it's got to be the Savage.
I didn't have it on my list because I don't have it, but if you look at what they were able to accomplish for the price point and the detail and everything they gave you and how it fits with everything,
right?
I think it's the figure of the year as well. I just didn't have it, so I couldn't put them.
It comes with a lot of cool stuff.
It does. Mm-hmm. It really did. It came with a lot of great stuff. I was really surprised. But congrats to Randy Macho Man Savage from the New Generation Arena getting the figure of the year. All right. So, I know JC may have to run out of the territory here soon, but we'll cover. Do you want to cover one more with us before you gotta head on to the next territory?
Yeah, I think I can do. Let's do two more. I can do two.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. So we got the podcast of the year. So as I've said on here numerous times, WHW, What Happened When with Tony Schiavone. That's my podcast of the year. I listen to that religiously every week. It's got I've been listening to it from day one, and the fact that if you don't know the story of WHW, basically Conrad had the show with Bruce, and Bruce was giving you all of the quote unquote inside information on everything that happened in WWE and WWF. And then Tony was supposed to give you the WCW stuff. And then they kind of figured out after like two shows that Tony didn't know shit that was going on backstage. Like all he did was just hang out with the Nitro girls, hang out in catering, and he just hung out and did commentary. That's all that Tony did, and did all the production stuff backstage. And they realized really quick that Tony had no idea about any of the good stuff that Conrad was looking for. So they turned it into a watch along style show where they pick a show every week and they do watch alongs and they give commentary with it. They do little segments in and out of the show. They keep it fun and fresh, and I absolutely love it. It's my favorite. And I know that JC, you're an avid listener of WHW as well. So but that is my mention, and obviously I some bias here. My nominee is obviously the Podski, because fired it up this year and something that I love doing. And but yeah, that's my that's my pick for the year. So JC, what is your podcast of the year?
Well, I'm not going to be a homer. Although I would submit that the Podski is the people's champion. And I think you should definitely use that as a tagline.
We can always look at him.
So, yeah, I think so. But make it part of your gimmick. Okay. So my honorable mention, my first honorable mention is this podcast. You're doing a great job. You're working hard. It's always very entertaining. I haven't missed an episode.
Thank you.
And that's not just because you're a friend, but mostly because you're a friend. But great job. My second honorable mention, I only put it here because I figured you would talk about it a lot, or someone would in here, is WHW. I started listening 2019 or so. So I was a couple years in when they started. So I've gone back and listened to a lot of them. I listen to it every week. It's the only one on the network, on the podcast network of Conrad that is just entertaining. There's not a whole lot of controversy that comes out of it. You don't have to worry about someone lying.
Bischoff.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Too. Yeah. I think it's just pure entertainment. He's everybody's fun, grumpy uncle. Love it. It's entertainment every week. And then my number one is the Major Wrestling Figure Podcast. So that's my nominee because the figures is what got me back into wrestling. And listening to this every week supports that. So it was the gateway to wrestling because of wrestling figures. So they do a great job. When I started listening to that podcast, I absolutely hated Matt Cardona. I could not.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm used to him now, so it's just like, all right, he's a walking gimmick. He's always trying to make money.
See, I really liked him at first, and then I started to hate him over time.
I know you guys don't like Smart Mark. He's like a well-watered fern to me. I like him well enough. I know he tries hard on the podcast, and he's like their sidekick.
A well-watered fern is a great phrase.
And I appreciate what he tries to do as a personality. I know that if you're used to because he's trying to be Bobby Heenan, and he said that before. He tries to take a lot of cues from Bobby Heenan. No one is ever going to be Bobby Heenan. Like, even the closest thing to it, Jim Cornette.
He needs to try harder.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying that the fact that you guys hate him so much,
Oh yeah.
maybe says he's doing not the worst. I'd certainly rather watch him than some of the other managers and personalities they have. So
absolutely brutal.
Yeah, he's in his own, he's got his own little thing. He's on the screen for 5 minutes. He's supporting his family. He's making his dream come true. I don't hate that. But at the end of the day, my number one pick was the Major Wrestling Figure podcast, and mostly because Brian Myers, the dry humor is hilarious, and then when he makes fun of Broski, it pretty much pops you up.
Yeah, I go in waves in listening to them. I guess it just kind of depends on what's really coming out. If there's not a lot of stuff coming out, I don't really tune in as often. But when there's a lot of stuff, like a lot of reveals and stuff like that come out, then I really want to listen to them. So probably like next week I'll give them a listen because we got all these reveals this week. But sometimes I kind of feel like I get a little burnout because I'm not really in the game buying something right at the time, because it really does go in waves for me. But I do appreciate them. I really do like their podcast a lot. It's just I can't. Sometimes I just get burnt out because they do tend to be long, and then they really messed me up with the one thing that they did this year was that they did the format switch up, and the format switch up really got me, where I was like, oh no, it wasn't the show that I was used to listening to.
I had to get used to that, but I think it actually, for casual listeners, I think it works better because it gets it puts all the meat of it at the beginning.
Yeah.
So like where they're selling what they're doing and I'm going to be here, blah, 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 blah. That's all at the end. So you can skip that crap if you don't want to listen to it.
Right.
I have a guilty conscience about pretty much everything. So I listen, as much of that as I can stand to the end. So that's kind of how I look at it. But I think that did take a real getting used to when they changed the format up. But it front loads it, so I don't mind it. I actually like it a little bit better. But I'm on their Patreon. I give them the elite tier, $10 a month or whatever. So I don't have ads.
Can't hide money.
Yeah, right. So it's really the way to go. As far like if you ever get used to ad free anything, it doesn't matter what service it is. It's the way to go.
Their ads are brutal, and that's not their fault. Like they have a company that puts them in for. Yeah, right. So, but yeah,
the ones they do, the homegrown ones they do are usually pretty good. But I think that's with most podcasts. Like,
right.
Say what you will about the Conrad Empire, but the ad spots for Tony are usually pretty hilarious, and they go all the way to try to be funny.
Right. Agreed.
A little harder with an Arn, where he's just
no pun intended,
man. Yeah, he's just a little man.
I'm just just some country boy from Alabama, and I just like giving out spine busters. That's my best Arn. I ain't got much other than that.
Yeah, he's not selling much in terms of Uller mattresses and
shoot names, Marty. That's for such a bad Arn.
It actually isn't.
It sounds bad.
I'm actually doing my impression every day, 24 hours a day.
All right, Andretti, what are your podcasts of the year?
Okay, so for my honorable mentions here, I had Grilling JR. I wanted to make sure I put this on here. Like I don't listen to it enough. I really should listen to that show more. All the episodes are great. You can skip Conrad's foolishness as much as you want with the fast forward button. But I don't always agree with JR's opinions on stuff, but the stories are excellent, and it's a really fun, easy listening podcast that comes out every week and is a lot of fun.
I really like JR. JR was my second my second highest listened to pod on Spotify this year. So the WHW was obviously number one, but Grill and JR was like right behind it. I love JR's stories that he has, and he's just been around so much of it. He knows so much. He's got great stories, and I just love JR.
Yeah, so for the next one, for the honorable mentions, I put wrestling news for this. Look, I don't know if this is a podcast or not. It's like 8 to 10 minutes every day with just quick hits from the business all around the world. I listen to it every single day. There's no paywall nonsense. It's just they just get in and out of there quick. They say what's going on, all the updates, what's going on around the world, whether it's Mexico, Japan, whatever the hell it is. It's really quick. It's really fun. It's easy, and I think they do a great job with that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really listened to their stuff. I see their stuff on Twitter, but not like actual like their podcast form.
Yeah. My next one for honorable mention was the Podski. I got to be a homer with this, but look, man, the thing about it is like there's no skiing at all, and it's really it's like false advertising. There's no skiing. I've heard no skiing with anything, but
there's no skiing that you know of.
It should be the Penn State ski is what we should have. I mean, where's the Nittany Lions talk in all of this? But I mean, look, man, you know, my favorite episodes are the ones where you know Baker and Allison convince themselves Casey Anthony, or they talk about the Dolphins like they're a relevant franchise. I mean, those are my favorite episodes.
They're very relevant this year, at least as of right now.
Until like 3 weeks ago.
Right, I know.
But my nomination for and I know Baker, you already know what this is going to be, but my nomination for podcast is Booking the Territory. I really do believe that they do the best job. It's Mike Mills, Doc, and Hardbody Harper. All of them are hilarious. The banter is excellent. The commentary is excellent. They get into NFL talk every week. They got really good takes on everything. Mike Mills has got an excellent mind for the business. Doc just talks shit every week on everybody. Hardbody Harper, you know, drops in and out of there and leaves a lot of really solid nuggets every time he goes in. But I mean, look, it's one of those things with them. You know, I refuse to listen to that show every week, even though they come out every week, because I let them pile up for months. And then when I take a road trip for work or whatever it is, I'll listen to 46 episodes of Booking the Territory back to back. And like literally, I would just listen to nothing but that for like hours and hours and hours every time I go on a road trip. So for me, they're the podcast of the year.
Yeah, you've mentioned in the group chat before a lot about this, and I haven't yet to really dig into it. I really should just bookmark it so that I do like give it a listen, because I am interested. But yeah, you do give them high praise a lot in the group for this podcast. But what is everybody's vote?
Did Winters put anything for the podcast? Well, he put the Podski. Okay.
Yeah. Winters was a homer. He put the Podski. So what are your guys' remaining votes on the podcast of the year?
Well, it seems like you guys are really into the what happens when. So I've listened to that multiple times. I think it's really good. So I'm good with that too. If you want to do that,
I'm good with WHW.
Yeah. Let's give it to Tony. Give Tony his due, and
the spiritual winner is
the spiritual winner. Yeah, we can't book ourselves. This isn't the NWO. So congrats to Tony and Conrad on podcast of the year. So all right, let's move on to commentator of the year. So this is a really cool one. We have a lot of different commentators throughout, and I really like my one for the year. My mention is going to be the name that's on my sheet right now isn't right. I don't know why it says that, but my commentator of the year is, that I'm going to give a mention to is Pat McAfee. I know a lot of you people don't like Pat McAfee, but I think he is a great addition to the SmackDown team. And I thought he did an excellent job as the co-host with Michael Cole. Really hate Michael Cole. I think Pat does a really good job in working through Pat, or Pat gives a good job working through Mike. And but yeah, I know he's not a lot of people's cup of tea, but I listen to his show too a lot of the times. But Pat McAfee was really good this year for me. But ultimately, my nominee is Taz, because he's really stepped into the booth there in AEW. He's done a fantastic job in filling in for what seems to be JR getting moved out of the position, and then they just bring Taz right in. Taz does a really good job, I think, of really making the moves believable and giving actual like reasons why people are doing these moves and what they're actually hurting and stuff like that. He does a really good job at that. And it really gives nostalgia vibes back from the early 2000s whenever him and Michael Cole were on SmackDown. So for me, that's why I have Taz as my nominee for commentator of the year. JC, what is your commentator of the year?
And this is off the cuff. My second mention is this newcomer that you just put out there, Mr. Mike Cole. I don't think the man has ever been called Mike before.
Well, so... I didn't want to give him I didn't want to give him all the glory for being a Michael.
Oh, so it's like when I don't.
Well, Triple H took over, so we're rebranding everybody.
Yeah.
Right. True. Yeah.
He's now Mike Cole. He's gonna dye his beard again, and
he was better with the frosted tips.
We need him in a backstage role. Get an adult in there. Anyway, so Mike, frosted tips, Mike Cole, and then my legitimate honorable mention is Excalibur. The guy is a workhorse. Doesn't matter who he's in there with, who his other people are, and a lot of the times it's it's wrestling talent. It's not always your JRs, your Shivani's. Like there's a bit of a revolving door.
Yeah.
And I think the chemistry that he has with the person that I'm picking for the nominee is just fantastic. They once a week, the duo of them make me laugh out loud, which is not, it doesn't happen super often. But real hardworking man. I mean, he could get rid of the hood gimmick for me, but I get why he has it. He described himself as a Michigan 3 in an interview. So maybe the hood's for a reason. But anyway, my number one is Taz. Very knowledgeable, very insightful, hilarious. I watch wrestling for entertainment, not as much analysis. But he does a good job on both. When he steps over people, it's hilarious.
Yambag Jones.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yambag Jones. That should have been Goblin Mode. Should not have been word of the year. It should have been Yambag Jones, because I use that phrase more than I use the some days. So, for me, he stepped in as they moved JR over to Rampage to help that show, and he's getting older. So, but anyway, Taz is my commentator.
Nice. What Andretti, what are your nominees for commentators of the year?
Yeah, I got you guys had a lot of really good points. I think with my first honorable mention is probably going to be Booker T. I'm really digging this guy more and more. It seems like I find myself agreeing with his opinions more and more too with wrestling. Those reality of wrestling shows are really, really good, man. And you guys should really watch those. If you're looking for something to throw on in the background, something free that's on YouTube. They run a lot of shows. They're all really good. He's got a good group of future stars in there that are trained really well. Look, I'm not totally in love with the main commentator on NXT. To be completely honest, I don't even know the guy's name. But Booker T is really good. He's really good as the color guy. So I thought he was somebody that I definitely wanted to mention. Obviously Taz, everything about Taz is excellent. He's fantastic at what he does. So I wanted to mention him too, with this, because Taz is perfect at everything he does with the commentary. So I wanted to make sure he was included, even in my list too, even though I know you guys were gonna talk about him a lot too.
Yeah. So
I think another guy I wanted to give a quick shout out to was Kevin Kelly, because I think that Kevin Kelly's a little lost in the shuffle because not everybody watches New Japan, right? Not everybody has the capacity to watch it every week or to have a subscription or whatever it is. But the dude's fantastic. He's really, really, really good at what he does. I really love those New Japan shows, watching him, listening to him do commentary. So I wanted to kind of give him a little bit of a shout out too.
PA native too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Dillsburg native Kevin Kelly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Very cool.
I do like Kevin Kelly. He does get lost in the shuffle, but yes, he does a great job for New Japan.
My number one honorable mention guy was obviously Ian Riccaboni. You know, I think that if Riccaboni was on TV every week, he probably would be my pick for commentator of the year. My personal opinion, the guy's the best in the business. He's a hell of a nice guy too. He's probably one of the all-time greats calling matches, but I mean, Ian Riccaboni's just exceptional at everything he does.
Absolute all-timer of cameos as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point. But my nominee for commentator of the year is Excalibur, and it kind of, you know, there's a little bit of a story behind this. So it hit me watching the Survivor Series how good Excalibur is. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I'm sitting there watching the Survivor Series, and I'm watching that War Games match with a bunch of women's talent to open the show. And I've liked all these talents for years. Like I've liked all these girls for years, and have been saying for years that they all should be on the main roster, things like that. And I'm watching the show, man, and I didn't give a shit at all about it. And I'm kind of like, it, for whatever reason, I had this like mental clarity where I was able to like step back from myself and just be like, why do I not want to watch this? Like all these people that are in here that I've liked for years are in this match. And I don't want to watch it, right? So it kind of just hit me at that moment that I really would have rather had Excalibur on commentary. And you know, and look, I know this sounds really crazy, but do this sometime. I mean, we all know how good Riccaboni is. We all know how good Excalibur is, you know, all these guys. But just put the WWE on mute, okay? And we've all heard these people do commentary for years. Put the WWE on mute. Just call the commentary in your head, the way that Riccaboni would say it, or the way that Excalibur would present that match. I'm telling you, you're going to see the WWE in a very different light, and in a very much better light than what you're hearing from the commentary that you get on those shows. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's night and day. That's when it really hit me how much I liked Excalibur's commentary. I mean, this guy started out on AEW Dynamite. He was a little bit lost, right? But now he's the best guy. He's the best guy on TV every week. So I think that for me, he's the best commentator.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I would agree. I absolutely agree 100% with you that he is somebody that you really you wouldn't think that he would be as good as he is until you don't have him there. And yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with you. But our votes, it looks like pretty much a consensus that Taz is our commentator of the year. Because that's what
winners also said Taz. So I'm good with Taz. Yeah. We're good. I'm very good with that.
Yeah, we'll give it to the Taz man. So well, congrats to Taz on being the commentator of the year. So all right, well, I know that we'll take a little second here because JC's gonna hit out of the territory. But thank you for coming on and giving your picks for the award show. We'll keep reading them off here, and we'll give you the big old cheer on the way out.
I've always known I'm a man of the people. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna go learn a new hold.
On a different podcast.
Yeah. I'm doing business. I'm going out on my back, leaving John the strap on the way out. So thanks, guys. I will look forward to when we get the fantasy fig fed out.
Yeah, we got it. We got to get that booked.
Get that done.
Got to get it booked for the show, for sure. But thank you for coming on, man.
Hey, good to meet you, man. Hopefully we'll keep doing this a lot more. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. It was a lot of fun. So hopefully we do it again. All right. Thanks, guys.
Yep. See you. All right, Andretti. Let's keep shucking and jiving here. We got
it's like the Royal Rumble, man. I mean,
it is. Everybody's fall out. We got two left.
One guy never came down to the ring, and
so we got manager of the year. So my manager or valet of the year, it's obvious. You got to have Paul Heyman in there every single year, no matter what. He's an honorable mention. But I think for me, you know, he's kind of getting a little. He is what he is. He's not gonna. he is who he is. He's not going to change. But I really like Heyman a lot. He definitely serves a big role for the Bloodline and Roman Reigns. But Regal, for me, is my next mention. And Regal did an incredible job coming in and doing that with Blackpool Combat Club. It really sucks that he's already gone. Literally signed like what a 6 month deal with them. So really sucks that he's already gone from AEW. I think that is it really sucks for them, but I guess you can't really. What were you gonna do? I mean, he didn't want to be there, so you don't want to hold him. But for me, my nominee is Billy Gunn as manager of the year. What he did with the Acclaimed is so great. I mean, they came up with the scissoring, but then the addition of Daddy Ass has been fantastic, and that's what's gotten that group over. Without Billy Gunn, I don't think the Acclaim would be the same, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. So that's my nominee for manager of the year. What do you got, Andretti, for your nominees?
So I put for my first honorable mention, I really wanted to talk about Prince Nana a little bit. I was pretty unfamiliar with that guy, but he is actually pretty great. Look, I don't hate Brian Cage. I know a lot of people don't like him and think that he's kind of reached his ceiling. I actually would kind of like to see Brian Cage in some kind of like a Power and Glory team with Nana as the manager. I don't know who his tag team partner would be. Maybe Pillman. I mean, Pillman's a guy that could maybe jump into there and be a tag team guy with somebody other than Griff Garrison and be, kind of like the upper mid-card, heel team or mid-card heel team, whatever you want to call them. But, I don't hate the embassy idea. But this guy, Prince Nana, is perfect as a lower card heel manager for them right now. I think that he's going to be kind of one of those unsung heroes on AEW TV that'll probably end up on ROH probably a lot more down the road. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm really enjoying kind of what they're doing right now with him.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of him to even really give you a good, but he does stick out he really sticks out when you're watching them. And I do like his presentation and all that. I think that, once we get to see a little bit more of that group, I think it's going to definitely help in the end.
Yeah. My second one here, and look, I kind of know where this is all headed with who's going to get the award, but Regal is a treasure, man. He is a huge addition anywhere he goes. He did an awesome job with the Blackpool Combat Club. He did exactly what a pro wrestler is supposed to do on their way out the door,
Mm-hmm.
and hats off to him for that. The guy's phenomenal at everything he's ever done in wrestling. So I'm very happy with whatever we decide to do with this award. But Regal is fantastic.
Yeah, you can't say enough good things about Regal.
Yeah.
Never got the payoff between him and Excalibur, though.
Right. Yeah. No, that it was exactly what should have happened. But my candidate for this was Stokely Hathaway. I mean, this guy pops me every time he's on TV, man. He's funny as hell. He's confident. Perfect manager role. The dude is awesome. I really would like to see him do something with some real players other than the quick MJF thing. I mean, I do feel like Hathaway is a little underused. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know kind of what they'll do with him moving forward, but that guy has got a lot of talent, man.
Yeah, I like Stokely. It just kind of sucks that they kind of really gave us something really cool with him, and then it kind of really got halted really quick with the whole brawl out situation, and the firm kind of went away. But I do like Stokely. I think he's paired really well with Ethan Page, and I'm excited to see what they keep doing with Stokely for sure. But the other
so what did Winters and JC put for this?
JC, he gave Paul Heyman as his nominee, and he gave William Regal as his nominee. And Beautiful Bobby gave Paul Heyman as his nomination. So I think pretty much across the board everyone says Regal.
Yeah.
So and it is. Regal was fantastic this year. So hats off to William Regal as the manager of the year. And all right. So we're moving on to the weekly show of the year. This is a actual show, not a date. So this is a brand of show. personally for myself, if this would have been last year, this would be a no-brainer to me that Dynamite was the A+ number one show. It would have been my nominee, but this year it slipped a little bit. And for me, my nominee is SmackDown. I think that they've done an incredible job in really building that brand, and Reigns is the face of that brand. They got a lot of good guys on there. They got Gunther on that show. They got Sheamus in them. um they've done a really good job with that brand, and it's only 2 hours. It's much easier to digest than it is to sit and watch 3 hours of Raw. So personally, I like the direction that they've gone with that show, and that's why for me that's why SmackDown is my nomination for weekly show of the year. So what do you got, Andretti, for your three shows of the year? Or you have three nominations. What do you got for us?
So I admittedly don't watch a lot of the WWE's weekly product, and I've heard it's getting better, and then I should probably start giving it a chance more and more. And I think in 2023, I will honestly try to do that. But as of right now, going into looking back on the year of 2022, I just haven't watched enough SmackDown and enough Raw to even make an opinion on any of it. But I think I put over Reality of Wrestling already and said that their shows are really good. They're free on YouTube. They're a lot of fun. There's a lot of talent in there. Those are really good shows to watch that come up. But another one that man, look, if you're looking for a really good weekly show that is also consistent, then watch OVW. It's for free. It's on Fight. They do a great job. You will be pleasantly surprised with that product. OVW is really good.
Is that the show that Al Snow is running?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched that, but
awesome.
I mean,
they're awesome. I mean, look, again, like we were saying earlier, or like I was saying earlier, just being able to put yourself in the environment. If you go in to watch an OVW and you're expecting to see, Bandito in there tearing it up with Ray Phoenix, it's not going to be the same thing. You've got to like it for what it is, and they do a really good, consistent job with what they have.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I believe what you're saying with OVW, because you do hear good things about OVW. It's just one of those things that you just never really ever get to see a lot, because I'm not really actively out there trying to get it to watch it really.
So my other honorable mention with this was Dynamite. And look, the problem that I have with Dynamite is that it's really kind of become a toss up where I don't know every week if the show's going to be good or if the show's going to be terrible. And then like all night long in the group chat, we're either talking a bunch of shit or we're praising it to high heaven about what they did, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the lack of consistency for me, the stupid booking that goes nowhere or is just absolutely nonsensical, is why I can't advocate for them to get the award, right? They're not consistent enough for me to say that they should be the number one show.
Yeah, there's just too many things. And what JC said, JC named Dynamite is going to be JC's nominee, but what JC said, it's exactly what you said. When it's good, it's the best, but they show his style, the preferred style of wrestling most often, but a lot of times it's either we really, really like it or we really, really hate it. Now there's not a consistent, like, there for like 3 years straight, we loved everything they did, and now we're at a point where we're not liking everything they do, and I think it's really holding them back.
Yeah, so my nominee for best weekly show, or for this award is NXT. And look, I know NXT got pretty bad there for a while. It's time to get back on board. It really is. I mean, I've been watching it pretty steadily again for a number of months. It's consistently good, and that is the number one word that I was looking for whenever we were talking about who was going to get this nomination, is the word consistency, right? I mean, who's good week in and week out? I mean, look, man, is everybody on that show great? No, they're not. They're not great. Not everybody's great. Some of them are great. Some of them are not great. But the show is fun. It's destination television for me now every single week. I gave the nomination to NXT because they're doing a great job with the talent and because of the consistency. And for me, that's the most important factor.
Yeah, I know that's what a lot of people say about NXT, and I haven't gotten back into it. I don't know if it's the branding for me or not, but I guess he did switch back to black and gold, so I think I am going to try to give it a shot, and I'm going to see where it goes. in the new year. That's going to be one of my things I want to do for myself, is try to, check out other avenues of wrestling, because I feel like I've kind of gotten stuck.
Now this looks like, looking at the Google sheet here, this looks like one of the ones that we've got a lot of discrepancy about who we want to give it to. So I'm good with whatever you guys want to do. It looks like you and Winners both said SmackDown was the best weekly show, so I'm totally good with that.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, and even JC said SmackDown too. So I think that's why we'll give it to. I think we'll give WWE their due, and we'll give them a big one for SmackDown. So congratulations to SmackDown on Fox being the show of the year. All right. All right, we're moving on to this is a good one. I'm really excited for this one. This is the guilty pleasure of the year. So, I don't have a long list here, but my list is going to start. My mentions are going to start with Regal and Excalibur. The fact that Regal, just the way how sexual Regal was with Excalibur was fantastic. And it really sucks that we didn't get any type of payoff with that. Not that I ever think we were supposed to, but just the banter that they had back and forth was fantastic, and I loved it. And it popped me every time. But my nominee for guilty.
Did you put on that Dolphin shirt because I made fun of the Dolphins earlier?
I know, I've had it the whole time. But my guilty pleasure nominee is Taz. He's just done a phenomenal job with just inserting himself into the commentary booth, and just he's been fantastic, and I can't say enough good things about him. And I'm really happy that he's on the real commentary team. So he's going to be a double nominee here in my list. But what do you got, Andretti, for your guilty pleasure of the year?
So I've got two here. So the honorable mention is SWA Wrestling out of Mississippi, and it's on Fight. They run a weekly show. I mean, dude, this show is fucking awesome. I mean, at the height of pandemic, they were still running in-person shows in Mississippi high school gyms with a ton of fucking people. There's no mask in sight. I mean, it was just like, it was so uncomfortable watching that shit during pandemic that I wanted to email them and be like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, literally, like, there's like 200 people in a gym, all sitting right next to each other. Nobody's wearing a mask. But I mean, look, I guarantee you that if you watch that show, you're going to get hooked. Again, it's on Fight. It's free. I think they run shows weekly. They might be on a break right now because of the holidays. But look, I got to give a shout out to my boys, Hillbilly Joe, Nick Wonder, Vicious Vandalicious. Those are my guys. They also have a stable called the Black Rangers, who all dress exactly alike, and they all wear the same mask, and they all have the gimmick where they have their own numbers. So there's like Black Ranger number 46, right? So all these, dude, it's fucking epic. It is epic. The people watching in itself is just worth checking this out, man. It's really fun, just local wrestling. Don't have any expectations when you go into it. It's just one of those things, dude. I watch this show every single week. I watch SWA wrestling every week, dude, and it's fucking awesome. So,
I'm surprised you didn't name them as your weekly show of the week.
I mean, dude, I should have. I don't know why the hell I didn't. But it look, again, know what you're getting yourself into when you go into weekly local Mississippi wrestling. So just know what you're getting yourself into. But there's a couple guys in there, like I said, Hillbilly Joe, Nick Wonder, Vicious Vandalicious. You guys are awesome. I love you every week, man. And keep doing your thing.
Oh, that's fantastic. What's your nominee for guilty pleasure?
My nominee for guilty pleasure is Great-O-Khan. And this guy is just amazing to watch. He is absolutely a guilty pleasure, dude. He totally stole my moveset, number one. I mean, if I was ever going to go, I know we joke around all the time in the chat and everything about going to the dojo and what we're going to do and what our gimmick's going to be and all this stuff. But like those jumping karate chops that Great-O-Khan does are one of my favorite things in wrestling, dude. He's so ridiculous. and he's always presented as real. He yells. It's awesome. The guy's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I agree. He does do some really great stuff, and that karate, that is fantastic. Absolutely love it. But so for what JC put in here, for Double J, Jeff Jarrett is his mention.
I can see that.
Yeah, just the fact that he's basically a Renaissance man, old school heel, working in the back, obviously, just smashing guitars. I have to admit that Double J Jeff Jarrett has been pretty good this year.
I've got a lot more to say about Jarrett coming up, so
yeah,
I'll save my comments for later.
He really is he is a true guilty pleasure for you and I. So we'll talk about Jeff a little bit later. But JC's guilty pleasure is Sami Zayn in the Bloodline, and I'm gonna talk about them later on myself. But Sami has been incredibly entertaining. They're just telling a great story right now with the Bloodline, and Sami feeling Usi and all that is just epic. I love it. It's fantastic. And right. And guilty pleasure of the year for Beautiful Bobby is the Sleepy Girl gimmick in NXT, and I'm not exactly sure what that is because I don't watch NXT. So you give us the.
I am embarrassed of myself for not including that in my list. That Sleepy Girl gimmick in NXT is some of the greatest shit I've ever seen in my life. It is so fucking bad, dude. It's so bad. I don't know how anybody. I don't know what this girl did to piss everybody off. That they made her a girl that falls asleep in the ring. Baker, you got to give her the award, dude.
Oh yeah, she's getting the award because she's getting it. Congrats to Sleepy Girl. You are the guilty pleasure of the year. Oh yeah, for sure getting it. That yeah. I'm in. I'm hooked. I want to watch it. So we're moving on to the pay-per-view of the year. For me, my mentions are Full Gear. I thought top to bottom, that show had a lot of great wrestling. It was a really good bounce back for AEW. Kind of a good reset. So for me, just the ending of crowning MJF, it was fantastic and he deserved it. So for me, that's why Full Gear is on the list. SummerSlam, I thought the venue was fantastic for SummerSlam. The outdoor venue in Nashville looked incredible. That Brock Lesnar match with Roman Reigns with the tractor was fantastic. I absolutely love that. So I'm surprised I didn't put that in match of the year just because of that, but I love SummerSlam this year. All Out was overall a really good show. It's just everything that else had happened after it, everything that happened overshadowed what happened on the show. So, but for me, Revolution, two of my match of the year candidates came from Revolution. So I really, really liked Revolution. It was a long show. I will say that it was a long show. The crowd got out of it, and I had a lot of things to say about the crowd during the show, but in the end, I thought it was a great show, and but not as good as what WrestleMania was, which is my nominee. WrestleMania 38 this year was absolutely fantastic, and you had Stone Cold coming back, you had Vince out there, you had the big match with Reigns and Lesnar, you had Johnny Knoxville and Sami Zayn that was entertaining, you had Cody coming in his debut. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. You had Pat McAfee out there doing the match. It was fantastic. That for me is the show of the year. What is your pay-per-view of the year?
I mean, look, I can't say anything other than what you just said. I mean, the only thing I put down was WrestleMania. I mean, I'm really bad about remembering shows and remembering cards, and even when I go back and look at the cards, I really can't remember what the hell happened. I'm just bad at it. But I did go back and watch WrestleMania again because I knew there were a lot of matches in there that we were going to talk about today. Look, dude, it's really good. It's a really good show. The Austin Owens stuff is incredible. The Lesnar Reigns stuff is incredible. The Cody reveal and the intro and even that match was great. It's a huge moment, man. I mean, WrestleMania is generally decent, This one was one of the best ones in recent years, maybe even the best one in a decade. I thought for me that this was the show of the year.
Right. And for sure. And even JC mentions it that, it's Mania, and he at the time that he really didn't like that Cody showed up, and it really hurt because him and I are both really big Cody fans, and we wanted him to stay in AEW. But whenever he showed up in WWE, he looked the part. He looked like he belonged. And for me, that just WrestleMania, that show was just so fantastic. But JC, he put down All Out as his pay-per-view of the year, and he kind of said was there a more impactful pay-per-view this year? It literally shook the entire company up. So, and I agree. There's just so many things that happened with All Out, and it was a good show. It's just, again, everything that happened afterwards overshadows what happened in the ring. So,
sure.
And beautiful Bobby Winter said All Out as well. So, but I'm placing my vote with WrestleMania just because.
I mean, the thing is, man, if you take the scrum out of it, is that better than WrestleMania?
I don't think so. That's where I'm at. If you take away the scrum, All Out isn't as good as what WrestleMania was. So, congrats to WrestleMania 38, and hopefully 39 will be just as good because we'll be in attendance.
I told you they announced the GCW show and the DDT Pro show, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, they will.
Hopefully we'll get some more stuff announced here within the next month for that whole week. Because I'm really looking forward to you coming out here, man, and us just tearing up the town and going to shows everywhere and having a good time.
For real. I can't wait. I think about it every day. So these next two, I'm just gonna let you go because these next two categories are something that you take, actually all of these next four categories, you take all of these very seriously. So do you want to do all four of them in a row, or because this is our.
I mean, if you've got anything to throw in, obviously throw in, because I mean, you might have a hot take on one of these people.
Yeah. So what we're doing here is this is going to be the unsigned women's and men's prospects of the year, and then after that, they're going to be the prospects of the year. So men and women. So Andretti, this is what he's lived for. This is what he brought his 17 pages of notes for, was this. So give it to us, Uncle Andretti.
So for the first one here, for the unsigned women's prospect of the year, we put the stipulation in there that it had to be somebody outside of a major promotion. So no AEW, no WWE, no New Japan. I know obviously New Japan doesn't really have a women's division, but and we even put NXT in there too to try to get some shine on some of the indie talents here. So for the first one that I had, and look, I've got a couple people here I just want to go through really quick. I said earlier about Vert Vixen. She's the inaugural Women's Defy champion, and that's worth noting. Is again, Defy is really fun. She's now in WoW as like a gamer chick gimmick. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good gimmick. She's got really awesome gear. She works hard. She's good in the ring. I think she works in like costumes as a career or some kind of production capacity or whatever. But she definitely is somebody that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned. The next one I had here was Ashley. Look, forgive me if I'm pronouncing her last name wrong, but it's like Dombois. Ashley Dombois, I think her name is. She's really, really new to the industry. I've only seen her a couple times. She's super talented. She's going to be very, very, very good in a couple years. I'm really looking forward to seeing her more in 2023 because I know she's only been in the business for a year or two. I think I saw her on one of those international wrestling cartel shows that I watched over the last couple of weeks. No, those shows are pretty good. I mean, the IWC shows are pretty good. So she's somebody that I definitely want to keep an eye on, over the next year, because she seemed like she was going to be pretty good. The next one here I wanted to mention was a girl named Genocide. This is a women's talent that me and Bobby Winters were very, very high on. I can't remember if we saw her on Dark or if we saw her on Dynamite initially. She's strong as hell. She's got an awesome look. She kind of reminds me of like a female crush in the ring a little bit. And look, I mean that in the best way possible. Like, she's got a really unique presentation of what she does. She looks like a pro wrestler. She looks like an ass kicker. But she's on the indies. I hope she gets signed pretty soon. It's like I said, she's a very unique talent that I think would fit a lot of these rosters and play a really nice role. And I know that Bobby was really high on her too.
Yeah, he definitely was really high on her. But yeah,
The next one I have is somebody that I found pretty recently too. Her name is Kelsey Reagan. I've only seen this girl wrestle a couple times too, but her presentation is just it's unbelievable. I've never seen a women's talent look like this. She looks evil as shit, dude. Totally evil as hell when she comes to the ring. She's kind of like almost like a female Malachi Black if I had to kind of compare her to somebody in terms of just what the presentation looks like. But her gear is excellent. She's got a really great look. In the ring, she's definitely one of the better indie talents I've seen all year. I'm really surprised she's not signed to a bigger company, but I do hope that she is pretty soon because she's got a lot to offer. And I think that it's really interesting too because it feels like we're in a place right now where it's normal to have a female in a stable, right? And it'd be really, really great to have her kind of in like the House of Black as the women's representative. And look, all apologies to Julia Hart here, but Kelsey Reagan.
No, we're not apologizing to Julia Hart.
I mean, look, man, Kelsey Reagan looks like she's a Satan worshiper, and she looks like she's out there just ready to like eat somebody's heart right in the middle of the ring. And I thought that was really, really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't know anything about her other than she may be a Ronald descendant.
I mean, hopefully she'll end up getting in there at some point, with AEW or NXT or something. I think that would be a major addition to anybody, having her on there. But the next one I put down here was Tessa. Look, man, it's really hard to mention a top unsigned talent award and not mention Tessa Blanchard. And I know that JC put her down, on his list too. But look, she doesn't work that much anymore. It seems like she might even be kind of phasing out of wrestling at this point. But the thing is, man, like she's a top 5 women's talent in the whole world. Like if she would want to do it and could get out of her own way, she's probably one of the top 5 women in the entire world at what she does. I mean, and you got to mention that whether she has worked more than everybody else or not. I mean, Tessa needs to be mentioned in this discussion. So it's a shame that things have turned out the way they have for her, but hopefully things will turn around for her and she'll get in the ring, get signed by somebody, and get her mind right, and be able to get in there and contribute because she's super talented at what she does.
Got too much Tully in her.
It could be. It could be, man. The next one I had here was Xia Brookside. She was in NXT UK. She was released when they closed the territory. I'm sure that at some point here when they reopen the NXT Europe, she's going to get re-signed. But she was always a babyface in NXT UK, as far as I know. Now she's a heel. She's on the Indies now. She's working those shows. I think I saw her on that show too, the one I was mentioning earlier about Marty. The Poland show. Where he was working too, and she was on that show, and she's kind of a heel now, and she's not quite there yet with the character, but she's really talented. She's super talented. She's definitely going to be a main roster talent in the U.S. at some point. Whether that ends up being WWE, AEW, or she spends some time, in NXT Europe, for a while before she comes over. I think she's got a really, really high upside, and she's going to be a force in the women's division for a long time to come. So for the candidate that I picked for this award, my nomination for this award is Kylan King. Is somebody that you might be familiar with. A lot of people might be familiar with because she has worked some Dynamite matches and worked some dark matches and things like that. But look, man, this girl works her ass off. She works her fucking ass off. She's always in the ring. She seems like she's always booking something. She's always working somewhere. She keeps getting better all the time. She's got a great look. Her gear is always really cool. There was a little bit of talk there. I know we talked about this before a little bit, but the thing with like the Thunder Rosa stuff, where it kind of seemed like, and look, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is what I read and what I heard, is that the people that were friends with Thunder Rosa when the shit went down kind of stopped getting booked. And that is a real shame because I think that Kylan King is exceptional at what she does. She's exceptional at what she does, and she's the pride of Painesville, Ohio. And look, Northeast Ohio needs all the positive vibes it can get at this point. But no, look, man, she's really great. And for me, it's a slam dunk that she's the nomination for this award.
Yep. Well, you know what? Since you're sorry that Kylie King is the only nomination, but congratulations on being the Unsigned Women's Prospect of the Year.
And it's deserved. That is very deserved for her.
All right, what do you got for the Unsigned Men's Prospect of the Year?
Let me take a look here what I got. Let's see. Okay, so I've got a couple names here. So going back to the reality of wrestling thing, there's a guy in there that works. It seems like he works under a mask and also not under a mask, and his name is Mysterious Q. He's a big dude. He's got an unbelievable look. The guy looks mean as fuck. They got him listed as 6'2", 210. Honestly, man, it feels like that guy's bigger than that. It feels like he's at least heavier than that. He's Booker T's champion right now in reality of wrestling. But the funny thing is, I was watching the episode from last week. I mean, this guy comes out to the ring. He looks like a complete ass kicker, and he goes up to this little girl in the crowd at ringside, and just gives her a really bad look and tells her to get the hell out of here or whatever. And this girl just runs off into the crowd, dude. And I popped so hard. And the wrestler didn't even break kayfabe the whole time. Like, he literally like yelled at a little girl, and the girl ran away screaming, and the dude didn't even break kayfabe. It was really funny. It was really funny to see. So, I mean, look, this guy's got a chance to be really special. I like him a lot. I think that he could be a major force for anybody that wants to sign him. I don't know if he's ever worked on AEW or NXT or anything, but I think that guy's pretty damn good. The next guy I got here is I kind of wanted to be I got to be a homer here, man. There's a guy from Johnstown. He's the hometown guy. I got to promote the hometown guy. His name is Bill Collier. Big dude, strong as hell. He kind of looks like a shorter Big Cass. He's kind of like medium Cass, if you want to call him that. But look, I mean, honestly, man, I really hope this guy gets a shot. The matches I've seen of him have been good. He looks like he knows what the hell he's doing. He's got a great look. But look, I'm pulling for you, man. I'm pulling for you, Bill. I hope everything works out for you, man.
I've never seen this guy, but I'm excited.
I think you'd like him. The next guy, I know you're going to have comments. You're going to have some comments for this guy. It's Dan Barry. And look, man, Three Doors Dan, we love you, Dan. You know, there's not a whole lot that we can say about this guy that we haven't said on multiple other podcasts. But I mean,
listen, Dan, I saw he already tweeted he wants to start up his own podcast. If Dan wants to come on the show and you're listening, Dan, we will tag you in this. We got to get you on the show.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we hung out with this guy at Long Island at that indie show. I mean, that was the best indie show I was ever at. It was really fun. The guy's a great dude. We wish him absolutely nothing but the absolute best, and we hope we see you out here, Dan, during WrestleMania week at some kind of an indie show, you know, out here, and we can say hello and everything again. But you know, the guy's really good in the ring. I know that, you know, he's not the youngest guy in the world, but you know, he's getting up there in age a little bit, just like the rest of us are. But hopefully, you know, he'll be able to get some more bookings and get out there and get his name out there and be able to be on some cool shows coming up. And again, we really hope we see you during Mania week out here in LA, man. Because that'd be a lot of fun to catch up.
Absolutely. Love Dan Barry. There needs to be nothing more said other than you're my man, Dan. You're my man.
The next guy I had here for honorable mention, this is kind of like the runner-up, is Davey Richards. Look, I don't know what the story is here with him, so don't shoot me if there's some kind of story about, you know, him not wanting to go to WWE or whatever it is over the years. I know he's kind of an older guy too. The guy is pretty fucking good, man. He can talk fine. I have no clue why this guy is not in a major promotion. I mean, look, I don't acknowledge Impact. I just don't. I don't acknowledge the existence of Impact Wrestling. It's not real. But this guy is an unbelievable technical wrestler. He looks believable. He's vicious as shit with everything he does. I would absolutely love to see this guy tear it up with some of the main roster guys in both of the U.S. promotions. I don't know what the story is with this guy, but he's been wrestling for 100 years. I've never seen him on AEW or WWE, but that's a real shame because this guy's got a lot to offer.
For a second, I thought you put in Davey Boy Smith.
Well, I'd love to see Davey Boy Smith come back too, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Or Davey Jr., I mean. I'm sorry.
Oh, no way. No way.
Harry Smith. I'm sorry.
Harry Smith is bottom five for me. My bottom five is Harry Smith, Sammy Callahan, Maria Kanellis, Matt Taven, and Mike Bennett. That's my bottom 5 of all time. You're all stuck. Get the hell out of here. Hangman Adam Page, you're pretty close. So my nomination here for best unsigned men's talent, again, outside of a major promotion, is Jacob Fatu. And I don't know what the story is here with this guy either. The guy's a fucking killer. I mean, everything he does looks brutal as shit in the ring. I mean, the fact that they use Solo Sikoa for the bloodline, for the enforcer of the bloodline, and didn't use Jacob Fatu is a criminal offense. I mean, he is so much better than pretty much anybody that is out there in this industry. He's super physical. He's athletic as hell. He is a no-brainer main event heel killer, like a Samoa Joe type, right? And I really enjoyed watching that guy, especially in MLW, which I'm not really all that much of a fan of. But I really like watching that guy in MLW in the Contra thing with Joseph Samael. I mean, that guy is amazing too, man. They need to hire his ass. I mean, they need to bring in Joseph Samael as a manager to manage Jacob Fatu, man. I would love to see that. But that guy's an unbelievable talent.
Yeah, he is very believable. I've seen a couple of his matches. I really like him. Very, very deserving of the nomination. My nominee is Dan Barry for this, for obvious reasons. But somebody that JC put in here is Jack Tomlinson, and we saw him in Long Island. Yeah. I would not be surprised if you see that guy get signed somewhere in the very near future, because he was very good as well.
I agree with that too. He's a super talented guy too. That's got a really, really high ceiling and a lot of, a really, really good future for himself, no doubt.
Yep. I think personally, my vote is going to be Dan. So it's who this is your.
I'm good with Dan Barry getting it, man. I'm good.
Let's go, Dan. Let's go, Dan. I can't wait to tag Dan in this. I'm so pumped. All right, give what's your women's prospect?
Okay, so we put the stipulation on this that we're saying here that NXT is not a major promotion, right? And we had the stipulation that whoever is nominated cannot have held a major sanctioned title. And we're saying that NXT is not that, because both of the people that I have written down here, and look, man, I've looked at the AEW women's roster a million times over the past week. And, I don't have anybody to write down that's better than these two that are already in a major promotion that are somebody to keep an eye on. And my runner-up for this is Zoe Stark, who is an excellent worker. She was a tag team champion already. She is actually my favorite NXT superstar, men's or women's right now. I think she's really, really talented. Everything looks good. She's believable. Hard hitting. I love her as a heel. She's not great yet on the mic, but she will be. She's going to be a really great talent, in the future. I can't wait to see Zoe Stark in matches against EO and Dakota Kai and Tegan Knox and people like that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what she's going to do over the next couple of years.
Yep, can't really say I can give you a lot on Zoe.
Well, it is what it is. But for the nomination for me for this category is Indy Hartwell. I think she's made a heck of a lot of strides over the last couple of years. I mean, she's another former tag team champion. She's a lot more confident in the ring right now. Her stuff is mostly believable looking. She's really good as a great face or a great heel. I'm sure they're going to move her up to the main roster pretty soon. I would think that she will probably be NXT champion, sooner rather than later, or they'll just end up pulling her up, at that point. But, Indy Hartwell, really talented now. She's worked super hard. She's super fun to watch. I mean, that she's definitely somebody that I would nominate for this category for sure.
Yeah, you and Beautiful Bobby talk about Indy all the time, so she for sure is going to get triple the votes here. But JC added Statlander. He mentioned Jade, but she has held a sanctioned title. So
yeah, I saw that too.
Right, and that's okay. So, but Statlander fits in the category here. So, and Statlander.
The only reason why I didn't put Statlander on my list is because she hasn't worked.
Yeah, agreed. She hasn't worked, but she, again, somebody like Jamie Hayter, who we'll probably talk about here soon. She basically stole all of Statlander's spotlight. So But yeah, for me, I'll give it to Indy as well. So congrats to Indy Hartwell on being the women's prospect of the year. All right, let's get on to our men's prospect of the year.
Yeah, we've got 4 people here. All 4 of us have nominated somebody different, which is good.
Right. Yeah, no, I love it. So for myself, my mentions are Ricky Starks. I thought Starks has been a great prospect. Hasn't held a title at all. I just the things that Starks he's gotten extremely better on the mic, especially with that promo. His in-ring work is really good. I love the spear. The only knock you can only give Starks is that he's been hurt a lot, and some of that might not even be his fault either. So, but yeah, I think Starks deserves to be on the list. He's done a really good job. Somebody like Garcia, yeah, Garcia is now holding the he's holding the pure title, correct?
I think, yeah.
So he is holding a technically a sanctioned belt, but leading up to him holding that belt, he was on a really good tear, especially with Butcher and the Blade. Then doing that whole feud with Jericho and Danielson, flip flopping back and forth in between the Combat Club and the JAS. Just really good stuff from Garcia. I really love his style. It's unique. But for me, my nomination is Hook. He just has an undeniable look, a style, a presence that a lot of people don't have, and that's why for me he's the prospect of the year.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't disagree with any of that. I think for Garcia too. I mean, I kind of what we were saying earlier. I kind of look at ROH the same way as I look at NXT, right? Where it's kind of developmental for the major promotion. So, I mean, Garcia having the pure belt doesn't have any bearing on me wanting to nominate him if he would have been the guy for me. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So that's kind of what I was thinking. But I only wrote down 2 names for this, and I wrote down Will Hobbs as kind of the runner up. I mean, look, this is a guy held the FTW belt, which isn't sanctioned. I mean, the strides this guy made in the gym are just really, really great to see over the course of the past year. I mean, he's getting better all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He's not great at talking yet, but he's pretty good at talking for the most part. His power moves are awesome. I mean, look, this guy's got a real chance to be a major player down the road. I think that the more praise we can put on Will Hobbs, the better.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't mean to like kind of miss Will Hobbs from my list. I really like Will. I just kind of want to, I don't know, just wish I just keep booking him, just keep getting him out there, and down the road he is going to be a major player, I believe.
Yeah. So my nomination for this category is Grayson Waller, and for me personally, and I know I've watched a lot more NXT than what you guys have watched, but this nomination for me is a no-brainer. I really do believe he is the best up-and-coming wrestling prospect on planet Earth. The dude can talk his ass off. He is super athletic. He comes off just so heinous and so unlikable in the right way, right? Is he completely perfect in the ring right now? No, he's not. But this should be a guy that should probably beat Braun Breaker for the NXT title. He probably should. If they don't pull him up to the main roster before he ends up becoming NXT champion, he's going to be the guy. I think that's going to beat Braun Breaker. But look, man, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see him, on as champ. I can't wait to see him on the main roster tearing it up with people, because I think that Waller is just exceptional at everything that he does.
Yeah, you always hear a lot of praise for Grayson Waller and everything that he's done this year, and based off the things that I've heard a lot, I don't see why he isn't your nomination. So yeah, JC had a lot of nominations. He in his mentions were Will Hobbs and Starks and Hook as well. His nomination was Takeshita, and kind of what he had said is that he has all the makings of the next big thing outside of WWE. He's big, he's athletic, he's over with the fans, and if his English comes around, he can really be something. And I absolutely 100% agree with all that. He looks the part. I saw him wrestle live at the one Philly Dynamite that I was in, and he looked incredible in person. So Because sometimes when you're watching television, it doesn't really translate as well when you're watching somebody for the first time. But then when you see him in person, like it completely paints a different picture. And I really liked him as well.
Yeah.
And winners he gave Starks as well. So I think
I
that
mean, look, here's the list that we have. We've got Hook, Garcia, Starks, Grayson Waller, Hobbs, Takeshita are the 6 people. So we've got Hook, Garcia, Starks, Waller, Hobbs, and Takeshita are the people that we've got nominated from throughout the 4 of us. I think you can make a case for all 6 of those guys, man.
yeah. I personally I'm kind of really upset that I left Will Hobbs off my list because I think Hobbs has made a really big step this year. I like Starks as well. Starks is we've all said good things about Starks, so I don't know, where do you want to go with this one?
I mean, look, again, I think all of these guys are deserving of it. I really do.
This one's a hard one.
Personal opinion, because I saw a lot of NXT is Waller, but I am good with anybody that you want to nominate for that. I'm totally good with it.
I think
all of them are good. They're all great. They're all awesome.
We've been very AEW happy here in this, and we haven't given a lot of love to NXT, which we probably should. So let's give Grayson Waller his due, and let's make him the men's prospect of the year.
Awesome. I think it's very deserving.
Yeah, I really need to start checking out NXT more. But now we're coming down to some home stretching here on our gimmicks. So next up is Return of the Year. My nominations are Saraya. She was gone for a long time with that neck injury, came back at the Grand Slam show for AEW. Hasn't really done much. Wasn't really sure what to expect from her, but I'm excited to see where they go because I think she's a really good addition to the women's division there. But it really popped me whenever I saw it. I was excited. And then obviously Cody returning to WWE. I thought that was, obviously has to be, we've already talked about that a bunch. One that we haven't talked about was Punk's return before All Out. He did the run in at the end of the show. I literally jumped out of my seat because I was so happy that he was coming back for All Out. So, I thought that really played a big role. I mean, obviously everything that did happen with that, kind of took away from it, but I thought that was a really big thing because he had been out all summer and he made his big return 2 weeks before the big show. But for me, my nomination, the biggest return of the year is Stone Cold. Him, having such a bad neck and coming back after all these years, he definitely deserves it. He looked phenomenal, and basically the writing's on the wall that he could be at WrestleMania this year. So Stone Cold gets my vote.
Yeah, I can't. It's hard to argue with that because I have him on my list too here. So I had my first honorable mention was Jeff Jarrett. We have to mention Double J. I mean, the fact that he's still moving in the ring as well as he is right now at his age is just remarkable. I mean, for me, man, I'm a huge Double J mark. I've been a fan of Double J since the USWA. Honestly, it might be my favorite all-time promotion to just kind of, drop in and watch a random episode any day of the week. I really enjoy watching USWA wrestling. Look, the guy is criminally underrated as a worker. I don't know. I really don't know why people criticize Jeff Jarrett. I don't know. Is it because his dad was a booker? I don't see it because he's always been one of my favorite wrestlers. He's always been one of the best technical wrestlers in the world. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to do in AEW because I mean the guy can go. He can still wrestle really well. He talks really well. Him as a heel, I mean, it's just perfect. I don't understand why people don't like him. I love Jeff Jarrett. I'm so happy to have him back.
Agreed. I love Jeff Jarrett. Give me more Jeff, please.
Yeah. So my next runner-up was Austin, just like you said. I mean, we have to mention him. I mean, that Mania match was perfect. Everything that went on with that and him putting in a 110% effort was just extraordinary to see and so fun to watch as a fan. And you can't there's nobody that could have came back that would have been a bigger name and made a bigger impact than Stone Cold Steve Austin. And how awesome was that to see, man?
It was so good. I hope we get it again there live this year.
Yeah, I hope so too. I really do. So my runner up, and this is kind of like 1A and 1B for me. I mean, I really do believe that there is a case to be made that Dakota Kai should win this category. She came back. She was somebody that, for whatever reason, Vince didn't want her there and didn't see a future in her. I think that's ridiculous. Thankfully, Shawn Michaels and Triple H, think that she's got a lot of talent. I mean, look, she came back. She won the tag team titles twice already in the biggest promotion in the world. I mean, that has to be mentioned. I mean, she's hands down my favorite women's wrestler. She can work heel. She can work face. She's perfect at both. It really is a shame that she didn't get that NXT belt, but she's on to bigger and better things right now on the main roster, and that's really great. I mean, her look is excellent. Her gear is excellent. She is the best women's wrestler in the world, and I am extremely happy to have her back on TV.
Yeah, you're a very big lover of Dakota Kai, and you are the very first in line for all of Dakota Kai.
Admittedly, man. Admittedly, I've always really liked her in NXT and now on the main roster too. And I think, I for whatever reason, maybe she'll never be WWE champion, and that's okay, because you got to have people in there that other people can build off of. And she's phenomenal. I mean, when she got those NXT women's title chances, when she was down there, still in NXT, and she kind of had the women's title matches against Raquel Gonzalez, I think was one of them. I can't remember who the other one was, but I think she had 2 matches on takeovers that were women's title matches, and she did excellent in both of them. And she's awesome, dude. She's really great at what she does, and I'm hoping nothing but the best for her, moving forward with everything that she does.
Yep. What you got for your nominee?
So like I said, this was kind of 1A and 1B for me. I gave the nod to Samoa Joe, because this guy, look, man, when he wants to be great, Samoa Joe is really, really, really great. I mean, he's got a tenacity that is basically unmatched. He's got a little bit of a tendency, I think, to kind of, take breaks a little bit during matches. I know he's not the youngest guy in the world. And look, I hope he never hears this, because the guy's mean as hell. Joe, I don't want the smoke, dude. I don't want to fight. I know you whip my ass. I'm good with it. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. But, I'm so glad this guy's back, dude. And I'm so glad he's doing well health-wise, because, I mean, watching him throw people around, especially smaller guys, and he's in there just brutalizing people. It's one of my favorite things to see in wrestling right now. And I love this guy so much as a heel. I'm not a huge babyface fan of Samoa Joe, but the guy is an absolute killer, man. And to have him be in the promotion and be doing as good of a job as he is at his age, and with his health concerns and things like that, and him coming back and just whooping ass and being a bad motherfucker, Samoa Joe is fantastic.
Yeah, he is really good. And then adding on to what JC said, JC has, for his nomination, his 2 mentions were Saraya and Cody to WWE, which we already covered. So, but his nominee was MJF as the Devil. And what he put in here is that MJF left in tons of mystery, and he gets put back at the top and plays off some real world stuff. And then he gets his run with the strap. So I would agree that is a big return of the year. He had been gone for so long. Everyone kind of thought he was gone and he was going to WWE, and he very well may be in 2024 or whenever his deal is up. But yeah, I think that personally for me, my vote is going to be for Steve. Well, what's your vote?
Man, I mean, we all got different picks for this one.
We do. We're all over the place.
winners put Saraya. I don't think that Saraya has had as great of a return as any of the other 3.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
I think that she would probably be in the 4th spot. I mean, Austin coming back from basically, career-ending injuries, right? Samoa Joe basically came back from what seemed like career-ending injuries,
mm-hmm.
and they both gave just phenomenal efforts over in their spots, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. For me personally, I think it's either Stone Cold or Samoa Joe.
I think just because of how good Steve Austin's was, like, we all left happy that night, and that's why I think that
it's one of the most memorable things we've had happen in our lifetime in wrestling.
Yeah. So
it's having him come back and kick ass.
Right. So that's where I'm hanging it on. So Stone Cold. First Stone Cold. You're getting the return of the year. All right, so now we're heading on to Feud of the Year, where we're kind of all JC had a really funny one. So JC said everyone slash some of Tony Khan's booking was the Feud of the Year. But basically everybody, both of us has all said the same thing. We all said MJF and versus Punk or CM Punk versus the Elite. So I mean, we've already talked a lot about the CM Punk Elite stuff. But the MJF Punk thing, it kind of left me wishing wanting more, I guess is a better way to put it. You always want more, and maybe we will get more. We don't know if CM Punk's coming back or not, but the feud was phenomenal leading up to that Revolution match. But as many times, my nomination was the MJF Punk, but my mention was going to be Reigns and Lesnar. And as many times as we've seen Reigns and Lesnar, like they always put on a good show. It always, it is a retread of like the 40th time we've seen it, but I don't know. I thought it was really good this year, so that's why it's on my list.
They had a different take on it, and it was really well done.
So, but yeah, you want to go over your nominations?
Yeah, I only had two. So for my runner-up, and look, I know this isn't on anybody else's list, and this is another one where I kind of just wanted to throw a little kudos to a couple guys that maybe weren't going to get it elsewhere, but I think that they did a really good job with the Braun Breaker Apollo Crews feud. Look, it's not better than MJF and Punk, but I wanted to mention it and give them some kudos. It's not always the easiest thing in the world, to build a babyface versus babyface feud. But I thought it really worked, and they did some really cool outside the box stuff here. That was really fun to watch on NXT. And maybe look, maybe for some other people it might not be as well loved as what I loved it and enjoyed it. But the match was also really good. Apollo Crews is super athletic. The guy's awesome. He's really good. So and Braun Breaker is excellent at what he does too. And I think that both of those guys are world-class talents in their own right. But I wanted to give them a little bit of a shout out because I thought that they did a really creative, good job with that feud.
Yeah, I gotta let you take that one because I mean I've heard good things about it. I just haven't tuned in enough for it.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Again, like I don't think that they should win the award, but I just wanted to kind of throw it out there.
Yeah, and your nomination was Punk and MJF.
Punk and MJF is the feud of the year for me. And there's a company out there or something called it's on YouTube. It's called Outside Interference. It looks like they've got some really, really great videos. They have a 45-minute episode dedicated solely to this feud from earlier in the year. And look, the feud was earlier in the year, so I forgot a lot of it. A lot of people have probably forgot a lot of it, but it's just amazing seeing Punk and MJF go at it. I mean, that dog collar match, as we've said numerous times, was excellent. I have a feeling that we're going to see that feud again pretty soon. A really great job here tying in the past. For me, this was definitely the feud of the year. And the thing with the other one, with Punk and the Elite, I mean, is that the feud of the year? I mean, we never got anything in the ring. We never had any build up. We never had any story. We never sold any pay-per-views based on, CM Punk and the Elite. Now, is that possibly the feud of the year for 2023? I think, fuck yeah. It could possibly be the feud of the year for 2023, but I don't think that from an industry standpoint, we didn't get anything out of it yet. And that's something that's going to be coming down the pike. Hopefully that we can get everybody in the ring and make some money doing that, next year. But I don't think that we're there yet nominating them for that category.
Yeah, and I think it made for really great storylines. And the feud built the backstage feud is good. So but yeah, I think that I think that for you and I both, I think for what you said too, we didn't get anything in the ring. So I'm gonna go with MJF and Punk as the winners of the feud of the year.
So I want to say, JC put on here about Cody and Rollins. as one of his honorable mentions for that category. And when I went back today and kind of watched some of the Seth Rollins stuff that was leading up to that WrestleMania, it's pretty good. That Cody and Rollins stuff is pretty good.
It actually is pretty good.
They had a couple really good matches, man. And look, I'm not, that I was very out on Seth Rollins for a long time, but for whatever reason, looking back on this in hindsight now, I've come to kind of appreciate him a little bit more for what he's done and kind of appreciate this like psycho gimmick that he's had. And look, the Rey Mysterio stuff was dumb as hell.
Really bad.
Totally idiotic. But the Cody Seth stuff is really good. And I can't look, man, I can't believe I'm saying these words out loud, but I'm really looking forward to Cody Rhodes coming back for the WWE.
Oh, I'm so excited for Cody to come back. And pretty much what they had said earlier in the week is that they're going to start up the Cody and Rollins feud whenever Cody comes back. They're going to start it with that when he comes back. So
I'm here for it, man.
I'm here for it too. I really, really like that.
Do it.
All right, so we're down to our final 5 awards before we head on to the really big part of the show, which is going to be the Hall of Fame. And we have a run-in. JC has made his way back into the match. He was kicked out early on by the ref, but he's worked his way back, Mick Foley style, carried out on the stretcher, forced his way back into the match, and he's back in. So welcome back in we're going to do our final 5 here before we get to the big part. So welcome back in. And
yeah, I made that little belly slide on the gurney all the way back down the ramp.
Would have been better.
Learn a new hold. I got the arm bar now, so we're good to go. I tried the bulldog choke, but it was too technical. I'm not.
I thought maybe you had gotten thrown over the top rope and you were just hanging on to the top rope.
This is the other face of JC.
Without your foot hitting the ground for 12 hours.
I couldn't skin the cat. There is no way. I don't have the upper body strength for that shit.
Oh my god. So our next award that we have here, these are our final 5. So these are our most important. This is what I feel are the most important awards for the year. And our final 5 is going to start with Gimmick of the Year. I only have a few mentions before my nomination, but my first mention is Hook. Hook has been absolutely amazing this year. He's got kind of like we've already mentioned before. He has a very unique look and style that nobody else really has, and the kid is really, really technical, and it definitely shows that like Taz was. It totally shows that Taz is his father, and his dad is teaching him a lot of good things because he's very technical and all that. But I love everything that Hook does, and hopefully, he gets more work outside of just working on the main roster of AEW, because we'd really like to see it. What we've already kind of talked about before, we'd love to see him down, hopefully in ROH if they really make that like a developmental system. But my first mention is Hookhausen. We are huge lovers of Danhausen here on the Podski, so shout out Danhausen. So Hook and Danhausen together forming Hookhausen was fantastic. Very short-lived, but it was a really quick run earlier in the year that I absolutely loved. And but yeah, it was just so much fun to see both of them. But this is what's going to be pretty much what everybody is going to talk about here in Gimmick of the Year. But my nomination is Sami Zayn in the Bloodline. He has been absolutely entertaining, a complete 180, because I usually like Sami Zayn, I can't stand to see him, and he's completely flipped that on his head with me, because I want to watch, I want to see what Sami Zayn is going to do next. It's like a newer, better, I would say better, but it's like a newer, fresher version of like the Rock and Sock Connection, because he's just like the goofy guy in a very serious group. And I love everything. And the feeling Uzi, it's so perfect. And then him being able to actually break a lot of guys in the ring and making them smile and stuff like that and break character. it's very hard for people to do that, and for him to do it on a consistent basis, like hats off to him. But JC, I know you got some mentions here. What's your first what's your couple mentions?
My first mention is the Acclaimed. They got over very organically in a very big way. They've been building to it, and they're, working with Billy Gunn and using him as part of their gimmick. They've gotten huge. And it is, I mean, they're good workers. They're both, one is better than the other, but they're both pretty good on the mic. And the rap is always interesting. So I had them on there. The next gimmick I had was Hook. Plays it really well. The Stone Cold Killer. Clearly he's been watching his dad's tapes. But the only thing about Hook is I wonder how long, and honestly with all of these, I wonder how long they can last in the way that he is now.
Yeah.
Because he's really good at it now, but people are fickle.
Well, I'll jump into that. Even from last night, it seemed like from the show last night that he did not get as big of a pop as what he had been getting.
I agree. I think,
that crowd wasn't great either last night.
Right,
I mean, they were on their hands for a lot of that, especially for like the swerve and the Keith Lee debacle. Let's call it, to put it lightly. But
yeah, that was a mess.
But Hook didn't get as big of a pop as what I had expected.
What town were they in last night?
San Antonio.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Now they got a big pop for mentioning Shawn Michaels at one point.
Yeah.
They're
Daniel Bryan came out, or Bryan Danielson, sorry. He came out and was talking about, I trained in San Antonio, Shawn Michaels, blah, blah, blah. So he got the big pop, and then because of mentioning Shawn, he got a big pop. But anyway, I agree that it will be interesting to see how they develop that character further. He needs some nuance to him. And they've done a good job protecting him. So I think overexposure can be an issue with him if he doesn't figure out ways. Like, they talked a lot that I've read and heard before about like where AJ Styles had the same problem. He only knew how to be white meat babyface AJ Styles.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that could be the same thing with Hook. And that's the kind of the thing with gimmicks. Like, people get sick of them, and then 10 years down the line, okay, now because you forgot about them, they were away, now they're interesting again. So I think with all of them, that's a real problem. But I think he looks so different, he acts so different than anything else right now. They should capitalize on it best they can without damaging the long-term ability. The first honorable mention that I had was Sami Zayn and the Bloodline. Just hilarious. Even getting Roman Reigns to break and then be like, is that the problem? Are you not feeling oozy? And
yeah.
It's kind of the way I am as a teacher. I'm usually deadpan, and then I'll use like a word that is out of my pay grade as far as like culturally. So I'll use like a kid word, I call them. And I'll do it completely deadpan. And it's kind of the same thing. So always entertaining. One of the only reasons I'll tune into WWE programming is to watch what is going on with them. But my gimmick of the year is Danhausen. My nominee anyway, is Danhausen. I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but he is hilarious. But again, also I think in spurts, just like everybody else. They don't have him wrestle all the time, which is good. And usually when he does wrestle, he loses.
Yeah.
Which, again, that's realistic and believable, that he would lose. Because he doesn't look like the biggest wrestler in the world. He's not the most skilled wrestler in the world. He has a lot of personality. Huge on the internet, obviously. So if you just look at him in AEW, you don't maybe get the whole thing. But if you look at what he does online with like the videos and the toy hunts and the package openings and stuff like that, and I always find him entertaining, and he's sometimes a nice respite from the high flying, uber athletic all the time. Like, that's why I don't have a problem with the rest of the stable he's with.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some people are like, I don't like the Best Friends and I don't like Orange I get it. But from a breaking it up standpoint, I find them entertaining enough that it's nice. It's a nice juxtaposition from the other stuff. So Danhausen is my nominee.
Nice. Andretti, what's your nomination for Gimmick of the Year?
So I just looked at the Google sheet and I noticed that I didn't put anything on there other than my main nominee. But for honorable mention, I did consider putting Orange Cassidy for that, but nothing's really changed with him over the past 2 or 3 years with that gimmick. So I didn't really think it was kind of Gimmick of the Year worthy. But I will say though that I really like Orange Cassidy. I like him by himself more than I like him in the group. But I do think that what they've done with him with that belt and kind of acting like he doesn't care when he fights and who he fights is pretty good. I think that's pretty good. So, I think that maybe it's slowly moving into evolving into something more than what it is, but it's got to change. He's got to change that thing, just like Hook's going to have to change and Jungle Boy and everybody else, because it has gotten a little played out, right? So I think I hope that moving forward they can do more with Orange Cassidy, because the guy's got a hell of a lot of talent, man. I really do believe that. But I don't think it's worthy of Gimmick of the Year whenever nothing's really changed over the last 3 years. But for my actual nominee for this, I put the same thing, that you guys already said with Sami Zayn and the Bloodline. It looks like we're all pretty much in agreement here on this. This was a really important piece of wrestling over the last year. Man, I really expected to hate this. I really did. I expected to hate Sami Zayn in the Bloodline. It ended up being really fun and really good. And I'm really curious to see how this all plays out with him. I mean, he's been kind of an unsung hero in the WWE over the last couple of years. And I think that a lot of the heat that Sami Zayn has ever had with me is because he dresses like a taxi cab. But other than that, with his gear, I mean, I was pretty, the guy's always been really good in the ring. But I'm glad to see he's got a real spot, and the Bloodline thing is excellent. So I'm very curious to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, you made a really good point as him being an unsung hero, because a lot of the WWE fans, they really really like Sami Zayn a lot, and I just never really saw it. I really liked him when he was in NXT and the whole Kevin Owens thing, but I just could never get really on board with everything that he was doing on the main roster. But this is by far the best that he's done, and seeing where it goes from here, like how do they evolve his character is going to be really interesting to see, because you can't do this forever. This is the launching pad to take him where they want to go. So I am interested to see where that is. So but yep. So congratulations to Sami Zayn on feeling Usi in the Bloodline. You are the Gimmick of the Year.
And winners put him down for that too.
Yeah.
And winners also put for honorable mention, just to throw this in there. He put Wardlow doing the Virgil gimmick as his honorable mention.
Yeah. Apologies there to Old Man Winners on forgetting his nominations, but now we're on to our final four. Really excited for these last four that we got here. So we're going to start it off with Tag Team of the Year. This is one that I'm really excited for, because I feel like we have a lot of different teams that we want to talk about. So I'm going to start off with the nomination of mine. I'm going to nominate this is my nomination. This is my mention. I want to mention the Usos. They are like all reliable for the WWE. Like, they're always there. They're like the Iron Men of that tag team division. It's really cool to see like where they were in like 2014 and 15 with the face paint, and how they've really evolved from the Uso Penitentiary into the Bloodline. And they are the biggest tag team in the business right now. They're in the biggest promotion. They had the longest tag reign in that company. So I mean, that part of it can't really be disputed. Now maybe they're not the best technically or anything like that, but I think that they have to be mentioned as one of the best tag teams in the world, if not the best. So but my next team that I want to talk about is the Acclaimed. We've already talked about them a lot today, and that they've They totally got over organically. They are a homegrown AEW talent, and it's really nice to see that Tony gave us what we wanted and put the belts on them. Personally, for me, I don't think we needed 3 matches with Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus to get that there. Or was it? It wasn't Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus, was it?
Swerve.
Swerve.
Swerve
Yeah,
and Keith
sorry.
Lee.
Yeah, they had a couple matches with Swerve and Keith too that probably didn't need to exist.
Yeah, we didn't need to see the Swerve and Keith Lee match over and over and over again. I felt like they that trilogy of matches didn't need to be a trilogy. It could have just been a one-off because I didn't know how they were really going to top the first one. But then
I don't think there was planning involved with that. I don't think they expected the first one to hit when it did, and they should have switched it there. Like they should have called the audible and switched it there.
I agree.
But I also don't know that they were going to switch it at all. And then they saw how over the first one was, and then they continued to build to it. So I think that was a good correction in the end. It just became more organic. So it from a long-term objective perception,
I think that was part of a more of a company initiative to put the belts on people that everyone likes right in that moment, which is what they did, and that was the right call.
Yeah,
agreed. But my nomination for tag team of the year is FTR. They have all the belts in every major company. They work an old school style that I really enjoy watching. I know that Andretti is not the biggest fan of FTR, but I love FTR, and they did a trilogy of matches with the Briscoes this year. I mean, they were all of that is exactly what all those ROH pay-per-views are based around was the FTR Briscoes trilogy matches. So they they were not booked very well in AEW this year. They could have been booked way better. And it kind of seems like they were they caught some fragments of that. They caught some shrapnel off that grenade that happened at the All Out scrum, because it looked like they were probably going to set up something with the Firm versus FTR and stuff like that, and kind of didn't really come to fruition. So, but hopefully 2023 is a different year for them, because they were the mountaintop of it, like best work, I would say. They went above and beyond this year in their work, and they went all over the place, and they're gonna not be on the not gonna be on that New Year's Day show because they're going to the Dome. But I'm really excited to see what 2023 has in store for them. So JC, what do you have for your tag teams of the year?
We have a very similar list, just with the mentions in opposite spots. I have the Acclaimed as my first mention. Got over huge organically, which I think is probably the biggest part of that. Entertaining to watch every week, a lot of energy. Very, like, as far as other tags teams go, they're unique, they're different. So that's awesome. The Usos, a lot of what you said there, I'm with. They are the top team at the top promotion. You can't deny their appeal. You can't deny their ability. I don't think they are as good a workers as my number one team. I don't know that they have the same versatility. I think if you put them in the spot that FTR is in now, they would not have the same outcome. But for where they're at, what they're doing, they're tremendous. The character work, which I think is what really separated them this year, especially Jay, the whole not feeling oozy.
Yeah.
I think they all did some really good character work this year. There's been a development. They seem to have cleaned up their personal lives, things like that. So good to see. They're a team you can sit down and watch. And interestingly, the Usos and my number one or my nominee this year, FTR, they share the same finisher. They both use the big rig, which is a callback to Brody Lee. So interesting in that regard, and I believe they're also friends, and so stuff like that. But I like the Usos this year, definitely. They're part of the top act in wrestling. So and they're always very solid. My number one team is FTR. They're my team. They do it from top to bottom. You cannot like their style. You cannot like their look, and that's fine. That's everybody's subjective opinion. But for me, they didn't really miss this year. They've always been compelling when they were on television. And some of their booking wasn't always the best. That's for real. And I agree that some of that was a result of plans having to change. But when you have pretty much every major promotion outside of WWE putting their belts on them and or featuring them as top guys, I think that says a ton. And I think the only reason they didn't have the AEW titles is because they had all of the other titles. So where do you go from there? You know what I mean? It's hard. I think that belt collector gimmick is difficult to do well and to pull off. So I think that was part of the reasons that they didn't put them on there, and they were trying to feature young talent doing new stuff or different talent than had been done before. But you can't deny. I don't think you can deny to a great level what they do. I'm sure Andretti will have new and exciting reasons to tell me I'm an idiot. So there's that.
Not at all.
But they're the people's champions to me. So FTR. Nice. And Dax has a new podcast. So.
Yeah, I did see that he announced a podcast today. I'll definitely check that out. But before we get to Andretti, don't want to forget about Beautiful Bobby's nomination. He nominated the Acclaimed. I'll let Andretti give his thoughts as well, because I don't want to take too much from him here. But what do you got for your mentions and nominee for Tag Team of the Year?
Obviously the Usos have to be mentioned. I mean, humongous reign as tag champs, like you guys said, it has to be acknowledged. I mean, they're part of an awesome, very long storyline. They're excellent as heels. They're super athletic. I'm really glad those belts are finally unified. I mean, having two different sets of champs in one promotion is not good. So I'm really glad that they finally unified the tag belts. But I mean, look, man, they're definitely one of the best tag teams in the world. I would really like to see them get to work with talent outside of the WWE sometime, and to have them tear it up with FTR or you know, the Young Bucks or whoever it is, right? I'd really like to see them get to work with other people at some point. I mean, that's kind of where I want to see the Usos and see the WWE just kind of, you know, do the shared talent thing or do a split show or something where those guys get to work with the Japanese guys or something, you know. But the Usos are great, man. They found their stride. They're doing awesome right now. I think that Jay's going to be a singles guy at some point, and I'm really excited for that, because when he was the singles guy earlier, he did a hell of a job, I thought. So I think that they're awesome. They're really good. I just would like to see them do a little bit more work.
Yeah, I say that Jay was really compelling whenever he was the singles guy during the pandemic, whenever they were going to give him that, when they gave him that title shot, whenever they were just starting the bloodline, they totally sold me on that match. That was the first show during the pandemic where I was like, I need to see that show. So hats off to the Usos for sure.
Yeah. The next one I had was the Briscoes, and I wanted to just mention this real quick. I think we need to give them a little bit of kudos for coming back from the scandal stuff and having what is, you know, perceived to be 3 absolutely amazing matches with FTR. Admittedly, here, guys, I did not see them because I'm not paying $40 for that show, but I will see those matches at some point, whether that's on YouTube or you know, somebody else's account or whatever the hell it ends up being. I definitely want to watch them, and I know that everybody said that they were match of the year caliber type stuff. But look, these guys have always been one of the best tag teams in the world. They might be the most underrated tag team of all time for not being on a major promotion. They're probably the most underrated tag team in the history of the business. So they're extremely talented. They're very, very good. I think, you know, the one Jay had a long run as the champion of ROH, and those matches
totally forgot about that
with Jay Lethal were unbelievable. You know, they're super talented guys, man, and I hope that we can get past whatever the hell they said or whatever the hell they did at what point in their life years ago or whatever, that we can get them on a main roster, because having them in AEW or even having them in NXT or WWE or whatever the hell it is, or even New Japan, having them on any big show, any big promotion is going to just be another really great match that you're going to have on any card. So hopefully we can get that.
Yeah, I would really love to see the Briscoes on a really big stage. I don't know if their time has already passed for WWE.
I don't know if they want it. I don't know if they even want to do it.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. They probably don't even want to go to WWE because they don't think they can probably ever be themselves. And it kind of does seem like AEW finally did mention them on it. Like it doesn't seem like it's 100% taboo anymore. So I would love to see like a crossover deal or something like that where we can really get them on the main roster at AEW.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just one of those things, man. You try to do the fantasy booking and the dream matches and stuff like that, but like I would love to see the Usos wrestle the Gorillas of Destiny or somebody. You know what I mean? Where to get in there and work with the New Japan guys, or get in there and work with the Briscoes or FTR or whoever.
Yeah,
I mean, all those people. Like honestly, and I didn't even have this plan, but there should be another Crockett Cup with tag teams, and just have all the tag teams go. Everybody put your ego aside, send your best tag teams and do it. How awesome would that be?
That would be so awesome. I would absolutely love that.
And who cares who wins? Who cares who wins? If the WWE demands that the Usos win the Crockett Cup, then so be it.
Yep, exactly. I don't disagree with that at all. I absolutely 100% agree. I think that's an incredible idea, and I think that now that the new regime is in, we could see something like that if, but WWE is going to want to dictate 100% of that, which I mean, they rightfully so deserve to.
The thing too, that's kind of, again, I didn't even plan on bringing this up, but the thing with Triple H being there now is like, you had the Cruiserweight Classic, you had the Mae Young thing, right? I mean, you had these tournaments that were on NXT TV, or even on the network or whatever it was at that point, where you brought in outside talent, right? And you let all these people just work in a WWE ring. And look, and if the WWE wants to host it, then so be it. Have the freaking Demolition Tag Team Classic or whatever the hell you want to call it, right? Where and you bring in everybody, and if you want to put over the WWE guys, then who cares? But if we could get if we could get some of the New Japan guys working with FTR and the Acclaimed and whoever else, how great would that be?
It'd be fantastic. I admittedly never used to be a big tag team guy. Like whenever I was younger, I was never a tag team guy. But now which makes no sense, because like usually you'd think as like kids, they're more drawn toward the tag teams. But I'm more drawn to tag teams now than I was whenever like I was little. I love tag teams now.
That's because we've finally gotten to a point where we've got really good, talented, well-presented tag teams. And because what it was during almost your whole generation watching Bake, it has been two singles guys thrown together. Because Vince hated tag teams. But now we've got dedicated tag teams who are really good at what they do, who are almost exclusively tag team wrestlers, right? And I know that, Dax Harwood will do the singles matches once in a while, but like, you don't see Anthony Bowens wrestling singles matches. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we've got dedicated tag teams right now that are really good and are presented really well, and tag team wrestling is treated seriously again.
That is true. Very valid points, because like back in my day, like it was, and now listen, this would be a Hall of Fame tag team that I'd love to put into the Hall of Fame that we're going to get to here in a little bit. But like if I could nominate a tag team, it would be Booker T and Goldust. But like they're two singles guys.
Yeah,
right.
And they're absolutely guilty pleasure of mine. I absolutely that's a top 5 tag team for me.
Yeah.
But who you got next on your mentions there?
And I just wanted to throw this out too, Pretty Deadly. I wanted to throw something out for them. I mean, for them I got to give them a lot of credit for coming to the U.S. Obviously, they were in NXT UK and they were really good over there. For them being able to come to the U.S. and jump into that spot and being able to run with those NXT tag belts as quickly and as well as they did, I really love them in NXT UK. I was so glad to see them show up on NXT TV. But look, man, those guys are going to be players in the WWE tag team scene for years to come. They're super talented. They got a great look. You know, they got excellent chemistry together. They're both funny. You know, they're a great fit for the WWE system on the main roster. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch those guys.
Absolutely. What's your give us a nomination?
Okay, so the reason why I went with the Acclaimed, because obviously FTR came to mind whenever I was writing down my ideas for this. But for me, and I know you guys probably disagree with this somewhat, I was looking to see what tag team had the best year, right? Who had the best year? Obviously, FTR is the number one tag team in the world. They're the most talented tag team. I think all three of us would probably agree with that. But did they have a better year than the Acclaimed? And I don't think they did. So for the Acclaimed, you know, this is a young team who just caught absolute fire. And again, kudos to Tony Khan for giving them the football here, man, and letting those guys run with it, because they are on top of the world. You know, they're selling a ton of shit. I mean, they're really good in the ring. They're funny. They're excellent workers. They're great presentation on TV. Billy Gunn has been awesome with them. You know, look, man, Max Caster's probably going to be a hell of a singles guy at some point, but I really hope that they're going to keep this going for a long time. And look, that's not really to slight Bowens, but I think Bowens is going to be on a major roster for his whole career. Whether that ends up being AEW as a singles guy or WWE or whatever, I think Anthony Bowens will be on a major promotion roster for his whole career. But look, I really like watching his matches too. But I think that Caster has a chance to really come out of that in a couple of years and be a really top singles guy. But look, man, they're beating legit teams. They beat FTR, which is exactly what was needed. I really hope these guys can stay on top for a long time and they can keep this thing going.
I 100% agree that I wasn't actually looking at it from the perspective of who had the better year, Acclaimed or FTR, because really those are the two teams that we've talked about the most throughout this award. And personally for me, my nomination was FTR, but when I think about who had a better year, the Acclaimed for sure had a better year than FTR did.
Again, I think FTR is the best tag team in the world. I really do.
Absolutely.
And I love them, and they're super fun to watch. They're excellent in the ring. Every time they're on TV, I watch it. You know, unless it's behind a paywall, right? But you know, and even then, I'll watch it eventually. But I know that they're a victim of the booking, and they got kind of screwed over. And I don't even want to guess as to why that was going on, but I think we can all kind of make some assumptions there as to why they were kind of held back a little bit. But I just for me personally, that's all I'm saying. You guys do whatever you want to do with the award, but for me personally, I think the Acclaimed had the best year.
Yeah, and even Beautiful Bobby, he put the Acclaimed as well. So I personally for myself, I'm switching mine. I'm flipping my two top mentions from FTR. I'm going to switch mine to the Acclaimed for as my nomination. So are you on board with that too, JC?
Yeah, it's fine. I think you can look at it two different ways. One stayed on top with FTR, and one rose towards the top. You know what I mean? So I think if you're looking at it either way, I'm fine with it. I think they're both excellent tag teams and they both deserve it. So however you want to slice it is fine with me. The Acclaimed, we all have it on our list. So yeah, totally good with it.
All right. Well, the very well-deserved tag team of the year is the Acclaimed. All right. So we're getting down here to our final three, and we're going to start off our final three with the men's wrestler of the year. I have a lot of mentions that I want to talk about here. So my first mention, who is somebody we just got done talking about in FTR, is Dax Harwood. I don't think that anybody in a tag team had a better singles year than Dax Harwood did. He was an absolute workhorse. He was in the Owen tournament. He stepped in and did a lot of stuff for singles matches on Dynamite. He absolutely delivers. He definitely for sure is better as a tag team guy, but he definitely showed out as he could work singles matches in if you need him to, and he did an excellent job in all of that this year. So I didn't want to go without saying about Dax Harwood as he should be in at least some part of a lower conversation of a men's wrestler of the year, because he absolutely did not only his thing in the tag team scene, but he did his thing in the single scene as well. And then somebody who, we all love in this, on this show is Gunther. Gunther has had an amazing year. He had match of the year that we've already talked about. He was in the match of the year with Sheamus at Clash of the Castle. I love the group that he's in. Imperium is so awesome. Their presentation is so good, and this guy is gonna be the guy for WWE someday. It's not gonna be soon. I mean, he's the IC champion, but that guy, his ceiling is super high, and as long as he just keeps getting, he's already really, really good. But if he steps up to that next level, like, that dude's gonna be lights out. And then again, Jon Moxley is like he is the savior almost of AEW for this year, personally, at least from what it sounds like from not only a backstage role, but in the ring. Like, the dude stepped in and was interim champion, and he just is the backbone, really, of AEW. He's going to be the guy that I think when we look back, a lot of people not everyone likes Jon Moxley, but the things that he's done for this company, if it wouldn't be for him, I don't know if the company would be as far along as it is. Moxley was there from day one. He showed up at, Double or Nothing, and he made an instant impact, and he, is arguably the leader of the Blackpool Combat Club. He was the AEW champion this year, and he's really, really good on the mic. Not saying that he ever wasn't bad. I just think that he's gotten a lot better. And yeah, he doesn't have to bleed in every match. He seems to, and I don't mind that. But I know that some people in the audience don't always like to see that all the time. I don't have a problem with it. It does seem to get old sometimes, but I mean, that's his style. That's who he is. But my last mention in here that we haven't really talked about a lot throughout this whole thing is Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has had a phenomenal year. He's the tribal chief, leader of the bloodline, world heavyweight champion for the top promotion in all the land. And, the dude is an absolute workhorse. He's really, really good. He is the creme de la creme of talent. And as far as, in-ring work, mic work, overall presence, like, that dude has a presence that nobody else in the business has. And there's a reason why that they were trying to push us for so long. It just always seems like, WWE has always been like 2 steps behind on, pushing the right person at the right time. And they really forced Roman Reigns down our throat. And this is kind of like the envision that they've had of Reigns, and we finally got it. So glad that it's finally here, and you can't get enough Roman Reigns. But my nomination for Wrestler of the Year, even though this person hasn't wrestled a lot this year, is MJF. I don't think anybody's had a bigger impact on their company outside of, Roman Reigns is MJF. I mean, the dude, had the feud of the year that we've already talked about with CM Punk, and then he just kind of ghosted and was gone. And there was a lot of buzz on, where's MJF? What's MJF doing? And then for him to come back and as this devil character, and the sky is the absolute limit for this guy. This guy is a can't miss he's not even a prospect anymore. But if we were talking about this last year, like, MJF was a can't miss prospect, and now he is the guy for AEW. And, to see him get to this point, not really sure if they, absolutely putting that belt on him was 1000% the correct move. Don't really know if they were, if Khan was forced a hand to put it on him, but it was the right time. And it's very well deserved, because MJF, his mic work is, no one's better on the mic in professional wrestling than MJF. He is the pinnacle of it. And he's been the guy this year for me as men's Wrestler of the Year. So JC, who were your mentions and nominee for men's Wrestler of the Year?
My mentions, they start with Jericho, And I'll preface it by saying I don't love everything he does all the time. But I think a lot of what goes into my list of Wrestler of the Year is effort level and what they mean to the company that they work for, to wrestling, etc. So he stepped up as a leader when other folks had to step away for different reasons, suspensions, injuries, what have you. Him, Dragon, American, and Mox were three who stepped up after Brawl Out and, really stabilized the locker room and stuff like that. You also have to give him credit for being creative. Even if everything doesn't hit, the guy is willing to take chances, and he has been one of the stabilizing forces in AEW in the absence of some of those other more volatile people and, and stuff like that. He's also, at his age, he's still taking bumps that he probably shouldn't be. Like that one with Bandito. Was it it's off the top rope. It's a flipping, I don't know, something or another. I'm sure there's some name for it that I can't remember.
Come on, Excalibur. Tell us what damn move.
I'm sorry, I'm not wearing my mask. But he's taken a lot of bumps and he's working every week when he doesn't have to and doesn't need to, but he's doing it because he wants to. And he's putting other people over. I will say he should never sing without heavy producing. Please, for the love of God, never again. Whatever he's doing or whatever singing he did on The Masked Singer, everyone who's ever watched a wrestling match of his knew exactly who it was, and that's not a good thing. But he's always very creative. He's trying different things, and he's there every week, and he has been there every week since the company started. Minus a couple things, but he's been an MVP for them, and one of their best signings. My next one is Dax. Again, a heart and soul guy. He wrestles different styles for different people. He makes every one of them look good, and he's a great promo. He's authentic and believable as anybody else in the ring. And he's unselfish. He gives plenty of offense and doesn't, takes his, but also, and puts over the right people. Like the match with him and Bryan Danielson. He put him over the way he should have. It was a hell of a match. They had a barn burner, but he knew the right person needed to go over. And he does that every time he's a singles guy. And you can even look back at the match that we were there for at Dynamite with him and Cash.
Mm-hmm.
They, even against each other, they had a barn burner.
Yes.
So I think again, if there's a people's champion of the spirit of wrestling, it's probably Dax Harwood. So I have him on there. My first honorable mention is Roman Reigns. Top guy, top promotion. He's believable as all hell. Your point about his presence was very astute. He passes the airport test. He's allowed to be himself, which is what they should have done. They pushed him as a babyface, and nobody really wanted that. Or at least the way that they did it. But when he came back, he got to be an extension of his personality, and that's really where I think, like we talked about gimmicks. We said, okay, these gimmicks have a timeline. They are only good for so long. The old adage that it's somebody's personality turned up to 11, I think still holds true even in this era of wrestling where it's the personalities that are over more than whatever gimmick. Like I think the gimmick gets you in the door. And I think you can see that that is true and that they understand that you can see how they're starting to transition away from Jungle Boy to Jack Perry. So they're in that, so I think that's a thing. And I think all of the people that we have on this list, all of us, they're men's wrestler of the year because of themselves, not because of a gimmick. So, but my men's wrestler of the year is Mox. And people don't always like his style. I think unfairly or unfairly, I think he does rely on the blade a little bit too much. And while I'm not squeamish and it doesn't bother me, it's from a storytelling perspective, if you do it every time, it loses its meaning.
Yeah.
So that could be a takeaway from that. But again, as a heart and soul guy, he's the best signing AEW has made. 100% or 110% effort every time. He's intense. He takes it seriously. He's believable. Like we talked about his finishing move being the finishing move of the year. Because it's believable, it's intense. It looks like a championship move. It looks like it will put someone out. And he carries that intensity with him, maybe sometimes to a goofy level. But I find that entertaining. You know, the walking around and the shoulder shake, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
But I think overall, and then and I factor this in too, the coming back from rehab and voluntarily going in and coming back this year, I put that on a big personal thing. Like, I think all of the people on this list are good dudes. You don't always have to agree with everything, but you can kind of tell that they're good humans.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way with me too. But I think if Mox wasn't in AEW multiple times this year would have been absolutely screwed.
Yep.
He still hasn't gotten to take the vacation that he wanted to and get the time off.
That is true.
Multiple different times he's tried to take some time off, and he has not been able to.
Poor guy can't get a day off.
No, my goodness. And then on top of that, he was working indies, trying to put different people over in different indies and trying to raise and elevate the business on that level as well. So yeah, for me, it's Mox. They're all good choices that we have on the list, but when I think back, the guy that I would want leading the ship in a promotion that I would start, he is one of the top one or two.
Absolutely agreed. And before we move on to Andretti's nominees for Wrestler of the Year, Beautiful Bobby, his nomination was MJF as well. So, what do you got, Andretti? Who are your mentions and nominee for Men's Wrestler of the Year?
I mean, I didn't have Moxley on my list initially, but I think that was a mistake on my part. Because, just piggybacking on everything JC just said, which, I mean, there's nothing really else I can add to it. I mean, the guy goes way out of his way to try to put other people over and to make them look like they're credible, right? And even last night, watching that show, he's in there with the other Martin, not Dante, he's in there.
Darius.
Yeah, and he went way too long. I mean, it's just one of those things where like it's just like, look, we know we're trying to make this guy look credible, but Moxley should be beating that guy in a minute. I mean, and that's a testament to him wanting to work with those younger guys and try to put them over. But it's like you said, man. I mean, without him there, what does that company look like? I mean, I don't know who the hell their champion is if Moxley's not there and not taking charge. So I mean, he's got to be mentioned for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So the next guy I had was MJF. For me, it's the right call to run with the younger talent. He's a fantastic wrestler. He's a fantastic pro wrestler in all capacity. The guy got in better shape. He's got an unbelievable look. He looks great. His gear is always really good. He's unstoppable on the mic. I mean, I'm looking forward to watching him for years to come. I mean, I know you guys already kind of said everything that needs to be said about MJF, but he's fantastic. He's one of the reasons why I have hope for the whole future of the industry, or people like him who take this really seriously.
Yep. Agreed.
Absolutely agreed. 100% agree with what you just said.
The next one I had was Punk. And I think honestly, man, like it's going to be the same thing with him is what I'm going to say for the Women's Wrestler of the Year too. I mean, how did it end? The way it ended was not good, right? I mean, I really hope that he comes back and like we said, before, do what's right for business. Get everybody in the ring. Let's make some money doing this. The guy's a phenomenal talent, man. And even after having those years off, where he wasn't working. I mean, he had everybody eating out of his hand. The guy was on top. The guy was on top of the world. Like when you say best in the world, I mean, from a pro wrestling standpoint, he probably was the best in the world at that point. it was just amazing to watch his run in AEW and come back after having that all that time off. And he's truly one of the most gifted pro wrestlers of our lifetime. I mean, maybe ever. I really hope that we can see him in the ring again.
Yeah, I really
Agreed.
wanted to mention CM Punk in my men's wrestler of the year, and
Yeah.
it's for the only reason I didn't was because it's exactly what you said, is that how did it end for him? And really, I mean, we had a whole section of the summer where he was out with the foot, and then everything happened at All Out, so we haven't seen him, and it really sucks because when Cody left the promotion, like CM Punk became my guy, and then I felt like it was like stripped away from me again. Like any guy that I picked, they either leave the territory or something like this happens for me this year. So 2022 was a rough year for picking a wagon to hitch onto with somebody. And yeah, that's the only reason I absolutely love CM Punk. I've talked about him a lot on this podcast, and hopefully, they do the right thing and bring him back in some form or shape.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree as well. I didn't have Punk on there just because he hasn't been around enough for me. When he was there as an attraction, he was special. He was impactful. He did the things, and there's no doubt he made them money.
Mm-hmm.
And had he continued to be there, I really, really hope he does continue to be there. I want him to be there. I want to watch him on my television. I have 2 wrestling shirts, CM Punk and Adam Cole. So I absolutely want to see him there.
Man, mentioning somebody there that we haven't talked about at all this year that really sucks. We haven't said anything about Adam Cole.
We haven't seen him. He's been out.
Yeah. If he had been around, I have no doubt he would have been on the conversation for Wrestler of the Year. He was on a trajectory. I don't know that he would have won the title, but I think he was main event the entire time. But the only thing about Punk with me, I appreciate the context of what happened and why he did it. But for me, the bloom came off the rose with the media scrum with him. As someone who has to be professional every day, it wasn't my favorite thing to see. And I get the frustration, I get all of that, and I get it's an emotional thing, it's an emotional time, and part of his brand is built on being authentic. So I totally get all of that. But if you're going to be quote unquote a businessman in a business, you can't do that. And it's not that I even think he was wrong in terms of what he said. It was the way in which he said it. And I get he felt like he was maybe backed into a corner by other things going on and being hurt and stuff like that. But if you want, like, your boss is paying you a buttload of money and you're sitting next to him and you are just burying everything else but yourself, it didn't sit right perfectly with me. Again, contextually I understand his side of it, but that left a little bit of a taste in my mouth. I want to see him back. I want to see him make money with the Elite and Hangman, and I mean, you'll never see him and Colt Cabana in the same place, and understandably so.
Well, let's just be honest. Colt Cabana doesn't deserve to be on the roster to begin with. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. That was the only little bit, and again, I bring it up, and it sounds like it's a bigger thing with me than it actually is. It's only a little thing, and it's just because, like, I think about what that would, like, I put myself in Tony's position, or I put myself, like, in my position if I were in there. Like, I don't know that it was the most professional thing to do. And if you want to be a business person and you say, well, I'm here for the business, I don't know that that's how you address that. But if that's how he felt like was the best way to address it, and it got it off his chest, and it is what it is, I get it. And that's his choice. He's not going to get any real backlash for it. No, I don't think there was a whole lot of people who didn't take his side in all of it. But that wouldn't have affected if he was around all summer and, didn't get hurt then and now. He would be on my Wrestler of the Year. But that was just a little point I wanted to make about that Brawl Out thing. For all of the joking we do about it and calling people empty-headed dipshits. That there is another side to that too that I felt needed to be talked about a little bit.
Yeah, I thought that him calling out Hangman was some of the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
It definitely was.
And the
It
fact
definitely
that,
was.
and the fact that he called like the EVPs, like the fact that they couldn't manage a target, like he had
Yep.
some of the best lines in that.
Uh-huh.
Like, and
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that they're at a, he comes from a point of business where like they are trying to make money and they need to make money. And when you put your neck out on the line after you won't, like you've you know planted your flag as I'm not going to go back to WWE because of what they've done to me, and there is another way to do this. For him to, I feel like it was probably the only thing it could have done, because I mean he's supposed to be the man. He's supposed to be the man for the people, and when they're gonna, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk too much on it, but
Yeah.
I see what your side of it, and then I kind of see like, well, if Tony keeps saying he's not a money mark, he wants to make money, like let's do this, then wake the fuck up.
Yeah,
So-
that's fair too. I think of it like, okay, if there's been such a big problem, and maybe he did this and it didn't go anywhere, but
Right.
like, go find them before TV. Hey, this is what's happening, true or untrue. Let's have a conversation about this and make sure the air is clear and act like adults and act like professionals.
And who's to say that they both didn't do that, and then they were just
Right.
like, you know what, fuck it, we're throwing hands.
Right, 100%, and that's
Right.
and that's very real, and that's very true. And that's just one thing. And again, like I said, it's not a big thing that it like took me completely out of it. Like it's still funny, like the whole I work with children thing. I think about that every day when I go to, when I go to my job. I'm old, I'm tired, I'm hurt, and I work with children. I totally get it, but it's just one little thing.
Yep.
But worth talking about.
All right, so we absolutely bulldozed your mentions there, Andretti. Who's your nomination for Wrestler of the Year?
Well, I put Gunther for Wrestler of the Year. I think this guy had just an absolutely amazing year. Did not really have the body that Uncle Vince typically wants. The guy worked his nuts off in the gym, man. He looks absolutely amazing. Everything he does in the ring is just physical as fuck. He's scary. He's brutal. He could be a main event heel. He had some really phenomenal matches, man. As we've said multiple times, the match with Sheamus at Clash of the Castle is just so good. I think for what he turned into over the last year, the matches he's had, assimilating to the WWE, which is always a very tricky thing for a lot of people. This guy gets my vote, for Men's Wrestler of the Year. I think the overall package he is just awesome.
Absolutely. So it seems like we're kind of all over the board here for Men's Wrestler of the Year. So
Yeah.
what kind of direction do we want to go here? Because this is a big one.
You've got two people that went to bat for MJF, and JC said Mox, I said Gunther. I mean, I'm good with MJF.
Yeah, me too.
All right, well, congrats to the devil himself, MJF, as the Podskis or Men's Wrestler of the Year. So, all right, well, we're down to our final two awards. We've made it. Before we get to the Hall of Fame, where those are going to be our most prestigious awards, we got the Women's Wrestler of the Year. And I don't have a lot of mentions and nominations, but I think that without a doubt, these three are the absolute best. And I think that for one, you have to talk about Britt Baker as somebody who absolutely deserves to be mentioned in this category. She is, if you look at where she was at that All Out show or the All In show, and then you look at her now, like it's two completely different human beings, and she is gotten so much better in the ring. She's incredible on the mic, and for them to put Saraya with Britt right out of the gates, that speaks kind of volumes to, she is the she is the, premier wrestler for that women's division, and she's carrying it on her back. So that's why I think that Britt Baker deserves to be mentioned here for sure. And then my other mention before my nomination is going to be Bianca Belair. I mean, I don't think anybody outside of who my nomination is, I don't think anyone's had a better year in wrestling than her. She, her WrestleMania match was fantastic. And even the SummerSlam match was really good too. So I she is insanely athletic. Personally, for me, the hair thing is what holds me back a little bit. Like at some point, we got to dump the hair. I know it's like her entire gimmick, but like it takes me out of it. I hats off to her for being able to work with that, in the ring and all that, but at some point we got to dump. We get that. That's my only drawback for her, is that at some point we got to dump the hair. And I think that will go a long way, at least visually with me. That's just a weird thing that I have that I can't get over it. But my nomination is Jamie Hayter, because if you look at where Jamie Hayter was at the beginning of the year, again, the reason that I'm putting Jamie Hayter as my nomination is the same reason that the Acclaimed won the tag team of the year, because I don't think anybody else has had a better year than Jamie Hayter. You look at where she started and look at where she's ended. A lot of they did another fan service type deal to give her the belt, and she deserves it. She earned it. Excited to see where she goes throughout her run here. I didn't get to see Dynamite last night. I'm hoping to catch it maybe tonight or tomorrow for sure. But so I didn't see her Sheeta match, but
Awesome.
It was very good.
Was it? Yeah, I figured that it would be, because Sheeta is actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we see more of her in the next year, because she would have been a women's she would have been on last year's women's wrestler of the year for sure for me, as I mentioned. But I don't think it gets better than Jamie Hayter right now in the women's division outside of Britt Baker. So, but JC, you got a pretty big list of mentions and nominees. So let's hear it.
Yeah, so I wanted to give a honorable mention to Mandy Rose. She did a lot. Internet activity aside, she did a lot to stabilize her own career and stabilize the women's division in NXT as they made that transition through. So I thought she constantly improved, and she was just a fixture there. So I wanted to give her a shout out on that. I thought that was good work. The next one up is Toni Storm. She was on fire, and obviously her work is awesome. I thought her promos could improve. I think that's an area for some growth. I really think she stepped in when Thunder Rosa went down and did a good job. But I think the thing that was most telling was that when Saraya came in, she was not put with the champion. She was put with Britt. And she was overshadowed by Saraya and Britt at that point. But I think overall she did a lot of good stuff. I'd like to see some more development out of her as far as her character, to expand her a little bit more. She's very much a white meat babyface at the moment. So I'd like to see some growth out of that, but I wanted to give her definitely an honorable mention. And sort of the same thing with Jamie Hayter, who was my next one. It clearly developed a lot, transformed her look. She came in as a, sort of a heater that was just kind of there for me. And now she is just tearing the house down at the main event, or at the main event of Dynamite, and probably one of the best matches at the last pay-per-view when she was crowned. The people want her. She earns it. She's charismatic, good promo. Yeah. But she is overshadowed by Britt Baker. who is my first honorable mention and very nearly my nominee. Britt. Here's what it was for me. Last night at the end of the match, they had the top 3 baby faces and the top 3 heels, essentially. So that was Toni Storm, Jamie Hayter, Shida, Saraya, and Britt. I counted 5, but you know what I mean. The top people. And Rebel was the other one. The only one, and like when I watched that, the person I would have picked out as the star was Britt. She looks like a star. Her work is great. Her promos, compared to the rest of the division, and I think a lot of the industry on the women's side, she's probably one of, if not the best promos in women's wrestling. She plays her character to a T. It's not a gimmick. It's her personality turned up. And she looks like a star. She looks like, when you put all of them together, she looks like the star, including Saraya, who is supposed to be the big star, came from WWE, blah, 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 great return, blah, blah. She looks more like a star than Saraya does. To me, anyway, she stood out. And I don't know, she passed the Eric Bischoff having a tan test, I guess. But she would have gotten the belt at Starrcade 97. Hogan would have put her over. Anyway, so there's not much more to say about her. She's fantastic in everything. She's the foundation. She's the bedrock of that division. She will be on top as long as she chooses to. And I think she could do that at other promotions as well, not just in AEW. Like if she went for whatever reason to WWE, she would be instantly in contention to be one of the top performers there. But my pick for Women's Wrestler of the Year was Bianca Belair. She elevated this year, and then she stayed there. And what did it for me, in terms of that, she's at the highest promotion, she's at the biggest promotion, and she filled a void when Charlotte, Bayley, Becky, and Sasha were not there. She was much like Mandy Rose. She was the stabilizer. As everybody else was kind of in and out here or there, for the different reasons that they were in and out. She was the consistent, I'm there every week, putting in the work person. She's also showing growth on the mic and in the ring. She works a safe WWE style, so you may never get the big brownie points for, technical wizardry, but she works a good style. She works with everybody, and she looks the part. So I thought, for being a stabilizing force when 4 generational talent were in and out, I think she put herself in contention with the rest of them just by being there. So Bianca Belair, my nominee.
Nice. Agreed. So before we move on to Andretti, we got Beautiful Bobby's nomination is Jamie Hayter, and I'm sure it's for all the reasons that we already talked about. So let's hear Andretti. Let's hear your mentions and nominee for Women's Wrestler of the Year.
Yeah, JC, everything you said about Bianca is everything that I would have said too. I really like her a lot. Admittedly, I don't watch a ton of Raw. I don't watch a ton of SmackDown, but she's someone who looked like a future star in NXT and then, became WWE champ. So there's that. I mean, her WrestleMania match was really great this year, as you guys said. Definitely one of the top superstars in the world. There's no doubt about that. So, I can't add anything more than what you guys had already touched on with Bianca.
Absolutely.
The next one here that I wanted to mention, if you would have 2 weeks ago when we started talking about this and putting together lists of who we wanted to be, Women's Wrestler of the Year, Men's Wrestler of the Year, whatever. I had this person written down as the Women's Wrestler of the Year, but again, it's how you end. It's, in Mandy Rose, you got to talk about it, right? I mean, she was my choice for Women's Wrestler of the Year until the stuff went down. I mean, look, she got fired. She got fired from her job. So it's like, even if she had a really good year up to that point, and she got fired. So it's like, it's not good to end it like that, right? But I mean, look, man, do whatever you want with whatever you want to do with your life. I believe that she should do that, and she certainly has the right to do that. I don't want to get into a whole thing here about swimming in dangerous waters where, you know, the quote unquote fans are just absolute lunatics and are hardly the only predators in the tank. But look, do what makes you happy, I guess. You know, do whatever you want to do. But she is seriously very talented. She put in an unbelievable amount of work to get good at this, and she got really good at it. I mean, she had a huge run as champ with Toxic Attraction too. You know, where she started and where she got to was like night and day. I mean, I saw her wrestle at an NXT event in a theater in Phoenix, and she was not good at all. I mean, not good. And that's saying it pretty nicely. But then you see her now and what she's become in the ring and how confident she is in the ring and how good she got at this. I mean, that's the Women's Wrestler of the Year, man. And it really is a shame the way it ended. Hopefully things will all work out for her, and hopefully, you know, as a wrestling fan, hopefully we'll get her in the ring again someday. But you know, or not. If you hate it, don't do it. Right? Do what makes you happy. But I think that she had an unbelievable short career in the WWE, and as a wrestling fan, I hope that we get her back at some point.
Yeah, it sucks the way that it ended for sure.
So for my my honorable mention in my, you know, Women's Wrestler of the Year, it's kind of, I could go back and forth with both of these, but you know, I gave the first honorable mention to Jamie Hayter. Look, again, kudos to Tony Khan for putting a belt on somebody who got hot as hell and running with that. I mean, she's gotten so much better, and I like her too because she's super physical. She lays in strikes on people. She's believable. She comes across as genuine. She seems like a very real physical threat in every match. And she did a power bomb from the floor last night on Sheeta that was like, holy shit, man. It just looks so good. You know, huge year for her, awesome year. Congrats to her. I mean, she's the champ and it's justified. My only gripe against Jamie Hayter is I hate her gear. I think her gear looks like shit. So if they got to figure out a way to get her some better gear. But other than that, man, she's just awesome.
Yeah, I see. I like her gear. It's different. It's something outside of what the typical women's wrestler has. That's why I think I like her so much. Is that she looks different.
Yeah, I can go with that.
So for Women's Wrestler of the Year, I gave it to Roxanne Perez. It's really tight here between her and Hayter. But you know, when I think of who had the best year, it could be either one of them. But she came into NXT very highly regarded from Ring of Honor. She was immediately very good. They made her the damn champ, dethroning somebody who had it for like 450 days or whatever. I mean, what a vote of confidence that was, you know, for them to put that belt on her, especially at her age. I mean, she's not the biggest superstar in the world. She's a fantastic worker even at that age. I mean, she's one of Booker T's trainees too, I think. She's super fun to watch, man. She's really good. She just comes across as an excellent baby face, and she's great in the ring. So I gave her the nod for Women's Wrestler of the Year.
Well, you're talking me into the building here to get me to watch NXT because I have to, as we've already said earlier, like I have not been in on NXT at all for a very long time, and it kind of feels like they kind of got something building there that I think I might have to get back onto here. So we kind of have two votes for Hayter, one for Belair, and one for Roxanne Perez. So I'm kind of good with any of them. So kind of I will let it up to you two.
Well, I mean, look, I had Hayter as the first runner up, and you guys, you know, two of you guys wanted to give it to Jamie Hayter. I know, you know, JC said a lot of nice stuff about her too. So I think, I mean, are we all in agreement on that?
Yeah, I agree. She was on all of our lists, so
yeah, valid. So all right, well, Jamie Hayter, congrats. You are the Podski's Women's Wrestler of the Year. So, all right, so we've made it here to this is the pinnacle award that we can give to anybody on a yearly basis. So we really wanted to build to this point in our award show. So we've made it here before we get to the Hall of Fame. This is going to be the most valuable person award. So this is going to be not only, you know, I think this stretches beyond the best wrestler or gimmick or feud or return or anything like that. This goes beyond it. It's like who elevated their company, who is the person that elevated their company the most, that they couldn't basically, function without. And my mention one has to be Triple H. Kind of stepping in there, and what we're probably going to look back in a few years is like, what the hell was going on, with Vince stepping down and all that, to step into that role. I mean, it's not like it was out of the realm of possibilities. This would be the thing that would happen. Like, Triple H taking over, but, for him to step in and make immediate adjustments, and those adjustments being good, I absolutely have to give my hats off to Triple H in that regard. Even though I am the biggest Triple H stan out of anybody here on this pod, but I just think that the biggest unsung hero, and now the leader over there at WWE, Triple H. I mean, who has had a without Triple H, who would be running the show there? Probably, can we say Steph? Probably, or I mean, I don't know, but without him,
Dude.
no, dude. Well, I mean, seriously, without Triple H, what are they doing? Because I think that ship is still sinking, and with Triple H, that ship is righted, and they're looking for land, and they're going to find land soon. So that's why I think Triple H is a top mention, but the ultimate nominee here is Roman Reigns, because without Roman Reigns, the WWE, I don't think, would be nearly as good. Now, they've done a lot of good things this year, but you can't name one more person that's been valuable other than Triple H in WWE than Roman Reigns. And we've talked about Reigns already, but that bloodline, the bloodline storyline, and the matches that he's had this year are incredible. And he is without a doubt my MVP for this year. And, hopefully kind of looks like they're going in the direction of possibly having Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania. And, if that is something that does happen, I can't wait to see it. That'll be like a huge moment for Roman Reigns. And I think that's something that the WWE could really, they could really use to catapult themselves to another level, especially in popular culture in this decade. So that's yet to be seen. But for all the work that Roman Reigns has done this year, 100% for me is the MVP. So, JC, who do you have for the MVP?
So my first honorable mention is Triple H. He unenviable position, trying to take over for whatever you thought of Vince and his last couple years, and apparently his entire personality and behavior. He is probably the most important person in wrestling history. Good for good and for bad. He is the most impactful. So to be the person who follows that up spiritually, maybe not from a business standpoint, the Vince McMahon job seems to have been broken apart into multiple people, which is probably smart. But the most forward-facing part, the part that people see, Triple H took over. Talent relations and creative. So an unenviable job. I feel like he's been training for it for a while as well, in one way or another. I think, and again, I'm not the biggest WWE guy. I like some of the stuff he's doing. And a lot of people are like, oh, he's gonna bring everybody together. All of the different promotions are gonna work together. I don't know that that's true. I still think that he may carry some of that WWE elitism. I think you're seeing he's working with other companies when it has to be done. In the case of a Carl Anderson, where he's got to drop the never open weight title.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that some of that vicious optimism about Triple H will be completely founded and you'll see it forever. I think he certainly made the product better. because Vince was way out of touch, in my opinion, at least to what people want to see. But certainly, I don't think anybody was going to step in and do a better job and be accepted by the fans. Like, they've tried Heyman in creative positions before, and it worked for a little bit, and then it didn't.
Mhm.
And he's not always the best liked person behind the scenes. He doesn't seem like the most authentic person behind the scenes, and maybe some of that's with age. He gets better. I don't know. But Gallows and Anderson certainly came running back. So, but anyway, I think Triple H,
they were marks for it. We all knew that was happening.
they were going to go where the biggest money was. So, and good for them. They should take care of their families. So, no heat there. But Triple H is one of my honorable mentions. My other honorable mention is Roman Reigns. I think for a lot of the same reasons that you said. Top dog at the Top Dog promotion. Every time he's on, he hits a home run. I haven't seen something of his that I didn't find entertaining. I didn't find sports entertaining, at least. The difference between the person that I chose and as my nominee and Reigns is this guy works more. And there's a line of other people who could carry the company, maybe not as well, but good enough in WWE. Whereas in AEW, I don't think there was. So, but to finish up my thoughts on Reigns, I'm looking very much forward to seeing how it ends, because that run's got to be coming to a close soon. They've done a really good job spreading it out over the length of time that they have, and he is absolutely believable. But if they're gonna do it at WrestleMania, which rumors are that they are, I like the idea that they're doing it as a split thing. One day he has a title match and he potentially loses, and then the other day he's facing The Rock, and back and forth, or whichever flip-flop, however that works. But I mean, they have to do it right. Whoever he ends up losing to, they need to understand, and they need to have people ready for that person. But anyway, it just tremendous, everything you could ask for that company, for that position. So certainly right up there in the conversation. But for me, I talked about it before in our men's most valuable, or men's wrestler of the year. My MVP is Moxley. If they didn't have somebody as established that they could easily plug and play the way they did Moxley. He was so important to the franchise and the promotion that he made William Regal even more important. And that helped a legend like that integrate more seamlessly. He's there all the time. He gives 110% heart and soul guy. He's taken on more roles now in the back with his newest contract. He's now part of agenting and teaching and producing and stuff like that. So say what you want about his style. He's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. But for that promotion, and especially like they're in year 4, they're still very much a startup. And that guy, if they didn't have that guy, you could put a Bryan Danielson in there, and he is a top wrestler in the world. There is no denying that. But I don't think it has the same impact than Mox. It was an easy transition to make, and I think that's why they made that choice over Bryan Danielson, because he's already been established and he is their standard. So
I guess I never really thought of it like that, but yeah, no, I absolutely get what you're saying. But all right, well, we don't have a nomination for Beautiful Bobby, but who are your?
Let's just assume it was the sleepy girl from NXT.
Yeah, we'll just say that it was Sleepy Girl from NXT.
I was going to say
Wendy
Sheeta.
Cho.
It could be Sheeta's Instagram for him.
It probably will be Sheeta's Instagram.
Yeah.
So for mine, I only had notes for the nominee, but again, man, everything you guys are saying about Moxley is 100% true, man. I mean, the guy works his ass off. He works every day. He works every week. I mean, he's out there giving it his all with everything he does. So there's a strong case for Moxley, of course. But I gave the nominee to Reigns also. I mean, look, this is a guy that was, for many fans, myself included, absolutely hated him because he was just shoved down our throats. But look, it never had anything to do with him. It had everything to do with the booking and how in the direction they were going with him, and there was no ever any flexibility with it, right? But he was always a good worker in the ring. I mean, he always had a great look. He's got a great look now. The guy looks like $1 million. I mean, he looks like an ass kicker. I mean, him going heel for me was a real game changer. For me, just liking him as a superstar. I mean, this guy's on top of the world, man. He's on top of the industry. It's totally justified. I'm super happy for him. I hope he's the champ for a long time to come. He's in a great stride right now with everything he's doing. I do believe though that he's just like a lot of other WWE talent. I mean, they work that very safe style, and it's almost like we want more. We always want more from these superstars, but we never get it. And Reigns is one of them too, where I would like to see him do more in his matches. I mean, he's going out there now. He's doing three moves a match. This guy can work, man. Take the training wheels off this guy and let him go in there and kill people and jump around and do his thing. I mean, he's athletic. He's strong as hell. He looks mean as fuck. He's what a pro wrestler is supposed to look like and how a pro wrestler is supposed to act, especially as a bad guy. I love the guy's work. I mean, I always watch his matches. Every time he's on screen, I watch his matches, which is really saying something, with the WWE, because I'm not, the biggest fan of the product. But I hope to see him on top for a long time. He's the best in the world at what he does. And look no further than that Logan Paul match. I mean, you might disagree, I totally understand all that, but he's the guy who's in there working with a very green talent on a major stage, and Reigns is the one that presented that match as though it was a real threat. I mean, that's a big testament to Roman Reigns, I think, and I would really like to see them just take those training wheels off of him and let him just work the match he wants to work, just like the Usos. Let those guys work a real super exciting, energetic tag team match. Let Bianca Belair go in there and work her ass off with the matches she wants to have, and not this super safe WWE environment, and just tear the house down. Because what I want to see from Reigns and from all these people is somebody tear the house down. And we don't get that very often with the WWE. We get good matches and we get pretty good pay-per-views, but we don't get anybody tearing the house down, right? And I really think that Reigns can do that. And I hope that we get to see it. But for me, the most valuable person is Roman Reigns.
Yep. I 100% agree. So we've all mentioned Reigns. So my vote is Reigns. Are you guys?
Makes sense.
Yep. Are you guys good with the tribal chief Roman Reigns?
Sure. And I think Moxley is a close number two.
I 100% agree. Moxley deserves to be right there. Like, they are neck and neck 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But I think Roman just really edges him out ever so slightly. So with that, our biggest award of the year, the MVP, goes to Roman Reigns.
So maybe now I'll shut up about being acknowledged.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what he's been working for, is the Podski end of year award MVP. And
exactly. I mean, if you're not working for that, what are you working?
What if Roman Reigns retires tomorrow on SmackDown?
Because he got this award?
The gimmick is dead.
Like, you know what, man? There's nothing left to do. I'm done. I'm going back to wherever. I'm going back to Samoa or Hawaii, wherever the hell he's from, and I'm
Florida.
just going to do my thing.
Pensacola.
I'm going back to one of those tropical islands like Pensacola.
He's going back with Kona Crush.
Have you ever been to Pensacola?
No,
No, I don't want herpes.
I'll tell you what, man. The last time I was there, it smelled so bad. I don't know why anybody would go back.
I think that is just a general statement about Florida.
I'll tell you what though, man, like the food on the Gulf Coast, the seafood you can get on the Gulf Coast, you can't beat it anywhere. It's unbelievable.
I'm allergic
Yeah.
to
I would go
seafood,
to
so I don't give a
Pensacola.
crap.
Whether Pensacola smells bad or not, I would go there just to eat the food.
All right. Well, now that we have concluded the yearly awards, now it is time for the Hall of Fame.
Man, I'm so excited about this.
I know. So hit the music. And we've made it. This is the Podski's very first Hall of Fame induction ceremony. These are the ultimate awards that anyone can get for all time. So what we do here in the Hall of Fame is that we have 3 different categories. We have a wrestler that gets inducted, we have a figure that we're inducting, and then we're inducting a moment. So we have 4 inductions for each person. Did Bobby give us his 4 or his 3?
No.
I can't remember if he sent him in the chat or not. But as of right now,
he did. He did. It's in the chat.
Okay.
Some of it is anyway. You'll have to scroll up.
Okay. If somebody wants to find that for me.
I can take a look. Let's see here.
Before we go, I don't want to go any further without at least having his on hand. But what we're going to do is we're going to have 12 inductions this year into the Podski Hall of Fame. And so I have a lot of mentions. We're going to start with let's start with figure of the year. The Hall of Fame figure. I apologize there. We're going to do I'll start with that. So my mentions for the Hall of Fame are going to be the Sting UK Galoob. I think that figure is
beautiful.
It's so beautiful. The pose that it's in, the gear that it's in is awesome. A very valuable figure if you find one on card. It's even value. It's yeah. If you can find one on card, it is. Oh my gosh, I just saw.
It's one I want so bad.
Oh yeah, and it's very pricey. It's a great figure. But for another mention, this is one that is, I absolutely love this figure. I have it in my collection. I was ever so lucky to get it whenever Ringside did their drop. It's the Cody 1 of 500. I mean, we don't even know if there's even 500 of those things even out there, to be honest with you. So I think that figure, with it being the chase, the very first chase for AEW, to me, it's super limited. Not a lot are out there, and it's a gold standard figure for me. And then my last mention before my nominee is the Flair Ultimate Edition, the Mattel Ultimate Edition. That figure is a chef's kiss. They really nailed down the scan for Flair. The robe accessory is phenomenal. The only thing I think you could change about that figure is the fact that it still had the pins in the elbows. If it was pinless, that like they are now, then I think that really puts that thing over the top. And it's not like you can't like get arms to put in there and make it. So, but yeah, absolutely, the figure deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, but not this year because I'm going to induct the figure that we gave for figure of the year. This one's going into the Hall of Fame first year. The Macho Man New Gen figure. I mean, we've already talked about it. It's our figure of the year, but honestly, I can't think of a better figure right now as like it's incredible. And it absolutely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. So that is my Hall of Fame induction, the Macho Man, a New Gen figure. So JC, you want to do your induction into the Hall of Fame with your figure?
Yep. I mean, just to go back to what you said about the Macho Man figure, a hell of a figure. Uh, just we talked about it, but just wanted to give it its kudos on that. My first mention is the Ultimate Flair figure. They shrunk Richard Morgan Flair, and it's tremendous. The robe is great. They even have the hands that are taped, the fingers that are taped. Like looking at that from a production standpoint, to be able to nail it like that and do all of these tiny little details, it's crazy. Just the technical mastery that they can do with figures these days, and it really, not all of the ultimate figures are the ultimate figure of a person. That one is. I have one on card and one loose just because I felt like I don't know that they can do better than that. The robe is good top to bottom. Yeah, you can talk about pin versus pinless joints. I display mine in the robe anyway with the four fingers up on both hands. So it came with big gold. You can't beat it. It's a hell of a figure. My other honorable mention, I have two more. My first other honorable mention is AEW Series 1 Cody Rhodes. That was the figure that got me back into wrestling figures, which helped bring me back into wrestling. I remember it was the beginning of the pandemic. I had just moved for school, and I tried to find that figure, and when I did, it felt like a big deal. Because I found it, I walked out of the store with it and went, if I have the one, I need the rest of them. And I walked back in and got the rest of them. I have it on card. I have it loose. I have the Series 1B. It's my favorite attire from, honestly, my favorite wrestling match, which is him versus Dustin. It's tremendous. I have the Blood Brothers, which is very similar to that. Just a figure that, is awesome and just strikes a chord. I
have the Cody with the purple pants. I think that was like one of the exclusives or something, right?
Yeah, that's
a great figure too. That came out really.
Yes,
it is. The overall presentation of that was tremendous. I don't love the purple as much. I get why he did it. It's a throwback to Harley Race. And obviously he knew he was going over in that match, but still, it's a great figure, and the whole presentation of it was awesome. So my closest honorable mention was the TNA Joker Sting figure with the robe. That soft goods robe is next level. For as good as the Ric Flair Ultimate robe is, that Joker Sting robe is better. It's got all the frills. It's got different media on it. I don't know why they can't do more of that. Like, if you look, and I know it was several years ago now, but if you look at that and what they've shown for the Ultimate Cody Rhodes, if they did for that robe what Jax could do in the early aughts, that it would be a great figure. But if it's going to be that printed stuff, I'm going to be a little less into it. But the paint looks great. They nailed the Joker Sting look, which I think is a really underrated time in Sting's career. People think it's hokey and campy. I get it, but if you can just shut your brain off for a minute, it's fun. And you could tell that the person was having a ton of fun. And I watched and finally found one at a reasonable price, and I was just over the moon to get it.
Nice.
But my Hall of Fame inductee
JC, I
for
ended
this.
up going back to that Sting real quick. I bought that Sting on card, I think about 2.5 years ago on eBay, and I paid a ton of money for it. I probably paid more money for that figure on eBay than what I've spent on eBay on a figure maybe ever. And it's great. I opened it because I'm an idiot, and it's awesome, dude. The robe is great, the figure's excellent, and like you said, man, with the Joker Sting thing, I really like that era of Sting too. I thought it was really fun, and I don't know why people don't like it, but that figure is one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, it's really next level, and I've seen them on card and signed for stupid money, and I couldn't spend the kind of money to even get one on card. Mine's loose, and it's great. It's at the top of my Sting display. It's tremendous. It's right up there with the Wolfpack Sting, as well that was a ringside exclusive. I don't have that one on card either, but just they're both really good. But that it's the jacket that goes over on that one.
I felt like I spent so much money on that figure that I was going to open it, and I opened it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, no way am I not going to pose this thing. I had to open it.
Yeah. If I
That's
usually
awesome.
when I feel like that, I just try and get a second one, and that's what a lot of times precludes me from getting some of the more valuable stuff, is because I know I want to keep it on card, but I also want to open it, so I'm constantly in that struggle between the two. But I'm like, I can't fiscally open one that's that expensive. Like all of my AEW chases, they all stay on card. They're in a Defender, and I'm not going to open them, and I'm probably not going to go try and get a loose one. Like even the Sting that I have, I'm not going to go and try and get a loose one. It's just stupid money when I could be putting that into something else. So, but ultimately my figure of the year, or my Hall of Fame inductee is the Dusty Rhodes Hasbro. When I remember finally finding that for a reasonable price, and it's not even remotely close to the most expensive one in my collection, but I just looked at it and it just screamed wrestling figure to me. It's got the face and the bionic elbow. I know it's supposed to be a headbutt, but you can do it as the elbow with the action. And it's not even my favorite version of Dusty. Like Polka Dots Dusty, he tried to have fun, but you could also tell he wasn't, it wasn't for him per se, but like that's the centerpiece of the small Hasbro collection that I have. And it's in very good shape. I'd love to have one on card, but again, stupid money. And it just screams toy to me, like toy wrestling figure. And I remember having some like BCAs as a kid, a couple. But I look at that, and where everybody thinks like Series 1 Hogan is wrestling figure toy or wrestling toy, I look at that Dusty, and the face is a little goofy, but it just, it just screams that to me. So Dusty Hasbro is my Hall of Fame induction.
That's awesome. I have that figure. I bought it when I was a kid. And one of the big complaints about that figure is that the arm breaks all the time, right? The center, the pin, it breaks. So mine did, of course. So now you can shake the figure and the arm just keeps winding up and winding up and winding up, just like he did in real life anyway. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I have a resin 3D printer, and I've 3D printed a version of it. Because I want to paint. I still haven't gotten around to it, but I'd like to, and I have it 3D printed in Prime, but I want to paint it as like an NWA Dusty. Same thing, arm up, looks like he's gonna, drop the bionic elbow, but
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that'd be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Let's hear yours, Andretti. What's your figure that you're inducted into the Hall of Fame?
So it looks like Billy, Mr. Winters, didn't give us a figure of the year. So let's just assume it's the Sleepy Girl from NXT.
Whenever her basic comes out.
Yeah.
She's due for a basic.
So for my one of my honorable mentions was the Barry Windham Galoob. It's probably my favorite of the Galoobs. I really like the pose on that figure. I love the ponytail. He was the champ in my Galoob Hasbro Fig Fed as a kid for a really long time. I really like that Barry Windham Galoob.
Yeah.
Nice.
The next one I had was the Rick Rude LJN, and I made one note for this figure, and it's the greatest figure ever made. That's all I wrote.
Because it's basically a statue that you can't actually play with.
You can't do, and dude, all you can do is just throw shoulders at people.
Yeah, shoulder block. Yep.
It's like you're watching Ishii and the other Suzuki going at it. They're just throwing forearms and shoulders at each other.
I was going to say it's Warrior going home. It's basically all you can do. It's all shoulder blocks and splashes.
God. I tell you what, Rick Rude did a lot of drop kicks in the Fig Fed when I was a kid. The next one I had here, a serious entry, is the Undertaker Ruthless Aggression Ring Rage 8.5. And I am not an Undertaker fan, but for me, this is my favorite Undertaker figure that was ever made. It's my favorite Ruthless Aggression figure that was ever made. And this is the biker Undertaker with the cut off sleeves. He's got the bandana, the black shirt that says Taker on the front, and he's got the jeans, and it's just a really cool figure, man. I've always really liked that figure a lot.
Nice. Yeah, that's an interesting pick, a Ring Rage 8.5 series. That's interesting.
Deep cut.
Is that the same Undertaker that you were looking for?
No, let me double check, because I'm not sure I actually know.
Because I know you were looking for one when we were up in Long Island. You were looking for like a biker Taker RA.
Yeah, I was looking for an Elite. No, so is it on a blue card or a purple card? Or an orange card?
I think it might be red.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I love that figure. But not what I was looking for. I did end up getting one though.
Yeah.
But no, that's a really good fig.
Yeah, I love it. I don't know why. It's just one of those figures that I just always really liked, that Ruthless Aggression figure. But the next one I had was the Rick Martel Hasbro. That's probably my favorite of the Hasbros for whatever reason. I really love that body style of the Hasbros with the Macho Man body style, the first one that came out with the two fists and the arm slam or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was, and I still am, a huge Rick Martel mark, which Bake.
Yeah.
The dude is unbelievably talented as a mid card heel. I mean, all the stuff with the arrogance and the perfume and all that, in the early 90s was just phenomenal to me. And I love Rick Martel. And I'll tell you what, Rick Martel won a lot of belts in the Fig Fed when I was a kid. He was probably the world champion, I'm sure, multiple times. But yeah, great figure, man. Really came out well. I'm a big fan of the guy, and I think the figure is probably my favorite Hasbro.
Nice. Let's hear your nominee for your induction into the Figure Hall of Fame here for the pod.
I'll tell you what, this one's going to come out of left field. So
yeah, it is.
My induction is the Michael P.S. Hayes Remco, and I really love those Remcos, man. They're my favorite body style, and I know it's just beauty and simplicity with those things, but with this figure in particular, incredible physique. That was 100% unrealistic for Michael Hayes. The figure came with a really cool red and blue jacket, soft goods that was really cool. Look, I have almost every single one of these figures, every single one of the Remcos now, except for the ones that are just outrageous, price wise. And I'm never going to buy them because I'm never going to be able to justify, buying a Barbarian Remco for $1,000. I'm just never going to do it. But I mean, look, Michael Hayes ran roughshod over everybody in the Fig Fed when I was a kid. But there's actually a story about how I got that figure. I went to when I was a kid. I went to a flea market, an Amish flea market in Bellevue, Pennsylvania, that they had, I think, like every Wednesday in the summer or something like that. And I went there with one of my friends. And it was okay. The flea market was okay. And every once in a while they would have like an LJN or something that I would try to snag. But when we left there, we went to a pop-up flea market that was along the side of the road, down there somewhere between like Huntington and Tyrone at this crossroads.
Oh, okay.
And we just stopped. For whatever reason, we just stopped and we went in there. And dude, I found like 6 Remcos in a bundle. And it was like the greatest find of all time. And I bought every one of them, of course. And I think that's where I got the Michael PSAs for the first time. And I just, for whatever reason, I fell in love with that figure, and I made him the world champ forever. So it was there's a little bit of a story behind it, with me and that figure. But I really like that Remco a lot.
Absolutely, I love it. That's awesome.
That's what it's about, the storytelling of it.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we get to our wrestlers that will induct into the Hall of Fame, we're gonna do the moments, and the moments let's do
the recap. What was the recap of the figures that we put in?
So the recap was mine was the Macho New Gen Arena figure. JC's was the Dusty Hasbro figure, and yours was the Michael P.S. Hayes Remco.
Awesome.
So it's a nice lineup, and I don't know if we
Great
got
picks.
I don't know if we got Billy's in there or not. So we'll get that though for sure. But then so yeah, let's move on to the moments. I have a lot of moments here, but first I want to mention that my first moment is WrestleMania 17. I think personally for myself, it was the biggest WrestleMania and the best WrestleMania there's ever been. Kind of really a attitude era killer for the ending of it. But it's by far the most important wrestling show of all time, and it's the best WrestleMania that there is. And then my next mention is the first ever Dynamite. I think that one is very important because, it's the start of a new company. It's competition, and we really needed that in the wrestling business. And that's why I think it's very important that it deserves to be in here. The next one that I have is Austin 316, the Austin winning the King of the Ring, and then his famous catchphrase, Austin 316 says, "I just whipped your ass." I think that it deserves to be in the Hall of Fame for sure. And it's incredibly important. It's a launching pad for Austin. And then my final mention before we get to my induction is the screw job. I mean, we've talked about the Montreal screw job for forever, and it's by far one of the most important things that something that never needed to happen, but something that ended up did happening, and really killed Bret Hart's career because he ended up going to WCW and having Goldberg kick his head off. But two of the best workers of all time.
And look, he's not even bitter about it. I mean, he's not even bitter
not
about
even
it
at all.
No, not one hint of bitterness at all. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I would be pissed.
I mean, could you imagine if Goldberg kicked your head off?
Oh my
Right.
I was talking to my sister about this the other day, how Bret Hart is still the saltiest man in existence.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, I just think that it's very important in wrestling history, but it's not as important as the Bash at the Beach 96. And that's my induction into the Hall of Fame. It speaks for itself. It's the beginning of the NWO. It's Hogan changing from the red and yellow to the black and white. It's the start of people coming back. It's Hall and Nash coming from WWE to WCW. It's the start of the biggest war that we've seen in wrestling history, and it speaks for itself. That's why it's my induction into the Hall of Fame. So let's hear yours, JC. You got a lot here. Let's cover yours.
Yeah, so the first of my mentions here was the first pandemic Dynamite. I think at the time it was impactful for me because it was obviously we were in the pandemic and we're still coming out of it, but it was a company that I was starting to get behind, and you could see that it was a bunch of people who were just trying to get by. And I appreciated the authenticity of it, and it felt like by hook or by crook, they were still going to be around through all of this. They were going to figure it out. And the speech that the Elite guys came out and gave, especially Cody, just really resonated with me. You could tell that there was a lot of authenticity and that they were in it and working hard. So it felt like a big moment then. It still feels like a big moment if you go back and watch it. And they did a lot of innovation at that time that WWE borrowed. And coming from a small startup like that, I thought that was pretty cool. So that was an important one for me. And all of the ones that you mentioned, I think they're some of the big ones that you see when people come up with this list for a reason. They're massively important. The next one I have is Michaels and Austin at WrestleMania 14. I vaguely remember this from childhood, which is awesome because I watched wrestling as a child and got away from it. But I remember the imprint of this. It cemented Austin as the top guy. He was the next person they were going with. Shawn did business on the way out, whether that was because he knew Taker was standing in the back, or for whatever reason, he had enough clarity at the time to do it the right way. And then, the cultural impact with Tyson being there and all that stuff. And it kicked off, to me, the meat and potatoes of the Attitude Era, and I mean that was the most profitable time in the wrestling industry. So, big moment. I still remember it. All In was my first honorable mention. I remember I didn't watch this at the time. It was before I had started getting back into wrestling as an adult. But I've gone back and watched it, and if you put it in context of the moment and the history of it and what it was trying to do and what they were able to accomplish, bringing in all these different people and it basically being the biggest indie show in the history of ever, and they could get New Japan, and it was because of the Elite guys. And they could showcase so many different talent, and like they got Rey Mysterio to come in and all these different things. And what it meant in modern context, where it was the springboard for the alternative, that, you know, showed that it could be done in the face of this one gigantic promotion dominating everything. So I think in terms of the cultural milieu of modern wrestling, you can't understate the importance of All In. But for me, the Hall of Fame moment is Sting's debut in AEW. I remember being so excited just hearing about it, and I don't really sell a whole lot of, you know, for getting excited about stuff. But when his name flashed on the board on the Titantron, I was 7 again. And I was just absolutely over the moon excited. And I haven't been that excited in a long time, and I haven't been that excited since. To be honest, it was just an unbridled moment of being able to be taken out of everything else that was going on and just enjoy something for a moment and be taken out of it and then just enjoy that. So as an adult, that's difficult with all of life's challenges and all of those things. So it was my favorite wrestler coming to the place that I like to watch, and it was just tremendously exciting. So my Hall of Fame moment is Sting's debut in AEW.
Yeah, man, goosebumps big time when he came out. I mean, we heard the rumors, but when he came out, it was like, holy shit, man, this is real.
Yeah.
He's really here. Like it.
Yeah,
it
was unbelievable.
Yeah, it really was. So.
All right, well, congrats to Sting's debut in AEW being inducted into the Hall of Fame. So
that's Sting. You need one by law. You have to do the Tony Schiavone impression.
It's Sting.
Well, wait, maybe we can get the Black Scorpion to do a. Let me see if I can get him on the line real quick. Hold on, hang on.
Okay,
Sting, congratulations on getting inducted into the Podski Hall of Fame. I know we've had a lot of differences in the past, but happy holidays.
Now, was that Oldie or was that the Ultimate Warrior?
I think that was Manny Fernandez or Al Perez.
It was Al Perez. But ultimately, it was Ric Flair.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's hear yours, Andretti. What's your moment?
Oh, Billy, I filled in winners is on the sheet.
Yes, so, I got it.
And I laughed.
This is a rib. This has got to be a rib.
So he put CGI Paul Bearer for his dude. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
It is so good. I absolutely love him for doing that.
Okay,
thank you, Billy.
CGI Paul Bearer.
Thank you, Billy. All right, let's hear yours. Let's hear yours, Andretti.
Okay, so for my first honorable mention here, I did a huge Mid-South deep dive on the network. I watched every episode that was on there. I loved it. It's awesome. But Bill Watts doing the Midnight Rider vignettes is some of the funniest, best shit I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this guy disappeared from TV. He came back, as a masked wrestler with these really funny, weird vignettes where he's like walking across the South, and he would disappear in the vignette and then reappear in other places. So I don't know what the hell was going on, but I was laughing my ass off every time I saw it. It's really good stuff. Make sure you go out of your way to find that on YouTube. It's really good.
Yeah, you have been going on a deep dive on those shows.
Dude, I tried doing a deep dive on those world-class shows, and they go way back, dude. There some of that stuff, like, it's hard to get into it. It really is. Like, but then with the Mid-South, though, I mean, it's really good, and there's a lot of guys in there that are super talented that like DiBiase and Duggan and guys like that. So it was a lot easier to watch those shows. But I mean, Mid-South is great, dude. They do a really good job with everything, and they don't overbook anything, and it all makes logical sense, and it's just easily digestible and fun and good, and it's definitely worth checking out.
Nice. What's your next one? Oh, here we go. I'm excited for this one.
You knew I was putting this on here. So
Hog Wild, baby.
It's got to be WCW Hog Wild. I mean, dude, I love this so much when this came out. Like, the Sturgis crowd, the open air, the shitty card, everything about this is some of my favorite stuff in pro wrestling. I mean, I watch this show way too much. It's almost like whenever I can't settle on something to watch on the network, I'll throw on Hog Wild or Road Wild. And look, dude, it's Public Enemy, it's Dungeon of Doom, High Voltage, Earl Robert Eaton, Renegade, Ice Train. I mean, what a show! I mean, who
what a show?
Who would not want to watch that over and over again, right?
Exactly.
But, Hogan and the Giant in the main event. I mean, what's better than that, right? But if I had if I had a time machine, that would probably be one of the places I would have gone to, just to watch that show live and to people watch, man. And that's a shoot. I really wish I could have been in the crowd for that. But I mean, I would love for AEW to bring something like that back, or NXT, whatever, But
you missed one thing.
What's that?
The wardrobe of the announce team or the commentary crew.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Tony Schiavone looking the most uncomfortable that one person can look.
Oh yeah. Very much.
And Dusty just owns it. As he does everything else, he just owned the goofiness of that getup. And Tony, didn't even have. I think he had I think he even had a temporary tattoo, like he was a toddler.
I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure they talked about that, like on WHW, about how he had a temporary tattoo. And they made Conrad made so much fun of him for that.
That red jacket that Dusty wore that he pulled out for shows like that, for like goofy gimmick shows.
Yes.
It's so good, man. But give me some Mike Tenay. Give me some Mike Tenay and a motorcycle and some very some like horribly leathery women, and throw in Ultimo Dragon and I'll die in peace, man. What's that?
Larry Zbyszko is trying to tell every motorcyclist in the crowd that he beat Bruno Sammartino while wearing a leather hat. It's tremendous.
The whole ambiance of the show is fantastic. It's the best.
Yeah. So for the next one, I put the first Dynamite down here for this one too, like you were saying earlier. But it's just a surreal moment for all of us. I mean, it's just so much fun to see that be on TV again, and it's just an amazing feeling to see North American wrestling again outside of the WWE, and to hear Tony Schiavone and JR. I mean, there's nothing better than that, man. I still have that first episode saved somewhere on the TV, and I haven't watched it again, but I have it saved, and I'm really looking forward to a couple years from now going back and hopefully watching that again, because it's just an amazing moment for all of us as fans to have that.
Amazing moment that I'm sure we're gonna look back on like, damn, what the hell were they doing? Why the hell was Sammy Guevara wearing a panda on his head?
Why was he out first?
Why was he out first?
He was the first guy shown on AEW TV.
Yep.
Was he, or was Cody shown first?
No, with him first. He came out first.
They showed the Sammy Guevara vignette of him training.
Oh my!
That's the first thing that they ever showed on TV.
Yep.
That's why you love him so much.
I mean, I'm starting to not like him so much, but
the tides are turning on him.
I mean, dude, just do something with this guy, man, and get him away from Jericho. He doesn't need to be in that faction.
No,
Make him
he doesn't.
heel and push him. I mean, do something.
Yeah, I agree. All right, what's your induction into the Moment Hall of Fame here?
Okay, so for my moment, Hall of Fame induction is the Shawn Michaels Marty Jannetty barbershop incident.
Love it.
You know, and I just went back and looked over what everybody put on the sheet about what moments. How many instances is Shawn Michaels included in this?
Yeah, agreed.
It's pretty amazing. But this was like really it was the first time I really thought a heel was a piece of shit. I mean, growing up, like they did a really, really, really good job of making you think that Michaels might have come to his senses here and might, come around and they might, reform the Rockers. But, and I know it's kind of come out since this happened that Michaels actually did kick Jannetty in the face, and the two of them were not getting along at the time, which has probably just accelerated the Michaels solo push. But I think it was over a contract dispute with McMahon, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, look, this was the first thing where you saw Shawn Michaels as just this badass looking dude. I mean, how great did he look standing there in that jacket? I mean, it's
awesome.
It's the beginning. Yep. It's the beginning of something that is extremely special. And when he throws him through that window, dude, it's like I was like, you son of a bitch, when I was a kid, and I hated Michaels for years after that. But man, looking back on that now, man, what a great moment.
Can't say that the blow-off match was good, but the moment, the barbershop moment, it will live forever. It's fantastic.
But what you can say is Marty Jannetty probably deserved it.
Probably, yeah. He probably knew. Yeah.
He did something
on the Chattahoochee
we will never talk about or know about.
Well,
it's Jamaican jealousy, man. That's all it is.
Do you think that Jannetty going head first through the window is better or worse than him going head first into a fountain whenever he was drunk and fell on his ass?
Can we add that as an honorable mention?
Marty Jannetty Fountain Gate? Yeah, we can put
Fountain Gate.
It's fantastic. Fountain Gate. Oh my gosh. That's fantastic. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, that is fantastic. We got our figures done and the moments. So the moments are as listed. We have Bash at the Beach 1996, the Shawn Michaels Marty Jannetty Barbershop, and CGI Paul Bearer. And our final induction for the moments was Sting debuting in AEW. So this is it. This is the culmination of the show. This is who we are inducting as wrestlers into the Podski Hall of Fame. I have a couple mentions before I get to my nominee.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this part. This is a lot of fun.
This is what we've been. This is the payoff. So hopefully it's as good as we've been hyping it up to be. So. But first I want to talk about is HBK Shawn Michaels. He is one of my mentions. We just started talking about HBK a little bit here, as now he is running NXT. But if you look at the career of Shawn Michaels, Mr. WrestleMania, if you look at all the moments that we listed, Shawn Michaels was sprinkled out through in there, and he's had some incredible matches. He's had by far the best WrestleMania. I would, Undertaker has the streak, but I don't think he has the resume that HBK does in WrestleMania. And you got
volume versus work.
Yes. HBK's work is 100 times better than the volume of what Undertaker did. So, any chance to bury Undertaker, I think that we'll take a chance at it. So, there's nothing more needs to be said about HBK. Phenomenal worker. On it for me, flip flops back and forth. Best ever between him and Flair. And just he's fantastic. And then my other mention is Stone Cold Steve Austin. The character work, his style of wrestling, moments that Austin was in. Austin had so many moments as well. The Zamboni, the beer truck, and he's not done yet too, which is another thing that
the last time we saw him, he looked just as good as he ever did.
Right, and he looks, and if you look at him present day in 2022, here in December of 2022, that dude is in insane shape. He's in better shape now, like physical looking shape. He looks better now than what he did in 2002 when he was done in the business. Like the dude looks phenomenal. So
He
can't
might
tell
be
me.
Reigns. We don't know.
Well, don't get me excited.
I mean, what if they did that? What if Stone Cold just whooped his ass at WrestleMania?
Like came out and stomped a mud hole in his ass and walked it dry.
Yeah, the
And
walking dry is the
Austin-
most important part.
And Austin goes
you
on a
can't do it if you're
400-day
not walking it dry.
They give
That's
Austin a 400-day run where he wrestles every night on Monday night. Where
By 399, he's literally just a pair of boots because the rest of him have disintegrated. But he's still stomping mud holes and walking them dry.
As long as he lets the boots in the ring when he's
that's
done,
all you
that's
need.
all that matters.
All
Yep.
you need to
That's
stomp a mud hole and walk it dry is a pair of boots.
That's true.
And double knee braces. Because the knee braces is what helps you get the impact and the torque on the knee.
Right. It's that extra little oomph to really dry it out.
Right. But my induction into the Hall of Fame is Hulk Hogan.
Speaking of knee braces.
Speaking of knee braces, yeah. But yeah, Hulk Hogan. I mean, look, he was a part of WrestleMania 1. He was what put when you think of wrestling, you think of Hulk Hogan. You can't say wrestling and not say without Hulk Hogan. Everybody, when you mention it, they already know who he is. So, and they know as Hulk Hogan as the wrestling guy or the guy that does wrestling. So, very deserving. Did the whole NWO thing with WCW, comes back, and he's had some rough years of late, but still doesn't really take away what he did for the business. So that is my induction.
He is the Pikachu. He is the Pikachu of professional wrestling.
Yes. So that he is my induction into the Hall of Fame. JC, who is your induction into the Hall of Fame?
So I'll start with my mentions. Randy Savage is where I'll start with my mentions. Just from top to bottom, great worker. I mean, eccentric is all day long, entertaining as ever. It seems like the way he would prepare and plan and things like that set a new precedent that is kind of how people work today, good or bad. That seems to be how people are preparing. And just cultural impact. Everybody has a Macho Man impression. Slim Jim.
Yeah.
There you go. Dig it. That is just cultural impact of him is just off the charts. So he is my mention in that regard. My other mention is Ric Flair, probably the greatest worker of all time, the last territorial champion, where he actually did it every day. You can contest the personality, and age has not been kind to him in terms of stories and things like that come out about his behavior, even contextually. But he was a workhorse, and for everybody, if you weren't a WWE person, which, I mean, there were a lot of WWE people in his heyday, he was the person if you were not a WWE person. And you can't take that away from him. So, wanted to have him as a mention. My last mention is Dusty Rhodes. He was, I mean, you can say it, he was sports entertainment before sports entertainment was sports entertainment. His belly might be a little bit big, his hiney might be a little bit big, but we know he's bad, and brother, he's bad. So,
Baby.
Listen here, baby. He was, and he's responsible for many of the people on this list in one way or another, and an entire generation that's at the top of the card right now.
Absolutely.
And spiritually for the number 2 promotion in the world. So you can't take that away from him. I think in another iteration, he will be in our Hall of Fame here. But ultimately, this should be no surprise. My Hall of Fame induction member is Sting. He's the foundation. He was the franchise. Good, bad, indifferent. He was their guy. And he did the same thing in TNA. He would have been I think had he would have been bigger than the Warrior had the roles been reversed. He would have had a longer career.
Would have been a
had
better
he
worker
gone-
for sure.
Yeah, he would have been. There wouldn't have been hiatuses, and there certainly wouldn't have been some of the controversies that came with Ultimate Warrior when instead of Sting.
That's a really interesting thing to think about. Like they were both together as, you know, that tag team, and then like imagine if the roles would have been reversed, like how different the wrestling business would be. It's insane to think about.
Right. Sting prevails either way. Ultimate Warrior, if he goes to Watts and then finds his way to the NWA, he does not prevail the same way that Sting does. He did not have a willingness to learn. He just wanted to be a body guy, and he found the right person in Vince, and Vince needed someone after Hogan.
Yep.
And he wasn't a draw. People remember him now because as a kid he was colorful. He was that guy.
Yep.
But he would have not had the same success, and Sting would have been even bigger. And he's still doing it today. And you can't tell me he doesn't have an impact on the industry today. He's mentoring another generation. He's still entertaining people today, jumping off of stuff that man should not be jumping off of. But yeah, I don't have I don't really have much to say otherwise. I mean, he was in the biggest angle in wrestling history. He was the good guy. Doesn't matter how it finished, in my opinion, because that was partly out of his control. Partly it was because of him, partly it was out of his control. And that angle changed the business. So, yeah, for all those reasons, and because he's my favorite wrestler, and because he's the man, Steve Gordon.
The man they call Sting.
The man they call Sting.
Yeah,
Nice.
definitely one of my favorites too when I was a kid, man. That's for sure. Man, he's
Absolutely.
top guy everywhere he's ever been.
Yeah, for real. Absolutely 100%.
And a giving guy.
Yeah.
He was always business.
Yeah,
So.
really almost too giving at some points.
Yeah, I don't know of any stories where people didn't like him.
Yes, that is very true. You don't ever hear things where they're like,
In an
industry
where everybody gets buried and everybody's an asshole, Sting
Yeah.
never talked about like that.
That is actually a really good point you just made there. Actually, yeah, that's fantastic.
Yep. Well said.
All right, well, before we close out here with Andretti's, let's do Bobby winners. His induction into the Hall of Fame is Ice Train, baby. And I mean, Ice Train is awesome. He was mentioned in the Hog Wild section of the show.
Foreshadowing.
That was some Freddy foreshadowing. But yeah, Ice Train is
telling
awesome.
stories over here, Baker. I'm telling stories.
Planting seeds.
Planting seeds, and just that's what we do here. We tell good stories, damn it.
The thing with Ice Train is, a really jacked up, good looking dude, right? Power guy, looked awesome every time he came out. He had a run too, outside of the Ice Train stuff where he was in WCW and came back as what was his name? M.I. Smooth, I think his name was when he came back, and he had a little feud there, I think, with Ravens Flock or with Canyon or somebody, I think, at the end there. But the guy always, he looked like a pro wrestler. I mean, let's give credit where it's due. This guy was a big jacked up guy that looked like he was going to go in there and kill people, and he served a purpose and did a good job of what he did.
Yep. The Ravens Flock thing, I was popping for what Mongoose said earlier.
Yeah, we can't talk about that.
No, we can't.
But
and who doesn't love a little fire and ice? You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. So let's get your mentions and nominee for the Hall of Fame wrestler.
Well, the first one I've got for honorable mention, I've got Dominic DeNucci. The Nooch. Sadly passed away in 2001. But you know I'm a big DeNucci mark. I've always been since I was a little kid. But
yep.
What's funny is that I was watching. They just put those. What the hell is that show called? Wrestling is it Wrestling Challenge that they just put on the network? They released like 10 episodes.
I think so.
I think it's Challenge or Wrestling Championship or something. I don't know, but it's basically like WWF stuff, for the most part. And they had, I'm burning through some of them, and Danucci's on there, and dude, I pop every time he comes out. I mean, he's master of the airplane spin. he was international tag team champ with Bruno. Was the actual tag team champ with Victor Rivera and with Dino Bravo, believe it or not, before Dino Bravo became the Canadian strongman. But I mean, the guy's, he's in the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. He was a former AWA US heavyweight champion. Guy wrestled all over the world, Japan, Australia, the US, Canada, all over the place. And he wrestled his last match in 2012 when he was like 80 years old. I mean, the guy was,
wow.
He was still in the ring when he was 80 years old. I mean, it's pretty remarkable. But he's a Pittsburgh guy, born in Italy, but he lived in Pittsburgh, pretty much his whole life, I think.
That seems correct. Yeah, born in Italy, lived in Pittsburgh.
I remember him tagging with Shane Douglas. I know they were, really close friends and really good friends. And Mick Foley was trained by Danucci. But I got a little bit of a story here with Danucci too, where I think it was like 96. Somewhere around in 96, 97, where I don't know why I got the bug to go do this, but I told, two of my other friends that were, that I was like sleeping overnight with, I was at one of the guys' houses, and I was like, look, man, tomorrow morning we're going to get up and we're going to drive down to East Freedom, and down to Freedom, Pennsylvania, and we're going to go to Dominic Danucci's wrestling school, because I found out there was a school outside of Pittsburgh. And they were like, yeah, we're definitely going. Well, I'm the only one that got out of bed to go do that. So I drove about 2.5, 3 hours down to Freedom, PA, to check out this wrestling school, just to see what was there. And I found an abandoned building at the address. and I drove around there making sure I had the right address, but it was the right address. It was closed down already by the time that I had checked it out. But I remember going into a convenience store or something and asking somebody if there was a Dominic Danucci wrestling school around, and they were like, dude, that closed down years ago, and I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch. So, Dominic Danucci kind of screwed me out of a career, the way that I kind of
So not only do you love him, but you got heat with him.
He's got heat with me too, man. If he would have kept that thing open, I'd be on AEW Dark at least right now. living the dream. Jobbing out your Moriarty.
I say getting your flip shit in.
Yeah. No, super talented guy. Big guy, big Italian guy. Whenever the ethnicities were really popular in WWF and WWF. I mean, he's a lot of fun to watch. Like I said, he's wrestled all over the place. All his matches are good. He's a fun guy to check out.
Nice. Who's your other mention?
Okay, so another mention I have is a one-man gang. I mean, Gang is someone I started really liking when I was growing up, and for just his presentation, man, the guy looks amazing. He's got a very unique look, but it really wasn't until recently that I started really watching his matches and checking him out. I mean, I had no idea that he was WCW US Heavyweight Champion until like a month ago. And I popped so hard because it really feels sometimes with those WCW belts. That people are just championing that you don't even know are champ. For some reason, like you just pop in to a random episode and there's just somebody with a belt that you had no idea that person ever had a belt, right? So for whatever reason, One Man Gang was the U.S. heavyweight champ, and I never knew that. But he's not my number one nominee here to get the award into the Hall of Fame. But I really want to just give him props for being an awesome presence. And to just being one of those unsung heroes that always did a good job, always seemed like he was reliable. I know the Book in the Territory guys, I think we're in touch with him for a while. And I think they said pretty recently that they hadn't heard from him in a while. So I don't know if he's got bad health now or anything, but I think that there's some conventions that are going to be out here during Mania during that week that information hasn't really come out yet. But hopefully we'll get to meet the One Man Gang, and he'll be out here and make the circuit for the conventions, and we'll get to hang out with him for a little bit. But always really like that guy. The LJN is cool too. The figure, and it's just a really cool presentation for that guy.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. It's our last. This is our very last nominee into the Hall of Fame. Let's hear it.
Okay, so for this one, I wanted to go a little bit outside the box with this, and the person that I'm going to put is my inaugural induction into the Podski Hall of Fame for wrestlers, Sarah Del Rey. And you might know her for being the woman that's kind of behind the scenes training a lot of the women in NXT right now. And I saw her for the first time wrestling in Chikara. Probably the first women's wrestler I really started to like and follow. And she wrestled men, she wrestled women. I think she might be married to Claudio, but I don't know if they're engaged or they've just been together for years or they're married. I'm not sure, but she's been with Claudio, I think, for a really long time. And, for a lot of years, I was really baffled why she wasn't in the WWE. She was tall, she's strong, she's aggressive, she's innovative. She always carried herself like a world champion, whether it was against men or women. And she was in there just kicking ass, man. And it was always really fun to watch her work. She wrestled in Japan for a really long time too. And I think she might have been in Ring of Honor for a while too at one point. But I was so happy to hear, that she was going to become the trainer in NXT because she was so good in the ring. I was like, man, that's exactly what they need to do is hire somebody like her that's physical, right? That we're not talking about divas. We're talking about trying to present these women as physical threats and real wrestlers. And she's just a really perfect fit for that. I mean, she's one of the main trainers there right now. I know that she's done an absolutely unbelievable job with all the women over the years. I mean, she's been there now for probably like 10 years. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And I bet she never really expected her mark on the wrestling business to be behind the scenes, but she's a major reason why today's women's wrestling is so good. And she's kind of like the innovator of that, man. And again, like you want to have a trainer in there that's working with these people and treating them like they're real combatants and they're not divas. They're not lingerie models anymore, man. These are people we want to present on TV as being ass kickers. And Sarah Del Rey's just done an unbelievable job with that. I'm honored. I'm honored to put her in the Hall of Fame, man. I really am. I think she's fantastic at everything she does. I wish her nothing but the best, and hopefully she'll work there for 100 more years and pump out, awesome women's wrestlers for another 100 more years.
Nice.
Well,
I love that. I love that selection. But that concludes. Thank you for all hanging out because this has been a marathon. We told you to lock in, so we did lock in, and that concludes our very first and the 2022 awards show. We covered a lot of categories and had a lot of fun doing it. I have to thank both of you for coming on the show. This has been a long one, but I think it's been some of the best work we've put together here on the pod.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Are you and Allison doing any upcoming shows with like the true crime stuff or any documentaries or anything you got lined up?
I'm not sure. It depends on what is coming out. Because we like to hit those.
There's a 3-part thing on Netflix right now called Don't Answer the Phone. That's pretty crazy. It might be worth checking out if you're looking for something to watch.
Okay. You said it's Don't Answer the Phone?
It's called Don't Answer the Phone. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you could get Allison to watch that Teddy Hart documentary too.
It's really not wrestling heavy.
It's not at all.
She probably would be into something like that.
And she will hate Teddy Hart, so
yes.
Yeah. Oh, don't we all? So
well, yeah, there's that.
But yeah, that concludes all our show, and thank you congratulations to all of our award winners and inductions into the Hall of Fame, and thank you both for coming on the show. Don't forget to download, rate, review, and subscribe. Check us out on Twitter at _Podski, Instagram _Podski, and on Facebook. You will definitely see graphics. We're going to put out graphics for each one of the winners and the nominations. So check that out as well. And show us love and support on all of the socials. And just double thanks again to both of you for sticking it out here in the marathon.
Yeah, that was great.
Happy to be here.
A lot of fun, dude.
Yeah, a lot of fun indeed.
For sure. All right. Well, I think that's going to conclude our holiday show, and we will hopefully you and all your families have a good holiday, and we'll see you next time on the Podski.